Chapter 391. The middle-aged man who had appeared from the shattered void displayed the aura of a cultivator who looked down on the world. He took a step forward and directly broke through the layers of demonic fire. He appeared directly in front of the primordial fire demon and blasted out a punch. Heaven and earth trembled under his fist. Terrible spatial cracks spread out. A part of the world collapsed under his fist. The shattered world suddenly swallowed up the primordial fire demon with unparalleled demonic power. Every single move he made caused the heavens and the earth to collapse, and he transformed an area of space into chaos. The might of this punch shook the heavens and the earth, and it instantly deterred everyone. Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, the middle-aged man, and the mysterious figure all dodged. Rumble? In the shattered world, there was a shocking sound like a raging sea and a raging tide. The power of destruction surged, squeezed, and rolled. This domineering middle-aged man, with just one punch, knocked the primordial fire demon, who had fused with the demon bone, into the chaotic void. How could it be him? In the distant sky, Gu Fei, who was standing in the inner world of the old turtle, could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. He was no stranger to this middle-aged man. He was the mysterious indestructible body in the mysterious cave under the icy pool of azure waters at Taishan Mountain. It was hard to imagine that the indestructible body, who had existed for countless years and whose flesh was still indestructible, would suddenly appear in the northern land. This made Gu Fei's mind instantly go blank. Why would a person who should have been dead for countless years appear in front of him? No one could answer Gu Fei. He faintly felt that there must be a great secret behind this. Do you know this person? Seeing the expression on Gu Fei's face, it was the old turtle's turn to be surprised. This middle-aged man, whose chest and abdomen had been pierced, seemed to be a terrible warrior. There was no magic. It was just a punch, but it directly shattered the void. Only a terrible warrior could do this. The indestructible body seemed to have unimaginable power. It was not at the same level as the indestructible body that he had refined into an incarnation. I don't recognize him, but I've seen him before. Didn't he die countless years ago? Gu Fei said, his voice trembling. He couldn't help but think of the yin-yang fish jade pendant he obtained from the indestructible body. The yin-yang fish jade pendant had brought him great opportunities, allowing him to make several breakthroughs on the path of martial arts. Could be said that without the yin-yang fish jade pendant, there would be no Gu Fei today. However, the yin-yang fish jade pendant contained a wisp of the mysterious man's remnant soul. The yin-yang fish jade pendant was not ownerless. Now, the yin-yang jade pendant was in the chaotic zone of Gu Fei's inner world. The mysterious man was in seclusion to reconstruct his body, absorbing endless primal chaos chi to reconstruct his physical body. The mysterious person in the yin-yang fish jade pendant was likely a world-shaking figure from the ancient times. This person is very terrifying. He has already glimpsed the great Tao of martial arts. Such a person is difficult to deal with. The old tortoise's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. The great Tao of martial arts? Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He walked the path of martial arts and cultivated the great Tao of martial arts. When he saw the indestructible body shattering the rift with a single punch, he was filled with hope and yearned for the path of martial arts. The great Tao of martial arts was not weaker than any other great Tao. A peerless cultivator was unparalleled and dominated the world, a figure that stood at the peak of the world. That indestructible body was incomparably domineering. Its fists shattered the void, and it appeared in an incomparably shocking manner, directly smashing the primordial fire demon into the chaotic void. However, despite receiving such a powerful attack, the primordial fire demon was still indestructible. Rumble! The rift shattered by the indestructible body shook violently. The chaotic turbulence emitted a terrifying demonic aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. Pitch-black demonic flames surged in the chaotic rift. The primordial fire demon roared furiously, as if he was in great danger. However, the primal chaos force was unable to destroy him. The chaotic rift was shrinking. The primordial fire demon was about to be sealed inside. Whoosh! Just as the primal chaos void was about to close, a resplendent demonic light pierced through the void like a pitch-black bolt of lightning. Following that, a demonic figure charged out from the primal chaos void that was about to close. Although the primordial fire demon was knocked into the chaotic rift, he was not destroyed by the chaotic force. However, his body was covered in blood, making him look extremely miserable. Roar! The primordial fire demon roared at the sky. Its long, fire-like body danced wildly, and a terrifying demonic aura swept across the sky and earth. The demonic patterns on its body became denser, especially the one in the middle of its eyebrows. It shone with a terrifying demonic light, as if a terrifying demonic eye had opened. Boundless black light completely enveloped the sky. It was the sky-incinerating demon fire that was said to be able to burn the world. It swept in all directions, engulfing everyone within it. The primordial fire demon roared crazily. Its muffled voice soared into the sky and traveled for 1,000 li. It shocked the snowy mountains in the distance, causing violent avalanches and rumbling noises. The mysterious demonic rune on its forehead displayed great power. Rays of terrifying demonic light swept in all directions, piercing through Ghost Emperor Fengdu's group. Several cries of surprise came from the area engulfed by the sky-incinerating demon fire. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's group seemed to be in great danger. Several rays of demonic light shot out from the demon fire. Several mountains 1,000 li away were instantly turned into dust and disappeared from the earth. The cultivators who were watching the battle on the mountain peak were also instantly killed along with the collapse of the mountain peak. The other cultivators were shocked to see this. Countless cultivators then retreated even further away. They did not want to be caught up in the battle. One hand covers the sky. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the demon fire. Following it, a giant golden hand broke through the layers of demon fire and expanded endlessly, shrouding the entire place. The giant golden hand broke through the demon fire and soared into the sky, before descending like 100,000 mountains. The demon fire that filled the sky dissipated like snow under the giant hand, revealing a few figures inside. Rumble! The golden hand descended upon the primordial fire demon, sealing the space around it. Every finger was as large as a mountain, and destructive power surged from the palm. Sky-covering hand? You're the successor of the martial progenitor? The primordial fire demon yelled. The demonic energy in his body surged violently, as if endless demonic energy was gathering between his brows. As he spoke, whoosh! The mysterious demonic mark between his eyebrows shot out a terrifying demonic light that pierced through the huge golden hand that was enveloping him. Wherever the demonic light passed, the rift shattered and the world was torn apart. Bam! The giant golden hand collided with the destructive demonic light, causing the world to shake violently. The destructive demonic light that could even pierce through the rift couldn't penetrate the giant golden hand and shattered under it. Although the two demonic lights didn't penetrate the giant golden hand, the descending momentum of the giant golden hand was hindered. The giant hand paused in the air for a moment before continuing to descend. However, the primordial fire demon took advantage of the moment when the giant golden hand paused to turn into a demonic light and rushed out from under the giant hand. Whoosh! 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 Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the middle-aged man, and the mysterious man shrouded in a layer of mist moved quickly in the air, pressing towards the primordial fire demon from 3 directions. Aha! Come on, let's attack together. There's nothing to fear. The primordial fire demon's battle intent surged. After fusing with the demonic bone that crawled out of the well, he was extremely powerful. He feared nothing. The giant golden hand disappeared in the void, and the domineering figure of the indestructible body slowly descended from the sky. The aura of an expert that looked down on the world was completely revealed. Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 loud explosions suddenly came from the east, west, and north. Then, the 3 voids suddenly shattered, and 3 incomparably powerful auras came from the shattered voids. Then 3 figures stepped out from the void. To be able to travel through the void and move through the void, Only people with great magical powers and strength could do that. 3 terrifying auras filled the sky. The cultivation of the newcomers was heaven-defying, and they weren't any weaker than Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the indestructible martial body. The ancient battle souls summoned by the sky-shaking war drum finally arrived. The 3 battle souls stood in the void, emitting endless battle intent and murderous intent. Roar! 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 The 3 faint and illusory battle souls emitted strong spiritual waves and roared at the sky. Although they didn't really roar, the roar directly affected the minds of all the cultivators, shaking their divine souls. The indestructible battle souls were immortal. There was no doubt that in the past, these 3 great experts were all warriors who dared to fight with the world. Even if they died, their remnant souls were still immortal. Such figures were very terrifying and difficult to understand. Although they died, they didn't really die. Perhaps one day, they would be able to reappear in the world. How is this possible? The sky-shaking war drum really summoned the supreme experts of the past. The old tortoise was inexplicably shocked, and his eyes widened as he spoke in a trembling voice. He and Gu Fei had already retreated far away, but they were still watching the battlefield in front of them closely. "Do you know them?" Gu Fei, who was standing next to the old tortoise, asked. He knew that the old tortoise seemed to be a ruthless character in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured by the master of the virtual sky world and sealed in the ultimate formation. "I don't have any contact with them, but I've heard of them," the old tortoise said. He actually recognized the 3 terrifying battle souls that broke the void. At this time, the 3 indestructible battle souls walked directly in the void. Their faint and illusory figures emitted a powerful and terrifying aura, and the void under their feet cracked. The 3 supreme experts of the past moved toward the primordial fire demon, who was surrounded by Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the others. They were like 3 ancient sacred mountains moving, giving people an incomparably powerful and oppressive feeling. Chapter 392. The 3 undying battle souls tore through the void and arrived at the primordial fire demon. The 3 ethereal figures exuded a terrifying energy wave. Although they were only remnant souls, they were so powerful that even the primordial fire demon paled. In addition to Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other 3 supreme experts, there were already 7 supreme experts gathered in the boundless snowy mountains of the north. They only had one goal, and that was to kill the primordial fire demon that had just escaped. The power of the ancient great beings was difficult to measure. The 7 great unmatched experts' conditions were worrisome. None of them were at their peak. Some of them only had a strand of ruined soul left, some had their bodies pierced through, and some had a large half of their cultivation removed. They were all undying battle souls that had survived countless trials and tribulations. At this time, the east had brightened. A new day was coming and the night was about to pass. In the endless snow mountains, the 7 supreme experts unleashed their auras and pressed toward the primordial fire demon. Boundless energy surged between the heavens and the earth. The power of the 7 supreme experts formed a terrifying domain that sealed off a part of the world and trapped the primordial fire demon within, cutting off all his escape routes. "Do you think you can kill me like this? What a joke!" The primordial fire demon remained calm in the face of the 7 supreme experts. Whoosh! The mysterious demonic pattern in the center of the primordial fire demon's forehead shot out a demonic light that pierced through one of the ethereal battle souls. He was testing the battle soul. The fighting soul raised his smoke-like right hand, which looked as if it could dissipate in the empty space at any time, and pressed it forward. An unfathomable power seeped out from his palm, and the empty space in front of his palm instantly shook violently. A ray of divine light suddenly appeared and surged forward violently. The demonic light was annihilated in a boundless divine light. This indestructible war soul had displayed great combat power. Humph! The primordial fire demon only sneered and opened up his inner world. In the sky, a world filled with surging demonic aura and murderous aura appeared. Without hesitation, the primordial fire demon charged into the inner world and stood above the demonic well at the center of the inner world. He activated his demonic arts and absorbed demonic energy. Endless devil chi gushed out of the well and entered the primordial fire demon's body. It was as if the devil's well was connected to a source of devil's power. The primordial fire demon continued to devour the demonic chi gushing out of the well, and the demonic patterns on its body gradually increased. The demonic pattern in the center of its forehead shone with a demonic light as dazzling as a black sun. He was gathering his strength. The 7 mighty figures had sealed off a part of the world with their supreme power. Even the primordial fire demon, who had fused with the demon bone, could not break through the power of the seal. He wanted to increase his power, and the devil well in his inner world could provide him with an endless supply of devil power, which would greatly increase his power. Everyone saw this and knew primitive fire demon's intentions. Therefore, the indestructible body moved first. He broke through the void and rushed into primitive fire demon's inner world, throwing a palm at him. A vast power surged out from his hand, instantly forming a huge golden hand, which moved towards the primordial fire demon seal. The energy fluctuations coming from the giant hand made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble. The primordial fire demon's inner world was shaking violently. The imperishable body in the mysterious cave beneath the icy pool of azure lake of Taishan Mountain was so powerful that it shook the entire inner world of primordial fire demon with one palm. Primitive fire demon was one of the 5 elements' original devils. It was an ancestor devil of fire that was born from the 5 elements' evil chi in the world at the beginning of the world. It had great magical powers, and even though it had been sealed in the fire veins of the earth by the fire god for countless years, it could not be completely destroyed. His inner world had been refined for countless years and could be said to be extremely stable and strong. But at this moment it was shaken by the indestructible body. The golden hand grew infinitely larger, covering the world. It seemed that the entire inner world was covered by the giant hand, and primitive fire demon had nowhere to hide. The indestructible body under the icy lake of Azure Mountain used the legendary sky-covering hand. This was a famous martial arts battle technique in ancient times. The giant golden hand covered the sky, and it was indeed worthy of its name. Swoosh! When the giant golden hand was in front of him, a pitch-black skeleton rushed out from the body of the primitive fire demon and faced the giant golden hand directly. The pitch-black skeleton pushed its bony hands forward. Bam! The entire inner world trembled violently. Following that, the gigantic golden hand actually crumbled apart. Rays of golden chi shot out in all directions like golden meteors that filled the sky. The devil ancestral bone displayed a terrifying strength. It directly broke through the heaven-shrouding palm, passed through the energy storm that exploded, and flew towards the indestructible body. There was no soaring demonic aura, no soul ripples, and no terrifying energy ripples. The ancestral devil bone seemed to be a dead object. But in the eyes of the supreme expert, the danger he felt from the ancestral devil bone seemed to be more terrifying than that of the primitive fire demon. The ancestral devil bone was extraordinary. The indestructible body retreated, and the black skeleton chased after it. In an instant, it closed in on the indestructible body, and a pair of bone claws tore at the indestructible body. The crystal-clear bone claws that were like black divine jade seemed to glow with a layer of dark light, but there were no energy ripples. The indestructible body was taken aback, and it blocked with both hands. Bam! The indestructible body's arms clashed with the ancestral devil bone's bone claws, and then flew out of the primitive fire demon's inner world. The ancestral devil bone did not chase after it. Within the primitive fire demon's inner world, the ancestral devil bone seemed to possess unfathomable power. However, the ancestral devil bone did not dare to walk out of the inner world. It seemed to have some misgivings. The ancestral devil bone had crawled out of the demonic well, and the source of its power was most likely the demonic well. The closer it was to the demonic well, the more powerful the ancestral devil bone would be. At this time, the primitive fire demon was already sitting cross-legged above the demonic well. It circulated its demonic arts, and continuously absorbed the demonic power gushing out of the demonic well. The aura coming from its body gradually grew stronger. It had been sealed under the earth fire vein for thousands of years, and the power of the earth fire vein had been wearing down its strength day and night, greatly damaging the primitive fire demon's vitality. It wanted to refine the power of the demonic well to increase its strength, and then kill the powerful enemies outside. After the indestructible body was blasted out of the primitive fire demon's inner world by the ancestral devil bone, an illusory battle soul emitted a terrifying energy ripple and tried to rush into the demonic domain. However, the demon bone stubbornly defended the inner world and forced the fighting soul shadow to retreat. The powerful fighting soul returned empty-handed. Eternal world, shatter space-time. The mysterious middle-aged man once again displayed his great divine power. As he shouted, countless small worlds appeared in the void. The countless small worlds continued to appear and then be destroyed, forming a terrifying destructive force that surged towards the primitive fire demon's inner world. The destruction of worlds and the shattering of space-time. This was a terrifying power. The mysterious middle-aged man exerted his full strength, and even a perfect grand world was obliterated by this power. Rumble. When the destructive world and the destructive space-time collided with the primitive fire demon's inner world, the terrifying destructive force directly shattered a corner of the demonic domain. It was as if two worlds were colliding. The demonic domain was collapsing, and the void was gradually turning into chaos. The chaos turbulence caused thousands of spatial cracks to appear in the vast heaven and earth. One hand to cover the sky. The indestructible body also struck out a heaven-covering palm. The golden palm covered the sky and the earth and expanded infinitely. With boundless power, it struck down at the demonic domain. The power of a supreme martial artist was extremely powerful, and it shook the heavens and earth. The demonic domain shook violently under the mountain-like palm, as if it could collapse at any time. Almost at the same time, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other four supreme martial artists struck at the same time. They struck out terrifying god rules and powerful divine powers at the demonic domain. The seven supreme martial artists wanted to destroy the primordial fire demon's inner world. If the seven supreme martial artists could really destroy the primordial fire demon's inner world, then even if the primordial fire demon didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. The seven supreme martial artists had experienced the great changes of heaven and earth in the Archean Age, and their strength was no longer the same as before. However, when the seven of them joined forces, they could definitely turn a part of the heaven and earth into chaos. Boundless power surged, and the primordial fire demon's inner world shook violently. The demonic domain was shaking, and the pitch-black ground constantly cracked with bottomless cracks. The mountains were collapsing, and the pitch-black lake water rushed into the sky with countless black bones. It was as if doomsday had arrived. This was an extremely shocking scene. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded, and their minds went blank. The means of the seven ancient supreme martial artists had exceeded the scope of everyone's imagination. Even the legendary immortals and deities did not have such a frightening cultivation. Needless to say, the cultivation of the ancient supreme martial artists had long surpassed the immortals and reached an unimaginable level. They had the strength to kill immortals and immortals. Just as the demonic domain was about to be destroyed by the seven supreme martial artists, the demonic well under the primordial fire demon suddenly shook. Then, the demonic domain that was about to collapse froze. The frightening power that could shatter time and space could no longer move the demonic zone in the slightest. The sky-encompassing palm martial arts technique was sent flying into the sky when it landed on the demonic zone. The attacks of the other supreme martial artists were also ineffective. The primordial fire demon's inner world became extremely stable and sturdy in an instant. All the attacks could no longer move the demonic domain. That demonic well only trembled slightly, yet it was able to dissolve the attacks of the seven almighties. Everyone was astonished by this. Chapter 393. The seven grand cultivators continued to attack with terrifying divine abilities and magical arts. The destructive power shrouded the entire demon domain, but it could no longer shake the terrifying demon domain that was filled with demon chi and demon roars. The demonic well in the primordial fire demon's inner world contained an unfathomable demonic power. It stabilized the demonic domain that was on the verge of collapse. No matter how hard the seven supreme experts attacked, they couldn't break the domain. Everyone was shocked, and the 7 grand cultivators were inexplicably furious. The 7 of them working together was enough to break a part of the void in the great world, let alone the primordial fire demon's inner world. That demon well! In the distant sky, the old turtle was extremely nervous. He almost rushed forward several times, but he held back in the end. Although he had the powerful cultivation of a quasi-immortal, it was not enough in front of those ancient grand cultivators. With his current state, it was difficult for him to intervene in a battle of that level. Even the old turtle, a demon clan grand cultivator from the ancient era, knew many ancient secrets, but he did not know the origin of the evil and terrifying demon well in the primordial fire demon's inner world. The power displayed by the demon well was shocking. It constantly spewed out rolling demon chi, and a trace of the most ancient, most terrifying, and purest demon essence spread out from the demon well. It was an unimaginably evil aura, as if it had existed before the heavens and earth were created. It was the source of all evil in the heavens and earth, causing everything in the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. When everyone felt the demon essence, they felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if there was something terrifying lurking in the demon well that made everything in the heavens and earth tremble in fear. Standing in the old turtle's inner world, Gu Fei was also frightened. The demon essence from the demon domain in front of him seemed to be very similar to the demon essence that enveloped the entire northern demon domain. Gu Fei vaguely felt that there might be some kind of connection between the two. The demonic energy could turn a person into a demon and trigger the inner demons in a cultivator's heart. Even though Gu Fei was at the 6th sky of the ascended realm, he still felt restless and terrifying thoughts kept appearing in his mind. He felt an indescribable threat, an indescribable danger. That demonic nature was eroding his mind, corroding his mind, making him feel like a great catastrophe was about to befall him. Rumble. Up in the sky, outside the demonic realm, 7 powerful beings unleashed their own abilities, unleashing endless destructive power that completely drowned out the demonic realm. If it weren't for the evil, terrifying, and mysterious well, the primordial fire demon's inner world would have been destroyed by the 7 powerful beings. Even if a supreme expert of this level hid in his inner world, he would still be able to blast his inner world out of the void. Rumble. A part of the void suddenly shattered, and a world filled with ghostly aura appeared. Seeing that it was difficult to destroy the primordial fire demon's demonic realm, Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew opened his inner world, and the netherworld realm expanded between heaven and earth. It was an endless space with ghostly shadows colliding and ghostly cries. Amidst the endless ghostly aura, there seemed to be countless skeletons and ghostly shadows. At the center of the netherworld realm, surrounded by mountains, there seemed to be a netherworld blood sea rolling and surging. In the center of the blood sea, there was a towering pitch-black altar. The altar exuded an ancient and gloomy aura, surrounded by ghostly aura, making one's heart palpitate. Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew rushed into the netherworld realm, flying toward the faintly discernible blood sea, and then landed on the altar that was surrounded by ghostly aura. At this time, the other 6 supreme experts also knew that it was difficult to break the primordial fire demon's inner world. Therefore, someone directly opened his inner world and stood in it, controlling a part of the heaven and earth to collide with the demonic realm. 2 inner worlds appeared between heaven and earth one after another, covering the void within a radius of 1,000 miles. The 2 inner worlds emitted endless power of heaven and earth, colliding with the demonic realm and suppressing it. The 2 supreme experts stood in the inner worlds, unleashing endless power of heaven and earth, crushing forward. It was a battle between the inner worlds. The mighty power of heaven and earth was unparalleled. The 2 inner worlds shrouded in all directions, pressing down on the demonic realm at the same time. The demonic realm was finally shaken. As for the 3 illusory undying battle souls and the undying body, they didn't have inner worlds. They could only display great magical abilities, magical techniques, and battle skills, bombarding the demonic realm continuously. Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew didn't control the inner worlds to attack the demonic realm. He landed on the sacrificial altar in the Sea of Blood, where there was an ancient war drum. It was unknown what the war drum was made of. The surface of the drum was covered with pitch-black scales, which seemed to be the leather armor of some beast. The body of the drum was made of wood. The wood was black and yellow in color, and it was full of wormholes, as if it was about to rot. It was a very ordinary drum, less than 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height. However, it gave off an ancient aura. It was definitely a very ancient war drum. Dong! The ancient war drum emitted a terrifying sound that shook the world. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to be able to penetrate the 3 realms and 6 paths, ignoring the barrier of the void, and reach everyone's ears. Ghost Emperor Plentiful do beat the ancient war drum once again. A tragic and stirring aura immediately spread out from that part of the netherworld realm. Aside from the sound of the drums, everyone could faintly hear the cries of countless people shouting and killing. When the sound of the drum resounded, the surging ghostly energy that shrouded the netherworld realm immediately dissipated, revealing a sea of blood in the endless mountain range below. The sea of blood surged, and the waves of blood surged. The blood-like waves of blood rushed high into the sky, emitting an endless and terrifying aura. Among the waves of blood, one could see eerie white bones. The sky-shaking war drum could shake a perfect heaven and earth, and it could also shake an inner world refined by a supreme almighty. The war drum rumbled, and the terrifying invisible sound waves that shook the heaven and earth, under the control of Ghost Emperor Fengdu, all spread towards the demon domain. Rumble. The invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum directly spread into the demonic realm. The demonic realm immediately surged with demonic energy, shook violently, and collapsed mountains. The primordial fire demon, who was sitting cross-legged above the demonic well and constantly absorbing and devouring the demonic energy, could no longer remain calm. The killing power of the sky-shaking war drum made him feel threatened. Endless demonic energy gushed out of the demonic well and entered the body of the primordial fire demon. The primordial fire demon was completely shrouded by the demonic energy. The demonic energy of the demonic well seemed to be endless. The vast demonic energy emitted a terrifying demonic aura, which was continuously absorbed by the primordial fire demon's body. His aura grew stronger, and the fluctuations of his power became more intense. The primordial fire demon was sealed under the earth fire vein by the ancient fire god for countless years. The fire of the earth continuously consumed the true demonic energy of this terrifying ancient demon day and night. This kind of terrifying ancient demon that was born at the beginning of the world was very difficult to destroy. Just as the primordial fire demon said, his demonic body had existed since time immemorial, and heaven and earth couldn't bury him. This wasn't a lie. To kill this ancient demon, a special method was needed. Dong! The sound of the sky-shaking war drum ignored the obstruction of the power of heaven and earth and directly penetrated into the demonic realm. The invisible killing power of the sound immediately shattered a small part of the world. The primordial fire demon, who was sitting cross-legged above the demonic well, seemed to have received a great impact. His demonic body shook violently, and the thick demonic energy around him almost scattered. Kill! Kill! The 2 supreme experts controlled their inner worlds and kept colliding into the demonic realm. This was a battle between 3 inner worlds. The indestructible body and the 3 battle souls hurriedly retreated to the side. Rumble. In the 2 inner worlds, the mountains and rivers were constantly collapsing, turning into the most primitive state of chaos. With this kind of unfathomable power, the demon realm was shaken. The edge of the demonic realm was also collapsing. The pitch-black earth kept cracking, and the towering mountains in the demonic clouds kept collapsing. The 3 inner worlds were violently colliding and squeezing. In addition to the invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum, even the demonic well in the primordial fire demon's inner world couldn't dissolve such a huge force. The heaven and earth shook, and the pitch-black earth cracked again. The edge of the demonic realm kept collapsing. Demonic chi surged, and dust rose into the sky. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the pitch-black demonic chi above the demonic well. Then, a 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow appeared in the demonic realm, its head reaching the sky and its feet on the ground. At the same time, the demonic well, which exuded a terrifying demonic nature, was also shaking. Endless demonic power gushed out from the demonic well. The mysterious power that spread out was trying to freeze the entire demonic realm. However, the earth was still cracking, and the demonic soil rose high into the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow was just an illusory shadow, but it exuded a terrifying wave that made everything in the world tremble. It was as if a peerless great demon king had awakened. The two mountain-like hands of the demonic shadow smashed toward the two inner worlds that kept colliding outside the demonic realm. Endless demonic chi and rolling demonic clouds surged in front of his hands. Rumble. The two illusory demonic hands exuded a powerful force that shook the void. Under the cover of the demonic hands, cracks in the space kept appearing. Bang! Bang! Like two primordial demonic mountains, the two incomparably huge demonic hands directly collided with the two inner worlds that were colliding with the two almighties. The two inner worlds suddenly shook violently. The mountains and earth kept collapsing, and the mountains were razed to the ground. Destructive energy waves spread out, and the void collapsed, turning into chaos. Chapter 394. Rumble. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and the dust turned into chaos. The two huge demonic palms directly shook two small worlds. It was an extremely shocking scene. Inside the primordial fire demon's world, the 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow appeared and displayed a terrifying magical ability. The inner worlds of the two supreme experts were repelled by the two demonic palms. The two small worlds suffered different degrees of damage, and each had a small area of the void shattered. The two supreme experts were shocked, and hurriedly controlled their inner worlds to retreat. The rumbling sounds were incessant, as if two worlds were moving. The demonic hand that was as large as a mountain gradually dimmed after blocking the two small worlds that were crashing towards it. In the end, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Dong! 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 Ghost Emperor Fengdu stood on the altar of the netherworld realm, beating the sky-shaking war drum. The invisible killing power of the sound spread out from the netherworld realm, directly penetrating the primordial fire demon's inner world. The 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow's illusory body trembled 3 times, and the demonic chi surged. The figure condensed from endless demonic energy was unexpectedly collapsing. Dong! Another earth-shaking drum sound came from the netherworld realm, directly attacking the 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow that was collapsing in the demonic domain. The invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum instantly shattered the 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow, and a tall demonic body rushed out from the surging demonic chi. What a good origin heaven sect, what a good sky-shaking war drum. The primordial fire demon stood in the demonic domain, his whole body burning with demonic fire, and his long hair that looked like it could burn the heavens danced crazily. Dong! 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 The sound of the drum that shook the heavens and the earth was continuously transmitted from the netherworld realm, directly into the demon realm, and headed toward the primordial fire demon. This was the invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum, and it was even more terrifying than the various great magical abilities, techniques, and battle skills of the great existences. The entire demon area was shaking and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. The primal fire demon's body shook violently and he stumbled backward. Demon blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The demonic well in the demonic domain shook repeatedly, emitting a boundless evil and fiendish aura, completely dispelling the killing power of the sound that spread into the demonic domain. That evil devil well seemed to be able to contend against the legendary ancient divine item, the sky-shaking war drum. It was extraordinary. The vast and unfathomable power emanating from the devil well actually caused the devil domain to gradually calm down. The primordial fire demon's inner world was already extremely stable and sturdy. Now that the demonic well was in the inner world, not even the 7 supreme experts could break it apart. However, only Ghost Emperor Fengdu's sky-shaking war drum could shake the impregnable demon domain. Dong! 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 The sound of the sky-shaking war drum reverberated between the heaven and earth, completely ignoring the barrier of the heaven and earth power of the inner world, and reverberated throughout the inner world. Gu Fei stood in Old Tortoise's inner world. When he heard the sound of the drum, he could not help but feel his blood boil, and his fighting spirit soared. Feeling the bitterness and desolation in the sound of the drum, Gu Fei had the urge to cry. The killing power of the sound continued to spread into the demonic domain. Several mountain peaks turned into dust in an instant, drifting in the void. Primordial fire demon had already retreated into the depths of the inner world. The demonic well was shaking. Circles of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the demonic well. The unfathomable power dissolved the terrifying killing power of the sound into nothingness. This had already turned into a confrontation between two antiques. The sky-shaking war drum and the power emanating from the demonic well collided and canceled each other out. These two antiques, one righteous and the other evil. The sky-shaking war drum could shake the heavens and the earth, but the demonic well was mysterious and unfathomable, and similarly possessed unfathomable power. The other 6 supreme experts actually felt as if they couldn't interfere. The two forces collided and gradually increased in strength. Two terrifying auras that made even the common people tremble spread between heaven and earth. The sky-shaking war drum and the demonic well seemed to be evenly matched, and neither could suppress the other. With the existence of the demonic well, the other 6 supreme experts did not dare to rush into primordial fire demon's inner world, because no one could see through the demonic well. The drum rumbled, and the demonic well shook. Just as the two great forces, one righteous and one evil, rose to an unimaginable level. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt a fluctuation in the chaotic zone of his inner world. Gu Fei hurriedly sat cross-legged in Old Tortoise's inner world, and then immersed his mind into it. His consciousness swept toward the chaotic zone where the fluctuation was coming from. There! Gu Fei was shocked. In the chaotic zone in that direction, there was a jade pendant that exuded yin and yang qi floating in the chaotic qi. That jade pendant was the yin-yang fish jade pendant that Gu Fei had obtained from the indestructible body in the mysterious cave under the icy pool of Azure Lake in Taishan Mountain. There was a remnant soul in the jade pendant. Old Tortoise was puzzled by Gu Fei's sudden action, but Old Tortoise did not disturb Gu Fei. He just glanced at Gu Fei, and then turned his attention to the battle ahead. Rumble. In the chaotic zone of Gu Fei's inner world, there was a strange sound like muffled thunder. The chaotic qi surged violently and gathered toward the floating jade pendant that exuded yin and yang qi. A tai chi yin and yang diagram appeared on the jade pendant, and the endless gathered chaotic qi was refined and absorbed by the diagram. The divine diagram gradually expanded, and the chaotic zone was boiling. The two black and white tai chi eyes on the tai chi yin and yang diagram were like two black holes, madly swallowing the chaotic qi that gathered from all directions. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He felt a momentum that surpassed the spiritual level surging out from the divine diagram. This momentum made him feel endless pressure, as if hundreds of thousands of mountains were pressing down on him. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that was madly swallowing the chaotic Qi rapidly expanded, and the Yin and Yang Qi that surged out from the diagram repelled the surrounding chaotic Qi. The divine diagram covered the sky and covered the chaotic world. I heard the heaven-shaking drum, and I felt the aura of my old enemy. A faintly discernible voice came from the chaotic zone into Gu Fei's inner world. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he could not help but be secretly shocked. It was obvious that the mysterious deity in the jade pendant had awakened from his seclusion. Chaotic body refinement, reshape the flesh, return of the true self. The slowly rotating Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram suddenly stopped after crazily swallowing a large amount of chaotic Qi. Then, a loud shout came from the divine diagram. Chaotic body refinement, reshape the flesh, return of the true self. This shout not only penetrated the chaotic zone, but also traveled from the chaotic zone into Gu Fei's inner world. It also ignored the barrier between heaven and earth and traveled from Gu Fei's inner world to the outside world. Chaotic body refinement, reshape the flesh, return of the true self. This loud shout resounded between heaven and earth, reaching everyone's ears. The cultivators with lower cultivation levels did not feel anything, but the 7 supreme experts and the primordial fire demon were indescribably shocked. An ancient almighty had reshaped the flesh, successfully reversed life and death, reformed his spirit, and was about to return to the earth. The moment the voice rang out, the old turtle, who was standing beside Gu Fei, almost dropped his jaw to the ground. He looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. The old turtle's expression changed several times. He sensed that the voice that traveled between heaven and earth, and almost drowned out the sound of the war drums, seemed to have come from Gu Fei. Then, a vertical purple mark appeared on Gu Fei's forehead, as if a closed divine eye that emitted purple light had appeared on his forehead. Whoosh! A beam of black and white light shot out from the vertical purple mark on Gu Fei's forehead. Then, a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram appeared in the sky above the demon's realm. Boom! The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram expanded infinitely, enveloping the world and the several inner worlds below. Then it began to slowly rotate, emitting boundless Yin and Yang Qi. Everyone was shocked. Even the 7 supreme experts and the primordial fire demon standing in the demon's realm paled. The old turtle seemed to be dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the extremely shocking scene in the sky. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was too mysterious. In the virtual sky world's absolute formation and the city of death, the old turtle had seen the power of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. The remnant soul in the Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram was a ruthless character. In the old tortoise's opinion, that person's strength was comparable to the perverted freak who had captured him and trapped him in the ultimate formation back then. Just a remnant soul was able to absorb the power of the absolute formation. In the city of death, it even displayed a terrifying power that was comparable to heaven-defying. There's going to be a good show to watch, the old turtle muttered to himself and stared blankly ahead. At this time, Gu Fei's divine sense had withdrawn from his inner world. He stood up from the ground and stood beside the old turtle. Did that person really reconstruct his physical body? Gu Fei looked up at the distant sky and murmured to himself. The yin-yang jade pendant had rushed out of his inner world, which made Gu Fei feel a little disappointed. After all, it was the yin-yang jade pendant that made him embark on the path of a powerhouse. If it weren't for that, he might still be a piece of trash who was cultivating painstakingly on the mountain and bullied by others. I sensed the presence of my old enemy. Where's the devil ancestor? A loud voice came from the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that shrouded this part of the world. It echoed between heaven and earth and clearly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 395. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram emitted endless Yin and Yang Qi that shrouded heaven and earth. A majestic figure walked out from between the 2 huge black and white Yin and Yang eyes. Has the demon ancestor fallen? The mysterious expert said. He stood under the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, and his eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light that swept across the primordial fire demon's inner world. Finally, his gaze fell on the demonic well. The mysterious expert that walked out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was 9 feet tall. His whole body seemed to be cast from steel, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his long black hair draped over his chest and back. His resolute face looked as if it had been carved by a knife, and his deep and cold eyes were blooming with a chilling light at this moment. Yin and Yang Qi swirled around him. As the Yin and Yang Qi interacted with each other, the void where he stood seemed to be a world of chaos. The primordial fire demon in the demon realm felt like he was facing a great enemy. He felt great pressure from the white-robed middle-aged man. As soon as the man appeared, he called out the demon ancestor by name. He couldn't help but think of a terrifying madman in the past. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other 6 supreme experts also retreated at this time, no longer attacking the primordial fire demon. The terrifying power of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram froze the entire world. Even the supreme experts standing in the inner world felt an endless pressure. The people outside the inner world felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on their bodies. If the three indestructible fighting souls and the indestructible body had great divine powers and great strength, they would have long been suppressed by the terrifying pressure from the sky. Ghost Emperor Fengdu had already stopped. In the netherworld realm, there was no longer the sound of the war drums that shook the heavens and earth. The world was silent. At this time, dawn had broken in the east, and a ray of sunlight peeked out from the horizon. A new day had arrived. In the northern lands, in the endless snowy mountains, a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram shrouded the world, emitting endless Yin and Yang Qi. All the cultivators and all the living beings trembled. In the past, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the others were invincible experts who could move unhindered in the world. Even in the ancient times, there were few who could rival them. They had already vaguely guessed the identity of the mysterious expert who walked out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Could it be that legendary thing? He succeeded? Is the final battle about to begin? Looking up at the Taiji diagram in the sky, the expressions of the seven supreme experts all changed. They were mumbling to themselves, no one knew what they were talking about. However, there was no doubt that what they were talking about were ancient secrets. Even the old monsters of the Tunglong continent might not know about these secrets. Humph! Even if the fiend ancestor is really dead, I will dig up his grave and destroy his bones. The middle-aged man standing under the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram danced in the wind. He took a step forward and directly shattered the void, appearing in the demonic domain below. Courting death, primordial fire demon roared and pressed forward with his right hand. Boundless sky-burning demon fire condensed into a mountain-sized demon hand that grabbed at the middle-aged man. Rumble. A terrifying energy ripple emitted from the demon hand, shaking the demonic domain. Boundless demonic aura surged violently, as if doomsday had arrived. This demonic domain was primordial fire demon's inner world. Not only did he gather a vast amount of demonic aura, but he also mobilized the force of the heavens and earth, increasing its power by at least a few times. This was the benefit of controlling an inner world. A cultivator's strength could be increased infinitely in the inner world, allowing him to launch a stronger attack than outside the inner world. The middle-aged man sneered and pointed his finger forward in a seemingly casual manner. A ball of black and white light emerged from the tip of his finger and flew forward. The ball of black and white light instantly expanded and shrouded the heavens and earth after it flew out from the middle-aged man's fingertip. Rumble! The void enveloped by the ball of black and white light shattered and turned into chaos. This middle-aged man displayed great battle prowess. With a single finger, he shattered a part of the void, causing it to turn into primal chaos under his finger. Bang! The demon hand, which was the size of a small mountain, exploded in an instant. Boundless sky-burning demon fire swept out in all directions. Even the void was violently distorted from the heat. Primordial fire demon's fire-wreathed body was flung thousands of zhang away, smashing through a mountain before coming to a stop. He roared angrily as he soared into the sky from the shattered rocks. This was his world, his inner world. In this demonic domain, he was the ruler. He was infuriated that a place he had complete control over was repelled by someone. Roar! Primordial fire demon roared angrily at the sky. The black fire-like demon fire danced wildly. Then, the black grew to thousands of zhang long. Each strand was like a demonic dragon, emitting terrifying demon fire that coiled around the middle-aged man. Boom! The middle-aged man slapped with his palm. Yin and Yang Qi surged forward, directly shattering the demon, entangling him and sending primordial fire demon flying again. The force of the heavens and earth in the inner world could not do anything to the middle-aged man. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the others found this outcome hard to accept. This mysterious middle-aged man was too powerful. Roar! Primordial fire demon roared again and again. He charged over from afar and stood on the demonic well. His terrifying demon body was stained with blood. 10 directions annihilated. Only demons shall survive. With a roar, demon chi surged out from primordial fire demon's body and exploded. In an instant, the terrifying sky-burning demon fire covered every inch of the void in this demonic domain. Rumble! The entire demonic domain shook violently. It was pitch black inside, and all that could be seen was the pitch-black demon fire that burned and twisted the void. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't see into the pitch-black world. Boom! The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in the sky was still revolving slowly. Yin and Yang Chi were constantly emitted from the two black and white Tai Chi eyes. The Yin and Yang Chi were the power evolved when chaos gave birth to Tai Chi, and Tai Chi gave birth to Yin and Yang. The mighty power of Yin and Yang from the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram froze the entire world. No one could rush out under the cover of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. The inner worlds of Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other two supreme experts were also frozen in the void. A demonic domain and two hazy worlds covered a radius of 1,000 miles. They were three small worlds. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the pitch-black demonic domain. There was a vast demon power fluctuation there, as if it had turned into chaos. Bang! An extremely dull sound rang out from the void that was filled with terrifying demonic flames. As the sound rang out, the demonic domain immediately trembled violently. At the edge of the primordial fire demon's inner world, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared, as if an ancient giant was knocking on that part of the world. Bang! Another violent tremor. More spatial cracks appeared on the periphery of the demonic domain. They were densely packed like a spider web. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. The demon fire in the inner world seeped out from the cracked void and burned out from the demonic domain. Under the scorching heat of the demon fire, even the void of the perfect grand heaven and earth of the great world produced ripples. It was as if a part of the world had been shaken. The power of the primordial fire demon's inner world began to surge out from the dense spatial cracks. Not good. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other 6 supreme experts were shocked when they saw this. Their expressions changed. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other 2 immediately withdrew their inner worlds. After that, the 7 supreme experts broke through the void and rushed into it. In the next moment, a certain part of the void 1,000 kilometers away shook violently, and a part of the void suddenly shattered like glass. 7 figures walked out from the shattered void. Escaping into the void and then performing a great teleportation was the legendary instant teleportation. However, only experts with great power and great divine ability could perform instant teleportation. The yin-yang diagram of Tai Chi suppressed the surroundings and froze a part of the world. Even the 7 supreme experts could only use teleportation to rush out of the envelopment of the diagram. Bang! Within the demon domain that was surging with demon flames, another huge tremor rang out. Then, as if something had been shattered, the demon domain actually collapsed. Ah! A hair-raising roar of despair came from the gradually collapsing part of the world. Endless demon light burst out and the whole world surged with monstrous flames. The flames were as black as ink, plunging the whole sky into darkness. Boom! The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram shook continuously. The 2 Tai Chi eyes surged out monstrous Yin and Yang Chi, suppressing down like 100,000 mountains. The terrifying power of Yin and Yang suppressed the endless demon fire that exploded below under the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Even so, the ground and mountains within 1,000 miles all collapsed in an instant. The area within 1,000 miles became a dead zone. The cultivators who witnessed this scene all exclaimed. The important figures present were even more shocked. A part of the inner world was actually collapsing before their eyes. The mysterious person who walked out from the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram was too freakishly powerful. He could be said to be a world-shaking expert. Needless to say, the person who caused all of this was definitely that mysterious person. No one knew what was happening in the primordial fire demon's inner world. However, everything that was happening before their eyes was real. Chapter 396. High up in the sky, the devil flames surged and surged violently. Moreover, although the pitch-black devil flames emitted a black light, it was still dazzling and glaring. It burned more and more intensely, almost to the point where people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. If it wasn't for the mysterious and unfathomable Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram revealing its extraordinary might and freezing the heavens and the earth here, then the 5,000 kilometers north would probably have been destroyed by the devil territory that exploded. Even so, The land within a radius of thousands of miles melted like ice and snow. Thousands of feet of soil were shaved off, and the ground sank for thousands of feet. A huge pit appeared in the endless snow mountains. Rumble. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram shook continuously, emitting layers of yin and yang qi. The two black and white yin-yang eyes were like two bottomless abysses, madly devouring the exploding boundless demonic fire. Roar. A demonic roar came from the boundless demonic fire. Then, the surging demonic fire condensed into a 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The demonic shadow's head reached the sky, and its feet stood on the ground. Its 10,000 zhang tall demonic body exuded an extremely terrifying demonic aura. It swung its mountain-like fist at the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in the sky. There was no more terrifying attack than a powerful enemy's counterattack before death. Although the primordial fire demon had been sealed under the earth's fire vein for countless years, and his vitality was greatly damaged, he could still be called an unparalleled expert. His inner world had been destroyed, which was equivalent to destroying half of his Tao foundation. He could no longer compete with the white-robed middle-aged man who walked out of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. However, his counterattack before death was also extremely ferocious and terrifying. It almost shattered the entire void. Endless pitch-black demonic fire surged up along with the demonic shadow's fist. Bam! The diagram shook violently, and the yin and yang qi surged. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram was actually blasted into the sky by the demonic shadow. The desperate attack had successfully shaken the diagram. Humph! A cold snort came from the demonic fire. Then, strands of alternating black and white yin and yang qi shot out from the demonic shadow's body. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow was immediately riddled with holes and gradually faded away. The terrifying demonic shadow was collapsing, and once again turned into pitch-black demonic fire. Rumble. The divine diagram that enveloped the entire world revolved slowly, suppressing down once more. The two Tai Chi Yin-Yang eyes once again devoured the terrifying sky-burning demon fire crazily. At that moment, a black light broke through the layers of demonic flames like a black bolt of lightning. Within the black light, one could vaguely see a demonic well. A big hand with black and white qi curling around it reached out from the demonic flames, wanting to intercept the black demonic light. However, the black demonic light instantly went far away, evading the hand. The speed was simply indescribable. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Stop him. We must destroy that demonic well. The group of supreme experts roared and chased after the black demonic light. The speed of the 7 great unparalleled powerhouses was also extremely fast. In an instant, they were far away. The imperishable body that came from the cave under the icy pool of azure waters of Taishan Mountain directly shattered the void, constantly using the void teleportation technique to pursue. The other unparalleled powerhouses also displayed their respective magical powers. The nameless middle-aged man strolled in the void, traveling hundreds of miles with each step. His speed was not any slower than the imperishable body's teleportation. As for Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he directly turned into a hazy ghost shadow, like a ghost. He silently crossed the void and chased after the demonic light in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the demonic light that wrapped around the demonic well and the figures of the 7 great unparalleled powerhouses disappeared in the morning light. At that moment, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram displayed an unfathomable power. The endless demonic flames that enveloped thousands of miles were all swallowed by the divine diagram in an instant. A majestic figure appeared under the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, standing in the void. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he gave people a strange feeling, as if they were dreaming. Everything that happened before gave people a feeling of unreality. However, the shattered land and crumbled mountains were so real that they couldn't be more real in front of everyone's eyes. After the divine diagram in the sky engulfed the demonic flames, it quickly shrank and turned into a black and white divine light that entered the mysterious man's body. He glanced in the direction that the demonic well had flown in, then directly disappeared into the void. No one could clearly see how he left, not even the old tortoise. After the white-robed middle-aged man who walked out of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram disappeared, there was silence in the mountains. After a long time, someone woke up from the shock. At that moment, the demigods and demigods who had fought somewhere else appeared out of nowhere and chased in the direction that the demonic well had disappeared. In the western sky, a peaceful Buddha's light surged, as if the immortals and Buddhas had descended, filling the world with peace. The Buddha's light instantly went far away. Gu Fei vaguely saw the figure of a little monk in the Buddha's light. This Buddha's powerhouse, who even the old tortoise was a bit afraid of, also headed in the direction that the demonic well had disappeared. Gu Fei felt that the demonic light had disappeared in the north. That direction was where the far north demon region was. The demonic light might have some kind of connection with the far north demon region. Let's go take a look too. Who knows, we might be able to fish in troubled waters. Haha, the old tortoise laughed out loud. Then he wrapped Gu Fei with the inner world energy and flew north. At that moment, the endless snow mountain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators walked out of the mountains. Rays of sword light shot into the sky and flew south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Those were the cultivators of the Guangxing Immortal sect riding on the rays of sword light to leave the north and return to the central plains. Then, a giant golden talisman that looked like a golden cloud carried dozens of cultivators and flew south. Those were the cultivators of the Shangxing sect. They had also retreated. Rumble. Amidst the sound, an ancient altar rose from the mountains. The altar emitted a dazzling glow, and on it stood more than a dozen cultivators with fluttering sleeves. They looked like immortals among the cultivators. One of them wore a purple and gold Taoist crown and a purple Taoist robe. His long beard hung down to his chest. It was the Taishan sect leader Taoist Shen. Old Taoist Ku Rong had already chased after the demonic light that had disappeared into the northern sky, but he had left this ancient altar behind. The altar, which was surrounded by rays of light, shot into the sky from the mountains. It then carried the cultivators of the Taishan sect and flew south. The people of the Taishan sect were also about to leave the north and return to the central plains. Tonight's battle could be said to have shocked the world and made the gods weep. So many cultivators who had surpassed demigods and even immortals had appeared. A battle of this level had nothing to do with the cultivators of the royal void realm. It was difficult for them to intervene. Even demigods and demons would find it difficult to protect themselves, let alone the cultivators of the royal void realm. The three great Taoist sects had to preserve their strength. Therefore, the cultivators of the sects had chosen to leave the north and return to the central plains. Other forces had also begun to leave the north. Chapter 397. In the depths of the northern snowy mountains, rainbow-like rays of light streaked across the sky in the morning, heading north. In addition to demigods, many peerless experts also chased in the direction where the demonic well disappeared. The power of heaven and earth in the old turtle's body wrapped around Gu Fei as they flew high up in the sky. There was no ray of light, not even a fluctuation of magic power. They simply soared into the sky and flew. With the old turtle's strength as a quasi-immortal, he quickly left those peerless experts far behind, and the endless snowy mountains quickly moved backward. Soon, the old turtle and Gu Fei rushed out of the endless snowy mountains. A bottomless abyss lay in front of them like an insurmountable barrier. Over there, immortal aura was faintly discernible, and multicolored lights flickered. Endless spiritual energy rushed toward them, invigorating their spirits. This was a rare immortal aura, but no one was willing to refine the immortal aura here. Although this place was like a fairyland, like a holy land for cultivators, this was actually just an illusion. There was absolutely no sign of cultivators in the vicinity. This was because the immortal aura here was very chaotic, extremely chaotic. For some reason, once this extremely chaotic immortal aura entered a cultivator's body, it would cause their magic power to boil. In less severe cases, they would suffer from qi deviation and destroy their hard-earned Dao foundation. In more severe cases, they would explode and die. This was known as one of the most evil places in the Tunglong continent, the abyss of immortals and demons. The abyss of immortals and demons was separated from the northern demon region by the difficulty of immortal and mortal. It was precisely because of the existence of the abyss of immortals and demons that the countless demons in the northern demon region could not come out. Otherwise, the northern demon region would become a paradise for countless demons. Swoosh! The old turtle and Gu Fei descended from the sky and landed on a mountain peak beside the abyss of immortals and demons. There was no snow near the abyss of immortals and demons. Perhaps even cold air was unwilling to approach this place. Although the chaotic immortal aura could not be refined, it made the area around the abyss of immortals and demons green. The trees were lush and verdant, and bees were flying on unknown flowers from time to time. This place. The old tortoise could not help but turn pale when it sensed the extremely violent and chaotic fluctuation of spiritual qi in front of it. There was no one else on the mountain peak except for Gu Fei and the old turtle. Gu Fei looked around and found many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Obviously, some people were blocked by the vast immortal aura of the abyss and could not advance. What, even you can't go through? Gu Fei asked. If even the old tortoise couldn't pass through the abyss of immortals and demons, it was even more impossible for the others. It was old tortoise's first time coming to this place, but he could faintly feel that something was wrong. This place was very strange, as if there was an inexplicable danger, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. Old tortoise did not speak. After pondering for a while, he reached out and picked up a 500-kilogram boulder next to him. He then swung it forward, and the boulder immediately flew forward. That 1,000-gene boulder that smashed into the abyss of immortals and demons only made a chi sound before it turned into dust and drifted down from the sky. The extremely chaotic and violent immortal chi in front of them possessed an unimaginable destructive power. In an instant, it turned a huge boulder that weighed 1,000 kilograms into dust. Seeing this scene, the old turtle's expression changed. At this time, a vast energy fluctuation came from the abyss of immortals and demons. Auspicious Buddhist lights flashed in the chaotic immortal aura. Gu Fei and the old turtle were shocked. Gu Fei, who knew what kind of place the abyss of immortals and demons was so shocked that he forgot to close his mouth. There was actually someone flying above the chaotic immortal aura of the abyss of immortals and demons. It was hard to believe that any magical technique or divine ability would be ineffective in the abyss of immortals and demons. The chaotic immortal aura formed an unfathomable power. This power could imprison everything and make all magical techniques ineffective. Even an immortal would find it difficult to fly above the abyss of immortals and demons. In the abyss ahead, the immortal aura surged violently. A figure wrapped in a Buddhist light rushed out of the surging immortal aura. Swoosh! The Buddhist light illuminated the sky. It was as if heavenly flowers were falling and golden lotuses were emerging. A figure emitting a boundless Buddhist light rushed out of the abyss of immortals and demons like a heavenly Buddha. Within the Buddhist light, a young monk with white teeth and pink lips, dressed in a white monk robe, flew over with a somewhat panicked expression. He held an alms bowl in his hand and flew over. This little monk was the almighty Buddhist who came out from the tomb of the Buddha Lord. At this time, this almighty Buddhist who was comparable to an immortal seemed to be in a sorry state. His monk robe was torn and his face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. There was a very conspicuous bloodstain on the corner of the little monk's mouth. He looked tired as if he had suffered a serious injury. Waha! Little bald donkey, you have such a day. This is really karma. The old turtle let out a strange cry and rushed towards the little monk from the abyss of immortals and demons with a murderous aura. Old turtle! Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. This old turtle brought him to this place to take revenge on the little monk. There were many powerful cultivators nearby. If he ran into the Beitang clan or the Dongfang clan, he would be out of luck. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This little monk who came out from the tomb of the Buddha Lord really had an unfathomable ability. He was able to fly above the abyss of immortals and demons that was said to be impossible for mortals and immortals. If it was an ordinary cultivator, once they flew into the abyss of immortals and demons, they would be imprisoned by the unfathomable power within the abyss, falling from the sky and smashing to death in the bottomless abyss. not even knowing how they died. The little monk, whose body was emitting a peaceful Buddhist glow, turned even paler when he saw the old tortoise. Without saying a word, he flew toward the west. "Humph! Want to escape? It won't be that easy," the old turtle shouted and then opened his inner world. He opened his inner world, and the power of the heavens and earth surged out, enveloping the little monk who was fleeing. A terrifying power spread between heaven and earth. The old tortoise was like a peerless demon as he displayed great power. Endless Buddhist light collapsed and dissipated in his internal world. Swish! The little monk left behind an afterimage and narrowly escaped the devouring power of the old turtle's inner world. He didn't even look back as he continued to escape. The little monk seemed to have been seriously injured in the abyss of immortals and demons and didn't dare to fight the old turtle. "Little bald donkey, weren't you very awe-inspiring? You chased me from the west earth to the north. Now that you see me, you want to run?" The old turtle felt great and happy. He could finally vent the grievances he had endured for the past few months. Ever since he broke the seal of the tomb of the Buddha Lord and provoked this little monk, he hadn't had a day of peace. He was chased from the west earth to the north by the little monk. Over the past few months, Old Tortoise had been living the most aggrieved days of his life. Now, the old turtle was taking revenge. How could he let the little monk go so easily? He didn't even care about the demonic well that had flown into the far north demon region. "Old turtle, come back!" Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak and shouted at the old turtle. His voice echoed through the mountains and lingered for a long time. However, the old turtle turned a deaf ear and continued to chase after the little monk. The two sub-immortal experts flew through the sky at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the western sky one after the other. "This old turtle is outrageous," Gu Fei cursed in a low voice. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't want to stay on the mountain peak and be so conspicuous. Behind him, there were flashes of light. The peerless experts were gradually approaching. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and rushed down the mountain. However, when he was halfway down the mountain, a figure stopped him. It was a young cultivator dressed in black, and it was someone he knew. "Brother Gu, why are you in such a hurry? The elders of my sect want to invite you to Guangxing Immortal sect as a guest. I hope you won't refuse," the newcomer said with a smile. The aura he exuded was like an unsheathed divine sword, showing off its sharpness. "Guangxing Immortal sect's Renwuming?" Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract when he saw the young man. This person was the most outstanding disciple of Guangxing Immortal sect. Back in the virtual sky world, in order to collect the 9-colored longevity grass, Gu Fei had a brief fight with this most outstanding disciple of Guangxing Immortal sect. Renwuming was defeated by Gu Fei. "Go to Guangxing Immortal sect as a guest?" Gu Fei looked at Renwuming meaningfully and said with a smile. Renwuming wasn't a match for him that day. Today, Gu Fei's cultivation level had improved greatly, so Renwuming was even less of a match for him. "That's right. Brother Gu, you should come with me to avoid making things difficult for me," Renwuming said calmly, and the aura he exuded became even stronger. His whole body was like a divine sword. Powerful sword aura surged out of his body, causing the sword aura on the mountainside to surge, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. "Hee, do you think you can invite me?" Gu Fei said with a smile, but in his heart, he was thinking that unless Renwuming's cultivation level was in the royal void realm, he would be defeated by me again today. Hearing this, Renwuming's expression immediately turned cold. He said coldly, "I can't ask you to move, but my sword can. After the battle that day, I've been thinking about you, Brother Gu, all the time." Renwuming's gaze, which was as cold as the edge of a sword, stared fiercely at Gu Fei's face. In his eyes, there was anger, unwillingness, and hatred. One should know that his master, Lu Ruhai, had died in the hands of the old tortoise. The old tortoise had a close relationship with Gu Fei. It was obvious that the most outstanding descendant of the Guangxing Celestial sect's younger generation had a grudge against Gu Fei. "Haha, I'm not a woman. Why are you thinking about me? Do you have gay fetishes? Gu Fei laughed. Ren Wuming's expression suddenly became a bit unsightly. He said coldly, "The three great Tao schools are like brothers. Gu Fei, don't force me to fight." Chapter 398. As if a white cloud floated up from the foot of the mountain, a graceful figure with peerless beauty approached quickly and arrived in front of them in an instant. Her face was like jade, her body was slender, and her waist was slender. She wore a white dress that fluttered naturally, giving her an otherworldly temperament. When Gu Fei saw this woman, he couldn't help but be stunned. This young, beautiful woman was like a fairy, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She had an otherworldly beauty, like the lotus in the Jasper Lake or the snow lotus on the snow mountain. She gave people a feeling that she didn't eat the food of the mortal world. In this world, there was no shortage of beautiful women, but it was very difficult to find a beauty with an otherworldly temperament like this. However, what made Gu Fei's mind ripple wasn't this beautiful woman's peerless appearance and otherworldly temperament, but it was because he had an unforgettable and profound experience with this woman. This woman was Guangxing Sec's junior sister, Li Mengyao. Junior sister, why are you here? When Ren Wuming saw Li Mengyao, he couldn't help but frown, especially when he saw the strange expression on Gu Fei's face. Ren Wuming felt even more disgusted. Are you really Gu Fei? Li Mengyao said with a trembling voice. Looking at the familiar yet strange face in front of her, Li Mengyao couldn't stay calm anymore. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said to Li Mengyao in a panic, "Junior sister Li, long time no see. How have you been?" He really didn't know what to say. He felt a little guilty towards Li Mengyao, although what happened in the virtual sky world wasn't his fault. "I'm a very good," Li Mengyao said absent-mindedly and cursed herself in her heart. "What's wrong with me? Didn't I say I'll kill this guy when I see him again?" Not long ago, Li Mengyao hated Gu Fei very much. But in recent years, she didn't know when she started to feel that she didn't hate Gu Fei anymore. She even faintly hoped to see Gu Fei again. Towards the man who took their virginity, perhaps all women would remember that moment unforgettable. Even in death, they would never forget it. Although Li Mengyao was a cultivator, she was also an inexperienced woman. She didn't know when it started, but Gu Fei's shadow had been deeply imprinted in her heart. "Little junior sister, step down." Ren Wuming could not help but shout in a low voice when he saw that there seemed to be something amiss between Li Mengyao and Gu Fei. "Big senior brother." Li Mengyao suddenly woke up from her stupor. She couldn't help but blush, revealing a shy look of a girl. Li Mengyao's expression caused Gu Fei's eyes to brighten. When he recalled the lingering scene with Li Mengyao in the nameless valley in the virtual sky world, a trace of indescribable feelings emerged in his heart. Unconsciously, Gu Fei felt that his heart was beating faster than usual, and the speed at which his qi and blood circulated was also faster than usual. What was going on with him? Gu Fei had never experienced something like this before. Even on Taishan Mountain, when he was with Zhao Zairu of Purple Bamboo Peak, he had never felt this way. "Brother Gu, please come with me." Ren Wuming stared at Gu Fei coldly and said in a deep voice. The sword aura from his body fluctuated even more violently. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Ren Wuming's voice woke him up from that wonderful feeling, which made him very angry. He looked at Ren Wuming with a sharp gaze. "You're not my opponent. If you and I weren't from the Tao sect, I wouldn't have said so much to you. I would have directly knocked you down." Gu Fei didn't give any face to Ren Wuming. There were always people who overestimated themselves and didn't know what was good for them. In Gu Fei's opinion, Ren Wuming was such a person. The best way to deal with such people was to ruthlessly trample them under your feet. Only then would they learn to be a little more obedient. "Then I'm sorry." Ren Wuming's expression darkened. Then, a clang was heard and a bright sword aura shot out from him, piercing towards Gu Fei in front of him. A gust of cold sword aura immediately spread out on the mountainside. The surrounding temperature was quickly lowered by this powerful sword aura, making people feel cold, as if they were standing in the cold wind. "Li Mengyao, don't!" Li Mengyao exclaimed. She wanted to stop him, but how could Ren Wuming listen to her? He had long wanted to have another showdown with Gu Fei. Ever since he was defeated by Gu Fei in the virtual sky world, Ren Wuming had been cultivating crazily after he returned to Guangxing Immortal sect. He even broke into the forbidden cultivation area of Guangxing Immortal sect alone. In the dangerous sword grave, he cultivated in closed-door meditation for a year and mastered a rare sword technique in Guangxing Immortal sect. Ren Wuming, whose cultivation level had greatly improved, was even more eager to fight with Gu Fei to wash away his shame. Today was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Ren Wuming no longer hesitated and directly attacked with his sword. The bright sword aura seemed to tear the void and instantly shot towards Gu Fei's chest, wanting to pierce through him. "I told you, you're not my opponent. Not that day, not today," Gu Fei said coldly. Then he directly slapped the sword aura with his right hand. There was no dazzling light or strong fluctuation of primordial qi. It was just like a casual slap. However, it was this casual slap that caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Gu Fei's right hand came into contact with the dazzling sword light. However, the sword aura that could cut jade and gold not only couldn't cut Gu Fei's palm, but it was also slapped away by Gu Fei. Ren Wuming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook violently and he took 3 steps back. His face turned pale in an instant. He pointed his sword at the air, and the sword light that had been sent flying by Gu Fei immediately flew back to him like a rainbow. Seeing this scene, Li Mengyao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was too shocking. He actually used his flesh and blood to resist the flying sword of a sword cultivator. It should be known that the disciples of the Guangxing Celestial sect walked the path of the sword celestial. The flying sword could be said to be their life. Day and night it was refined by the sword qi in their body, and it was closely related to their aura. The path of the sword celestial, if cultivated successfully with a sword in hand, it would have the power to break through all kinds of techniques. It was much more powerful than the treasures of martial cultivators. The skills of a sword cultivator were all on the flying sword. However, today, there was someone who used his flesh and blood to shake the flying sword of the most outstanding disciple of the Guangxing Celestial sect. It was really unbelievable. 1 sword into 7 stars. Ren Wuming let out a loud roar, and his right hand pointed at the sword light in front of him. Then, the sword light immediately grew to 100 feet. In the midst of the violent vibrations, the sword light turned into 7 sword lights. The 7 brilliant sword lights emitted a strong sword aura. The space around them seemed to be torn apart. The rocks around them were affected by the sword aura and instantly turned into dust. "Go!" As Ren Wuming shouted, the 7 streaks of frightening sword light turned into 7 meteors that shot towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! 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 The 7 sword lights were all 10 zhang long. They were like 7 heavenly swords. When they arrived in front of Gu Fei, they suddenly flew apart and surrounded Gu Fei. Not only that, but the 7 rays of sword light also vibrated. Then, the 7 rays turned into 14 rays, and the 14 rays turned into 28 rays. In an instant, the endless rays of sword light turned into a storm of swords, engulfing Gu Fei. Eldest senior brother, you! Li Mengyao was shocked. She knew that Ren Wuming was risking his life and using the ultimate move that he had recently learned in the Guangxing Celestial Sect's forbidden area, the Sword Tomb. The endless sword lights covered the sky and covered the earth. It was everywhere. Gu Fei couldn't avoid it at all and was trapped by the endless sword aura in an instant. Within the sword lights, there seemed to be countless stars appearing. It seemed to form a mysterious sword formation and guided the power of the stars. At this moment, Ren Wuming's spiritual power was surging. He had already used the power of the sword origin in his body to the extreme. His face was already red. Green veins were popping on his forehead. Ren Wuming's master, Lu Ruhai, was known as the Northern Dipper Taoist in the cultivation world. This name was named after the sword art that he practiced. 1 sword turning into 7 stars and then the Northern Dipper sword formation. It used the power of the stars in the sky and turned it into endless sword aura to kill the opponent. Ren Wuming had received Lu Ruhai's teachings. The ultimate move that he used was the Northern Dipper Stars sword formation. If the sword art was cultivated to the extreme, it could even use the northern Dipper stars as a guide to activate the great heavenly cycle star sword formation. Its power was so great that it could even kill a real deity. This sword art was one of the most powerful mysterious techniques in the Guangxing celestial sect. However, it was a pity that Ren Wuming only knew a little about this profound sword art. He hadn't even reached a higher level, so it was difficult for him to truly display the power of the northern Dipper sword formation. Boom! A loud sound shook the mountains. Then, a huge golden hand broke through the endless sword lights and came out from the endless sword aura. Under the huge hand, countless sword lights were shattered. The heaven and earth were shaken and the void shook violently. The huge golden hand emitted a terrifying power of destruction and went straight for Ren Wuming. Yuan Qi that was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea rippled on the waist of the mountain. Have mercy! Seeing this shocking scene, Li Mengyao couldn't help but turn pale with fright. She quickly shouted and flew in front of Ren Wuming to block him. The northern Dipper sword formation was broken. Countless sword lights shattered and turned into specks of starlight, floating in the void. A majestic figure walked out from the starlight. In Gu Fei's hand, there was a 3 feet long bright sword light that was twisting like a spirit snake. Chapter 399. The Big Dipper sword formation was broken, and the flying sword was caught by Gu Fei. Ren Wuming suffered a great impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his blue robe. He staggered a few steps back and his expression suddenly became weary. He muttered to himself in a daze. How could this be? How could this be? Could it be? I'm really not as good as Gu Fei. Ren Wuming's voice was full of sorrow. His face was full of disappointment, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and grief. Several years of crazy cultivation had been exchanged for an instant of defeat. He couldn't accept it. He didn't even dare to face this reality. The eldest senior brother of the Guangxing celestial sect, the most outstanding descendant of the younger generation of the sect, was simply a joke in the eyes of Ren Wuming. He could defeat him easily. Eldest senior brother. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Ren Wuming's dazed appearance. She knew that this blow was a bit cruel for Ren Wuming. All the disciples in the sect knew that ever since Ren Wuming came back from the virtual sky world, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He cultivated alone in the forbidden area of the sect. In the virtual sky world, Ren Wuming was defeated by Gu Fei. Many people in the 3 great Dao schools saw it. After the people of the 3 great Dao schools returned from the virtual sky world, the news spread. Gu Fei's identity was not difficult to find out. Therefore, everyone knew that the most outstanding descendant of the Guangxing celestial sect had been defeated by a disciple of the Taishan sect who was once called a cripple. This made the young cultivators of the Guangxing celestial sect feel ashamed. When they went down the mountain and met the disciples of the Taishan sect, they didn't have any good expressions. Some impulsive disciples even had conflicts with the disciples of the Taishan sect. As for the small fights between the disciples of the 2 sects, the higher-ups of the Guangxing celestial sect and the Taishan sect both turned a blind eye and did not interfere. I said, "You are no match for me." Gu Fei strode forward, his whole body surging with primordial qi. With every step he took, the ground trembled, as if an ancient giant was moving. In Gu Fei's right hand, there was a 3-foot light that was twisting and struggling like a spiritual snake. This light was Ren Wuming's natal flying sword. I'm no match for you. I'm no match for you. Ren Wuming's body swayed continuously. His face was deathly pale as he muttered to himself. In the end, he actually sat down on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Gu Fei. Li Mengyao's expression was complicated as she looked at the young man who was approaching her step by step. Somehow she started to panic. Gu Fei arrived in front of Li Mengyao and stopped. He looked at Li Mengyao and the aura on his body began to fade. His face was no longer cold and he remained silent. After a while, Gu Fei's right hand suddenly surged with a vast wave of Yuan Qi, and a 5-colored aura suddenly enveloped the 3 feet long flying sword in his hand. Then, under Li Mengyao's astonished gaze, The 3-feet-long flying sword that was radiating a sharp sword aura gradually turned into a simple and unadorned long sword. This scene had already exceeded Li Mengyao's imagination. One must know that Ren Wu Ming's cultivation base. She was very clear. After coming out of the Forbidden Grounds, Ren Wu Ming's cultivation base had already broken through to the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. His flying sword had already been refined to the point that it was like a part of his body. However, this extremely powerful flying sword was shaken by someone's flesh and blood. It was hard to imagine. Could it be that Gu Fei's hand was even tougher than the flying sword? This long sword seemed to be an antique. Gu Fei did not erase the mark that belonged to Ren Wu Ming on this long sword. He only used his own strength to temporarily suppress this flying sword. Gu Fei did not say anything, but passed the long sword in his hand to Li Mengyao, then turned around and walked down the mountain. Li Mengyao also did not say anything. After receiving the long sword from Gu Fei, she kept staring at Gu Fei. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She only watched as Gu Fei left. The relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao was a little strange. They were not lovers, nor were they Dao companions, but they had more intimate contact than lovers. The two of them met under this kind of situation, but for a moment, they did not know what to do. They did not know how to face each other. Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the forest at the foot of the mountain, but Li Mengyao was still like a fool. She held the long sword with both her hands, and looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. Roar! Suddenly, a shrill roar came from the side, pulling Li Mengyao back from her thoughts. She was shocked, and just as she was about to turn around, a strong gust of wind swept past her. Then her hand shook, and the long sword was taken away by someone. Swoosh! A green figure rushed past Li Mengyao's side, and madly rushed down the mountain. That person was Guangxing Celestial Sect's Big Shixiang, Ren Wu Ming. Big Shixiang. Li Mengyao was shocked, and quickly chased after him. With Ren Wu Ming's current situation, she felt a little uneasy. The two of them were like the wind and lightning, and very quickly, they disappeared down the mountain. After Li Mengyao and Ren Wu Ming left, a figure walked out from behind a rock somewhere on the mountainside. This person had a graceful figure, wore a light blue dress, and had a jade-like face. If it was not Beitang Yu, who else could it be? Beitang Yu, an expert of the Beitang family's older generation, with a cultivation base of the 8th heaven of Ascended Realm. She was known as the descendant of the Beitang family, who had the most hope of breaking through to the void-controlling realm in the past 100 years. Although she was already 70 or 80 years old, Beitang Yu's appearance still looked like a 24 or 25-year-old young girl. Gu Fei has actually become so powerful to be able to easily defeat the number one of the Guangxing Celestial Sect's younger generation. Could it be? Beitang Yu's expression changed, and no one knew what she was thinking. She pondered for a moment and then said, "Transcending mortality realm cultivators are already unable to kill this kid. Looks like I have to ask the elders of the clan to take action." The Beitang clan would not allow the enemies of the clan to grow. Since it was a threat, then it would be better to kill it in the cradle. Otherwise, when the enemy grew up, it would bring unimaginable damage to the Beitang clan. After Beitang Yu made up her mind, she turned and left. Ever since Gu Fei came down from the mountain, he felt that something was wrong. After his cultivation broke through to the 6th sky of the transcending mortality realm, his spiritual sense became more sensitive. He could faintly feel that someone was spying on him in the dark. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly used the 8 desolation steps, traversing through the forest near the abyss of immortals and demons. He tried his best to conceal his aura. As a cultivator, the physical body was the source of power. Gu Fei's control over his physical body could be said to have reached the peak of perfection. Under the state of concealing his aura, all his yuan qi was absorbed into his muscles, bones, blood, and qi. Not a single strand of it leaked out. Even if Gu Fei was only left with the most basic of physical strength, he had the strength to fight against a 6th sky of the transcending mortality realm cultivator. A step spanning 100 meters, Gu Fei was moving quickly in the mountains. This was the result of his physical strength. He did not use his yuan qi, but he was already able to move at such speed. Gu Fei was not running aimlessly near the abyss of immortals and demons. He was moving in the opposite direction of the ancient stone bridge that spanned across the abyss of immortals and demons. Needless to say, the big shots of the northern lands were either passing through the ancient stone bridge that spanned across the abyss of immortals and demons to enter the extreme north demon domain, or activating the transmission array in the northern lands to enter the extreme north demon domain. So far, Gu Fei had only seen one person who could fly above the abyss of immortals and demons. That person was the mysterious little monk who walked out from the tomb of the Buddha Lord. Gu Fei's senses were very accurate. There was indeed someone spying on him in the dark. An old woman with white hair and a face full of wrinkles appeared at the foot of a mountain, intercepting Gu Fei. "Who are you?" Gu Fei stopped. He had no choice but to stop, because he felt a dangerous aura from the other party. This old woman revealed her killing intent towards him. The old woman bent her waist, like an old woman with one foot in the grave. Her expression was cold. Although she was standing there quietly, it made Gu Fei feel a strong sense of oppression. "A dead person does not need to know my name." The old woman paused for a moment and then continued, "Not to mention, you do not have the qualifications to know who I am. You want to kill me?" Gu Fei said in a cold voice. He was secretly startled. This old woman was an expert from which family? He did not have many enemies. Only the Beitang family and Dongfang family wanted his life. Could it be this old woman came from the Dongfang family or the Beitang family? Gu Fei thought of this possibility. It seemed that this was the only possibility that made sense. "Humph! Killing you is as easy as pinching an ant. My grandnephew is really making trouble, ah," the old woman said, shaking her head disapprovingly. Then, she took a step forward with the might of thunder and lightning. Her right hand that was as skinny as a chicken's claw directly grabbed towards Gu Fei. This move of the old woman seemed ordinary, like a casual grab. However, in Gu Fei's eyes it was a completely different matter. The old woman's skinny fingers, in Gu Fei's eyes, were endless. It was as if the sky and earth in front of him were covered by the old woman's fingers. A peerless expert? Gu Fei was shocked. He used the 8 desolation steps and turned around to escape. It was difficult for him to fight against an expert of this level. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage in his original position. He rushed out from the encirclement of the old woman's fingers. In the next moment, he appeared 400 or 500 feet away. The 8 desolation steps was mysterious and unfathomable. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased, this movement technique also gradually displayed its formidable power, as if it was limitless. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The place where Gu Fei was standing a moment ago had a huge handprint. The handprint was imprinted into the ground. It was bottomless. Chapter 400. Gu Fei did not dare to stay any longer. He took another step forward and his body turned into a phantom, moving extremely fast in the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages that seemed real yet illusory. "Humph! In front of me, you better resign yourself to fate." That old woman took a step forward, as though she had teleported, directly appearing above Gu Fei, and then stomped her foot down. Rumble! A terrifying power surged under her foot, causing the void to tremble. The old woman's right foot was expanding infinitely, stomping down on Gu Fei below. An extremely dangerous aura instantly shrouded Gu Fei, causing all the pores on Gu Fei's body to explode. This was the body's perception of danger, making the most direct response. Gu Fei was taken aback, and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! That huge foot directly stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. A portion of the ground immediately crumbled, forming cracks that spread out in all directions. The vast and mighty airwave almost flipped Gu Fei over. Gu Fei was horrified. A peerless expert was indeed powerful. With just a lift of their hand, they seemed to be able to attract the chi of heaven and earth, displaying a great power. A peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm was not something a transcending mortality realm cultivator could compare to. The difference between the two was an entire realm, and the difference in strength was like the clouds and mud. In terms of the level of comprehension towards heaven and earth, a transcending mortality realm cultivator could not be compared to a peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm. Although Gu Fei's physical body was incomparably strong, the gap between the realms was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Even with tyrannical strength, it was hard to make up for this gap. Gu Fei executed the 8 desolate steps and quickly dodged to the distance. However, that old woman was really too powerful. She moved in the void, and her speed seemed to be even faster than Gu Fei. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures, one running wildly on the ground, and the other chasing in the sky. That old woman, with every step she took in the void, a vast and mighty wave of energy surged under her feet, rushing towards Gu Fei. Boom! 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 The forest below continued to crumble. Dust surged and debris swirled in the air. It was as if they had been struck by meteorites from beyond the heavens. The loud noises shook the mountains. The 8 desolation steps were mysterious and unpredictable. Gu Fei would always rush out from the energy storms in the sky at the critical moment. As the chase continued, the 2 of them quickly rushed out for over 10 kilometers. Things had already developed to this point beyond the old woman's expectations. She had never imagined that Gu Fei would be able to last so long against her. In her opinion, for a peerless expert of the void-resisting realm to annihilate a transcending mortality realm cultivator, it would be as easy as flipping a palm, as easy as pinching an ant to death. However, the ant she wanted to kill was unusually tenacious. Preposterous! The old woman was a little angry from embarrassment. Among the peerless experts, she was also a veteran, a famous expert. Taking action against a transcending mortality realm cultivator was already a big deal. The old woman took a step in the void. Then, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged out from her old body. Then, rays of green light rushed out from her body, like divine ropes, entangling towards Gu Fei below. There were a total of 18 divine ropes that emitted green light, as if they were alive, extremely agile. Swoosh! 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 The 18 divine ropes, each 10 feet long, moved quickly in the void, sealing the sky and trapping the earth. In an instant, they trapped Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The treasures of a peerless expert were indeed extraordinary. The divine ropes cut off all his escape routes, making him a fish in the net, unable to escape. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar as his right hand struck forward. A blinding aura, like a surging river, surged forward. He wanted to knock away the entangling green divine ropes. However, the treasures refined by a peerless expert were extraordinary, possessing great power. The 18 divine ropes did not budge under the impact of the boundless palm force, and continued to entangle Gu Fei. Rays of light flickered, and spiritual energy surged. The 18 divine ropes converged from all directions, instantly entangling Gu Fei like a rice dumpling. The treasures of a peerless expert were hard to dodge. Bang! Gu Fei lost his balance and fell to the ground like a piece of wood. He was horrified, and his heart felt like a great disaster was about to befall him. However, he did not despair. On the contrary, the more desperate the situation was, the more his desire to live became. He didn't want to die. The old woman descended from the sky and stood next to Gu Fei. She said with a regretful expression, "Little boy, I have to admit that you are the one with the most potential among the younger generation that I have ever seen. Killing you is a bit of a pity." "Haha, if you think it's a pity, then don't kill me." Gu Fei struggled to roll his body so that he was lying on his back, and then he struggled to sit up from the ground. The 18 divine ropes shrunk to the size of a finger. It looked like they were refined from 18 incomparably tough vines, tightly wrapping around Gu Fei. The 18 divine ropes caused Gu Fei's bones to emit crackling sounds, as if they were about to shatter. "This is truly astonishing. You can actually withstand my heaven-binding rope. You should know that even a peerless expert would have their tendons and bones broken after being bound by my heaven-binding rope. But you..." The old woman seemed extremely shocked. "You treated me like this? Aren't you afraid that my big brother will come for you?" Gu Fei didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he was strangely calm. He didn't seem like someone facing a life or death situation. Your big brother? The old woman couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, "You're talking about the great expert of the demon race that came with you, right?" The old woman smiled. "At this time, who do you think will come to save you? Who will be able to save you? If I kill you, who will know that I killed you?" The old woman seemed to be very happy, and the wrinkles on her face deepened. "Ha ha, is that so?" Gu Fei laughed, but his heart was extremely anxious. He was gathering the power of the second energy source. The power of the world gathered between his eyebrows and was bound in his sea of consciousness. He wanted to give this old woman a fatal blow, but now wasn't the time. He didn't have enough power. "Since I'm going to die, can you let me know why I'm going to die?" Gu Fei said with a face of despair. He was stalling for time, and the power of the world in his inner world was constantly being guided out. The vertical purple mark between his eyebrows began to appear on his skin. Of course, under Gu Fei's control, the vertical mark wasn't very obvious. If one didn't look carefully, it would be absolutely difficult to notice. Gu Fei's inner world's power had already merged with his body to a certain extent. It was equivalent to his second energy source. When he used the power of the world in his inner world, even a peerless void-controlling expert wouldn't be able to notice it. This was because only a powerful cultivator who had cultivated the inner world would be able to open the second energy source and derive all kinds of divine abilities and magical arts of the second energy source. Even a demigod powerhouse would have a hard time sensing the energy fluctuations of the second energy source in his inner world, let alone a void-controlling cultivator. The old woman didn't know that Gu Fei was gathering power. She couldn't sense the movement of the power of the world in Gu Fei's inner world, so she thought that he was really desperate. "It's a pity that I can't tell you," the old woman said. She didn't want Gu Fei to die knowing at all. She was being too careful. She had to do this because Gu Fei had a close relationship with the old tortoise. This was something that all the peerless experts who came to the northern lands had seen with their own eyes. The powerful figure of the demon clan who was with Gu Fei was difficult to deal with. When he fought with the little monk, he displayed great divine abilities. It was obvious that he was much more powerful than a demigod. Even the super forces that had existed for countless years in the world of cultivation wouldn't be willing to provoke such a figure. "Accept your fate." The old woman raised her skinny right hand and pointed forward with her index finger. A spot of green light began to appear on her fingertip, and a powerful wave of magical power spread out. "You!" Gu Fei's expression changed greatly when he saw this. Then, his expression suddenly changed from fear to joy. He excitedly looked behind the old woman and cried out, "Old tortoise! Big brother old tortoise! Save me!" "What?" The old woman turned pale with fright. She quickly turned around, but there was nothing behind her. There wasn't even a shadow. This time, the old woman was really shocked. She was like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. She was so startled that she almost jumped up from the ground. Just as she turned around to look, a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation came from behind her. She wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the old woman felt a chill on her neck. A purple light flashed before her eyes. Then she saw her own body. Her head fell from her neck. The old woman's horrified expression froze on her wrinkled face. Although the process of her head falling to the ground was very short, the old woman still saw the flash of purple light on Gu Fei's forehead. "Ha ha! You want to kill me? Then you must be prepared to be killed." Gu Fei laughed and laid on the ground. At this moment, he felt incomparably tired, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. His expression also became weary. Ah. The old woman's life force was exuberant. Although her head had been chopped off, she still hadn't died. She could still speak in a hoarse voice. The expected scene of blood gushing out did not happen. In fact, not even a single drop of blood flowed out. The headless, skinny body did not collapse. However, what happened next completely shocked Gu Fei. The old woman's headless body actually bent down and fumbled around to pick up the head on the ground, then reattached it to her neck. This? Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that cultivators of the void-controlling realm had already cultivated to the Tao Soul stage, and their life force was incomparably vigorous. As long as their Tao Soul was not destroyed, they could not be considered dead. Sure enough, the position of the old woman's Zifu Dantian on her abdomen began to emit a bright green light. A vast life force surged out from the Zifu Dantian and enveloped her entire body. Endless life force surged. In the wound on the old woman's neck, bright red flesh was surging. There were actually signs of recovery. Chapter 401. The life force of a peerless master of the void-controlling realm was extremely strong. Their whole body's essence, qi, and spirit were all gathered together. As long as the nascent soul in their dantian did not dissipate, they could not be considered dead and could not be killed by ordinary methods. Gu Fei took the old woman by surprise. He condensed the power of the inner world between his eyebrows and turned it into a purple blade of light. He instantly cut off the head of the mysterious old woman. However, the old woman did not die. Not only did her headless body not fall, she even picked up the head that had fallen to the ground and reattached it. This scene made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. He saw a vast life force surging out from the dantian of the old woman's abdomen. A mass of green light enveloped the old woman. In the green light, the life force surged. The strong life force actually made the old woman's head show signs of reattaching her neck. It was too shocking. Gu Fei had never seen such a strange and shocking scene. He was stunned for a moment and then suddenly became alert. If this old woman could really reattach her head, he would have no way to live. Gu Fei's whole body was firmly tied up by 18 green divine ropes. He could not move his hands and feet. He was extremely anxious. His forehead was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. He struggled to sit up from the ground again. Then, he desperately used his mind to communicate with the inner world and opened the door of the inner world. A purple vertical mark, which looked like a vertical eye, appeared in the middle of his forehead. A purple divine light was flowing around the mark, while the power of the inner heaven and earth surged out from the opened mud-pill palace and flowed to every corner of his body. Under the replenishment of the second source of power, Gu Fei immediately felt refreshed. His fatigue seemed to disappear in an instant. His body's yuan qi surged and a five-colored light began to emit from his body. The power of the inner world was the second source of power for Gu Fei. The power of his body, under the stimulation of the power of the inner world, burst out again. The warrior's yuan qi and the power of the inner world perfectly combined. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a part of the world and had the power to control everything. The vast yuan qi of warriors and the power of the inner world gushed out from his inner world, converging towards the vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The purple vertical mark began to flicker with rays of purple divine light. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. As the purple light flickered, one could vaguely see a small, hazy world within the purple vertical scar. This purple vertical scar seemed to be a gateway to that small world. Swoosh! The purple mark, which had gathered an endless amount of yuan qi, suddenly shot out a bright purple divine light. It tore through the void, and like a purple divine sword, it pierced towards the old woman's abdomen. The purple palace dantian was the foundation of a cultivator. Could also be said that it was the foundation for a cultivator to achieve the Tao. It was the source of a cultivator's power. It was where the Tao core of a cultivator of the transcending mortality realm was located. It was also where the nascent soul of a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm resided. Destroying the purple palace dantian was equivalent to destroying the foundation of a cultivator to achieve the Tao. Even if one was lucky enough to survive, more than half of one's cultivation would be wasted. The purple divine light pierced the old woman's body in an instant. The old woman also knew how powerful it was. She hurriedly pressed her hands against her head and dodged to the side. Swoosh! Blood splattered. The purple divine light flew past the old woman's body. Although it did not penetrate the old woman's purple palace dantian, it still left a bloody wound on the old woman's body. The old woman's huge life force surged towards her neck. After the other parts of her body were injured, blood began to spurt out. The physical body of a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm was not strong. Although the old woman had the powerful cultivation of the void-controlling realm, her physical body was still far from the strength of Gu Fei's. Martial cultivators cultivated their Tao energy and practiced magical arts. Their violet mansion and dantian were their roots. Whether it was a cultivator, a devil cultivator, or a demon cultivator, very few people were willing to spend a large amount of time to temper their physical body, which was considered to be a stinky bag. Martial artists, from the beginning to the end, used their physical body as the source of power. They tempered their precious body day and night, causing their precious body to gradually transform and become more powerful. One punch could shake the heaven and earth and break all kinds of magical arts. Martial artists achieved the Tao with strength and used strength to shake the world. No matter how many magical arts you used or how many magical arts you used, I only need one punch to break them. The reason why martial arts had completely declined and the reason why true martial artists were extinct in the Tunglong continent was because it was too difficult to achieve success in the path of martial arts. Gu Fei was undoubtedly an exception. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly. The vertical purple mark between his eyebrows flickered repeatedly, emitting rays of dazzling purple divine light that pierced towards the old woman. Waves of powerful martial qi surged out from Gu Fei's body, shaking the heaven and earth. Gu Fei crazily operated his Shen qi to stimulate the strength of his physical body. At the same time, he tried his best to guide the power of the heaven and earth in his inner body. The power of the heaven and earth lingered around his body, making the void around Gu Fei blurry. Swish! 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 The purple divine light shot out horizontally and vertically. There was only one target, and that was the purple palace dantian in the old woman's abdomen. However, although the old woman's head was chopped off by the power of the heaven and earth in Gu Fei's inner body, she could still move quickly. The petite figure shrouded in the green light dodged the purple divine light. However, the divine light that was like purple lightning also left several bloody marks on her body. At this time, the life origin qi in the old woman's purple palace dantian became even more vigorous. It wouldn't be long before she could completely reattach her head and recover. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but become anxious. He was firmly tied up by the 18 divine chains, and it was basically impossible for him to escape. As long as the old woman recovered, there would only be one ending for him, and that was death. Gu Fei didn't want to die. He was still young, and under a lucky coincidence, he had cultivated his own inner world. Could be said that he was 1,000 miles away. Preposterous! Gu Fei stopped. He was very angry. It was difficult to kill a peerless master. Ordinary methods would not be able to kill the old woman. The vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows no longer emitted purple divine light. Instead, the power of heaven and earth spread out from the vertical mark like water ripples. Gu Fei's surroundings seemed to have become a world of their own, and the space around him became hazy. It was as if a small world independent of the big world was about to appear. Gu Fei's inner world actually showed signs of appearing inside his body. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. It should be known that the old turtle and the little monk who walked out of the Buddha Lord's tomb were both able to manifest their inner worlds in reality. If he could manifest an inner world outside his body, he could enter it at any time and anywhere. Inside his inner world, he would be the God who controlled everything. The power of the heaven and earth constantly surged out from between his eyebrows. However, Gu Fei found that his inner world could not truly appear outside his body. The surroundings were just some illusory images. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt his body loosened. The 18 divine chains that were wrapped around him were like spirit snakes that had been pinched at their weak points. They softly fell from his body. The 18 divine chains that were emitting powerful fluctuations of light dissipated and gradually turned into 18 green vines that were less than a foot long and looked like willow branches. How could this be? Gu Fei stood up, and a thunderous explosion immediately came from all the bones in his body. He was inexplicably surprised. Why did the 18 divine chains loosen up and even return to their original forms? However, at this time, there was no time for him to think about it. The old woman's head was about to completely reattach to her neck. Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly put away the 18 vines on the ground and took a step forward, directly approaching the old woman. As for the old woman, she had already sensed it after the magic treasure lost its effect. She did not wait for Gu Fei to approach her and retreated. At the same time, she held her head with one hand and pulled out a green jade hairpin from her hair with the other. Then, she threw it at Gu Fei. The green jade hairpin that was thrown into the air emitted a vast fluctuation of magic power. It emitted a bright light and turned into a shocking rainbow, flying towards Gu Fei. The magic treasure refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator was incomparably powerful and could release a terrifying power. The green jade hairpin was very fast. In an instant, it broke through the void and pierced into the hazy world around Gu Fei. However, a scene that made the old woman dumbfounded appeared. After the green jade hairpin shot into the hazy world around Gu Fei, it immediately lost contact with her. The old woman was surprised to find that she could not sense the existence of the green jade hairpin anymore. The green jade hairpin shot into the void around Gu Fei. The light suddenly dissipated and it instantly changed back to its original form. "Haha! Are you giving me a magic treasure? Then I'll gladly accept it." Gu Fei picked up the falling green jade hairpin and put it into his magic treasure pouch. He had vaguely guessed why the 18 divine chains and the green jade hairpin had changed back to their original forms. His body was shrouded by the power of his inner world. Although his inner world could not truly appear, the mighty power of his inner world had already made the void he was in independent from the outside world. In other words, the void he was in could be said to have become his inner world. When other people's magic treasures rushed into this hazy void, it was the same as entering his inner world. The inner world was different from the outside world. It had its own rules and was independent from the outside world. All the magic treasures that entered Gu Fei's inner world would be restricted by the rules of the heaven and earth of this world. In Gu Fei's inner world, treasures that could unleash earth-shattering power would instantly lose their effects as the laws of the world changed after entering Gu Fei's inner world. They could not even unleash any power and would revert to their original form. Without the restraints on his body, Gu Fei regained his freedom. His body movement was like the wind and lightning, and his desolation steps were mysterious and unpredictable. He moved like a phantom. In a flash, he appeared beside the old woman and punched at her head, which was tightly pressed by her hands. Chapter 402. The space around Gu Fei was hazy, giving off a surreal feeling. The world energy within him was vast and mighty, but it was like a world that was independent of the heavens and earth. There was no power or aura being emitted from it. Although they could see it with their eyes, they couldn't capture anything with their divine sense. It was like he was standing outside of the heaven and earth, outside of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. Although the old lady's divine sense was extremely powerful, it was still difficult for her to sense Gu Fei's presence. She could only use her eyes to catch Gu Fei's figure. Because of this, she only reacted when Gu Fei was right in front of her. Gu Fei's physique was incomparably strong. His movements were like thunder and lightning, swift and violent to the extreme. Each and every one of his moves contained great power. He actually sent the old lady's head flying with a single punch. Even a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm would have a change of expression when a cultivator got close to them, especially a cultivator at the 6th heavenly layer of the ascended realm. Close combat was the strength of a cultivator, but it was the weakness of other cultivators. Roar! The old woman's head let out an unwilling roar as it flew 1,000 feet away and smashed into a patch of grass. Just a little bit more, and she would be able to regrow her flesh and blood and reattach her head. However, Gu Fei didn't give her this chance, ruthlessly crushing her last hope. Just a little bit more, if she was given a little more time, the ending would have been rewritten. Burning a vast amount of life force, consuming an endless amount of essence, chi, and spirit, only to end up with such an ending. This made the old lady go crazy with anger. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. After he blasted away the head that was pressed on the old woman's neck with a punch, he didn't have any pity in his heart. He opened his left hand, and his 5 fingers were like 5 pieces of divine iron that were coiled with a multicolored glow, grabbing towards the old woman's dantian that was emitting a misty azure light. As long as her dantian was destroyed, the old lady's body would be completely crippled. No matter how strong her life force was, how vast her essence, spirit, and chi were, it would be difficult to restore her body. What a cruel and merciless child. The old lady's hoarse voice came from her abdomen. She wanted to dodge, but without a head, her body couldn't be as nimble as before. Die! Gu Fei's face was as cold as ice, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. When facing an enemy, one must kill them mercilessly. He had no mercy, nor would he show mercy. The 5 fingers of his left hand emitted a resplendent light and pierced through the flesh of the old woman's abdomen. Her clothes were instantly shredded, revealing the wrinkled flesh of the old woman's abdomen. Just when Gu Fei's left hand was about to penetrate the old woman's abdomen, the old woman's headless body suddenly trembled violently. Then, a dazzling green light shot out from her dantian. And at this crucial moment, Gu Fei's left hand had already entered the old woman's dantian. Then, with a shake of his arm, a vast amount of origin energy suddenly exploded in his hand. Boom! Boom! The old lady's dantian was smashed into pieces by the explosive chi from Gu Fei's hand. A bloody mist floated in the mountains. You damn little bastard. Even if I kill you 10,000 times, it won't be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. A loud shout came from the sky and echoed in the mountains. High up in the sky, a dazzling green light emitted a vast and mighty magical power fluctuation. It was like a green sun, floating in the sky. Within the green light, one could vaguely see the figure of a small person the size of a fist. The hoarse voice came from that small person. The destruction of her body and the destruction of her cauldron almost caused the old lady to go berserk. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. His eyes shot out 2 rays of light that were as sharp as the edge of a knife. He coldly stared at the green light in the sky and said, "Is this the Dantian soul? Die!" The ancient voice resounded throughout the world. The ball of azure light in the sky suddenly exploded with a resplendent azure light, as if an azure sun had suddenly exploded. The endless divine light was like the light of destruction. Everything that was touched by the divine light disappeared like ice and snow. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. Like a raging sea, a huge wave of magical power suddenly exploded, directly shaking the heaven and earth. A peerless master of the void-controlling realm. Even if his body was destroyed and only his Dantian soul was left, he could still use power and great magical power. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a great danger. The vertical mark between his eyebrows, which had not closed since it was opened, flashed with rays of purple divine light. It was a killing light that was condensed from the power of heaven and earth. Like a tide, the power of heaven and earth surged out. The vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows was connected to the chaotic area in the Naiwen Palace. Vaguely, an ancient cauldron could be seen vaguely in the blurry world. At this moment, the energy of the world around Gu Fei's body began to boil. It was as if his whole person had disappeared between heaven and earth. The endless green divine light shone down, the terrifying light of destruction that could destroy everything, instantly annihilated Gu Fei. "Ha ha! Die!" The old woman laughed crazily. Her hoarse voice traveled far and echoed in the mountains. However, her laughter did not last for long. Soon, she could not laugh anymore. She felt that her magical power was enveloped by a black hole. The endless green divine light, like a tide, surged towards one direction. That direction was where Gu Fei was, the terrifying green light that emitted the power of destruction. As if it was sucked into a bottomless abyss, broke away from the old woman's control. What shocked the old woman was that the magical power that was being devoured had actually lost contact with her. It should be known that a peerless master of the royal void realm had incomparably strong essence, spirit, and chi. They gathered in the Dantian of the Zifu and turned into endless magical power to nourish the nascent soul and nascent soul. Could be said that the magical power of the whole body was integrated into one, solidified like divine iron, difficult to destroy. However, At this moment, the old woman felt that the magical power in her body was like a river without a dam. The water was flowing away. How? How is this possible? The old woman was shocked. Her body had been destroyed, and her Zifu nascent soul had lost its host body. It was already very dangerous. When the nascent soul traveled, if it met some cultivators with ulterior motives, it would be in danger of having its soul destroyed. Especially demonic cultivators. If they saw this kind of nascent soul, they would directly devour it. The nascent soul and nascent soul condensed the lifetime power of a peerless master of the royal void realm. For any cultivator, it was a great tonic, even more beneficial than the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. At this time, the northern land was full of masters. Who knew how many peerless masters had come? Once the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul were discovered, it would bring disaster to the old woman. Roar, you little bastard! The old woman roared again and again. The little nascent soul and nascent soul kept emitting a vast amount of magical power, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. I don't believe that I can't kill you. As the old woman's aged voice echoed between heaven and earth, the endless green divine light immediately retreated like the tide. On the ground, Gu Fei's figure appeared. He stood in a hazy void, without any energy fluctuations. The ground within a radius of 1,000 feet around him was turned into dust. When the wind blew, the dust was lifted into the air and drifted away with the wind. The ground within a radius of 1,000 feet was shaved off half a foot out of thin air. In the hazy void, Gu Fei knelt on one knee. His hair was messy, and there seemed to be the shadow of a giant cauldron around him, enveloping him. The power of heaven and earth in his body had been compressed to a radius of less than 3 feet around him. The shadow of a huge cauldron was faintly discernible in the void. Although it did not show its true splendor, the ancient and vicissitude aura it exuded was vast and mighty. It was the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei realized that the reason why he couldn't directly open his inner world in the void like the old tortoise and the little monk had to do with the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing his inner world. The mountain and river cauldron was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. It could suppress the mountains and rivers on the earth, making it difficult to move. Gu Fei's inner world was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron in the chaos. If he wanted to move his inner world, he must first have the ability to move the mountain and river cauldron. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, if he wanted to move the mountain and river cauldron, it would be impossible unless a miracle happened. The sun rose from the west. Boundless magic power was surging and boundless green light was gathering. A green palm the size of a small mountain was condensed in the void. The green palm was formed by the old woman's nascent soul and possessed unfathomable power. When the nascent soul was formed, it could cover thousands of miles. The next moment, the green palm appeared in the sky above Gu Fei and fiercely grabbed at Gu Fei. The speed at which the hand grabbed at was extremely fast, as if it was teleporting. Gu Fei stood up from the ground and wanted to use the desolate steps to dodge to the side. However, the momentum of the hand was too fast, making it difficult for him to dodge. Rumble! Like a moving mountain, the green palm emitted a vast and mighty magical power. In an instant, it completely covered the void where Gu Fei was. 5 green fingers, like huge divine pillars, pressed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was suddenly shocked. The big hand covered all directions and the void seemed to solidify, making him feel as if there were mountains crashing towards him from all directions. The void that was enveloped by the inner world energy was immediately compressed to less than a foot away from his body. The endless pressure seemed to want to tear him apart. Gu Fei's entire body emitted bone-chilling cracking sounds as his bones trembled and rubbed against each other. The cultivators of the void-controlling realm were extremely powerful. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, leaving only their nascent soul and nascent soul, they could still use all kinds of magical powers and spells. The big hand formed by the nascent soul seemed to have materialized. The power of the inner world around Gu Fei could no longer be like before. It was unable to continuously devour the mighty power into the inner world and turn it into the most primitive spiritual qi. Chapter 403. The primordial spirit transformed into a huge cyan hand and grabbed Gu Fei. The void around them trembled. An endless amount of mana surged out from the huge hand, wanting to tear Gu Fei into pieces. The old woman was furious. Gu Fei destroyed her Dharma body, causing her to lose her body cauldron. Her Tao foundation could be said to be half-crippled. Even if she found a body cauldron with a high-quality root tool, she didn't know how many years it would take for her to recover to her peak. Moreover, the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm could not be like demigods who could see through life and death. Their lifespans could be said to be endless. The lifespans of the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm were also limited. The cultivators of the void-controlling realm had a limit of 1,000 years. If they could not break through to the demigod realm before the age of 1,000, they would return to dust and all their efforts would be in vain. This old woman's Dharma body and body were destroyed by Gu Fei, and her body cauldron was broken. As a result, no matter how hard she cultivated, it would be difficult for her to have the chance to break through to the demigod realm. If she didn't want to die, she would have to enter the plentiful city ghost palace and use the power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits to condense a ghost body and walk on the supreme ghost path. In the sky, the mana was vast and mighty. The old woman almost went berserk and almost went crazy. She crazily used the primordial spirit hand to squeeze Gu Fei in her hand. At the same time, she used force to shake Gu Fei's soul. She wanted to expel it and use the soul punishment to torture Gu Fei to death. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. Under the wave of the old woman's divine will attack, his soul was shaken and there were signs of his soul leaving his body. Rumble! The faintly discernible ancient cauldron in the void around her suddenly trembled slightly. The old woman immediately cried out in alarm, as if she had suffered a great impact. Her divine sense retreated like the tide. Little bastard! What is that? The old woman's voice was filled with a horrified fluctuation. It was as if the old woman had seen something that made her extremely frightened. The mountain and river cauldron did not truly appear outside of Gu Fei's body. It was only a blurry shadow. However, even so, it still made the old woman, who was only left with the purple mansion Tao nascent soul, feel a great threat. There was something strange about this kid's body. His fleshly body was incomparably powerful, and there seemed to be some strange treasure inside of him. The fist-sized cyan imp in the hand was like a miniature version of the old woman. At this moment, the little person's face was filled with fear. 2 rays of light shot out from her eyes as she tried to examine Gu Fei's body. However, to her surprise, her gaze couldn't penetrate the ancient cauldron that appeared around Gu Fei. It was just a projection, but it was already able to block out divine thoughts and spiritual sense. What kind of treasure was this? Could it be a legendary sacred object? At this time, the power of the inner heaven and earth outside of Gu Fei's body was once again compressed. It was barely able to block the big hand less than half a foot away from his body. This was already the limit. The hazy cauldron enveloped Gu Fei's body, emitting a vast and unfathomable power. Although the mountain and river cauldron was unable to truly appear, even if it was an illusion, it was still able to block the big hand. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron suppressing the inner heaven and earth, forming an illusory shadow outside of Gu Fei's body and stabilizing the extremely compressed void around Gu Fei's body, Gu Fei's tendons and bones would have long since been crushed by the big primordial spirit hand. Even so, Gu Fei was still in great danger. Although the big primordial spirit hand couldn't break the ancient cauldron's illusion, the great pressure still made Gu Fei suffer a terrible impact. Traces of blood seeped out of the 7 orifices of his head. Cultivation, what Gu Fei lacked was cultivation. If he could truly open up the inner heaven and earth in the outside world, he would be able to control the mountain and river cauldron. Even if it was an immortal, he would dare to compete with it. Although Gu Fei had a treasure on him, he couldn't use it. Wah! Gu Fei roared and desperately activated his Shen Qi. He spread the essence of the heavenly weapon that had been refined into his blood and Qi throughout his body, protecting his vital parts. His skin suddenly turned a deep purple. A huge and obscure sword Qi seeped out of his body and pushed the big hand a few inches away. Then, He used all his strength to guide the inner heaven and earth energy to resist the pressure from all directions. Gu Fei, who was only at the sixth sky of the ascended realm, was held tightly by the big primordial spirit hand. A peerless expert of the void-controlling realm was simply too strong. The illusionary primordial spirit sealed the void, causing Gu Fei to feel the threat of death. Gu Fei circulated all the energy in his body, using his divine sense to guide the power of heaven and earth in his body. This consumed a large amount of mental energy. The rapid circulation of essence in his body consumed a cultivator's quintessence. All the muscles and bones in his body trembled, releasing the energy contained in his body. His physical strength was also being consumed quickly. Gu Fei felt as if his entire body was being burned by divine fire. His blood, flesh, bones, and tendons seemed to be on fire. Because of the large amount of mental energy consumed, his head became dizzy, as if he could lose consciousness at any time and fall into endless darkness. Sword Chi, treasured cauldron. This little bastard. I didn't expect him to have 2 saint artifacts. Within the big hand that was surrounded by green light, the fist-sized little person's small eyes shone with a blazing light. With the old woman's eyesight, she could naturally see that the big cauldron around Gu Fei and the obscure sword Chi on his body were extraordinary. One must know that a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm could kill a cultivator of the ascended realm effortlessly. It was as easy as crushing an ant. However, Gu Fei was able to last until now under the old woman's attack. He was still like an incomparably hard tortoise shell, unable to break through the protective cauldron around him. Moreover, the ancient cauldron was only a blurry shadow. It wasn't a real object with a material form. Even so, the ancient and vicissitude aura that the blurry shadow of the ancient cauldron exuded made the old woman's heart palpitate. It was as if it was a divine cauldron that had existed since the beginning of the world. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were shaking. This part of the world was illuminated by the green divine light emitted by the big green hand. It was as if there was a green sun hanging high in the sky, reflecting the real sun in the sky. It was a rare spectacle. However, no one was able to witness this spectacle. In the vicinity of the abyss of immortals and demons, there were no cultivators. Although the mountains were filled with flowers and trees, there were very few people. Little bastard, obediently accept your death. Be quick or else you will be tortured. The old woman's aged voice was incomparably cold. The big hand that was formed by the primordial spirit kept tightening. The 5 fingers that were as thick as stone pillars were condensed, like 5 godly metals. It was so tight that the bones in Gu Fei's body emitted strange cracking sounds. It was as if the bones in his body were going to break and fall apart at any time. Roar, you old bastard, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, the one who will die will be you. Gu Fei's mouth was constantly overflowing with blood as he roared in a stern voice. Even with the protection of the mysterious divine weapon and the projection of the mountain and river cauldron in his inner world, he was still injured because his cultivation level was too low compared to the opponent's. Even with the powerful treasures on his body, he was still injured. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones felt as if they were being torn apart by a tremendous force that was pressing down on him from all directions. Cracks appeared on his bones and internal organs under the impact of the boundless power. He circulated the power in his body with all his strength. He could not hold on for much longer. Even now, he felt a sense of exhaustion in his heart, as if he was about to collapse. I can't die. I can't die. Gu Fei roared in his heart. His will was as firm as a rock, unshakable. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to live. No matter what, he had to live. At any time, no matter what danger he encountered, he would not despair. He knew very well that if he was affected by despair, then what awaited him would be death. Just as Gu Fei's consciousness was about to fall into endless darkness, a demonic cloud suddenly appeared in the southern mountains, rushing towards the old woman and Gu Fei like a galloping horse. Crap! The old woman's primordial spirit immediately let out a cry of alarm. Then, the primordial spirit hand immediately dissipated, and the endless mana retreated like the tide. Gu Fei, who was grabbed by the primordial spirit hand, immediately fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, he smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly into the air. A human-shaped pit appeared. The magic power was vast and mighty. The fist-sized purple palace Dao nascent soul that was surrounded by the green divine light seemed to be very frightened. Without thinking, it flew towards the east and no longer cared about killing Gu Fei. Haha! I didn't expect to meet a nascent soul cultivator here. The heavens are really helping me. The demonic cloud was very fast, and in an instant it had already surged close. Within the demonic cloud, an incomparably arrogant and vicious laughter came out. It was the most dangerous for a Zifu Dao nascent soul to leave his body. If he met a cultivator with strength similar to his own, he would be in danger of being devoured by the other party. No one would reject such a good thing. Devouring the Zifu Dao nascent soul of a peerless expert of the void controlling stage was at least worth decades of hard work, or even hundreds of years of hard work. Since he could refine a Zifu Dao nascent soul and increase his own cultivation base, why not? As long as no one found out, who would know that he had devoured someone else's Zifu Dao nascent soul? In the cultivation world, the act of devouring a primordial spirit or nascent soul was a taboo in the cultivation world. People of the righteous path would definitely not dare to devour someone else's primordial spirit or nascent soul in public. However, this taboo in the eyes of the people of the Devil Dao was a huge joke. The people of the Devil Dao did not care about the taboo. Not to mention the people of the Devil Dao, even if it was the people of the righteous Dao, when they saw a Zifu Dao nascent soul they would be envious and tempted. The old woman's nascent soul flew in the air like a green cloud. In an instant it was 1,000 miles. It was extremely fast, and in an instant it was already in the eastern horizon. It was about to disappear into the horizon. The Zifu Dao nascent soul was not a physical body. After leaving the physical body cauldron, the speed at which it flew had reached an unimaginable level. It was not an easy task to catch the old woman's nascent soul. Great demonic soul capture. The rolling demonic cloud covered the sky and chased after the old woman's nascent soul. Within the demonic cloud, a cold voice came out. Chapter 404. The northern reaches stirred up a storm. The appearance of the ancient godly palace and the appearance of the true devil shocked heaven and earth. Everyone who wasn't dead, was on the verge of death, and wasn't completely dead leapt out to fight for the sake of the ancient godly palace and the true devil. No one knew how many strong cultivators came from the northern region. Those people, whether in the open or in the dark, used tricks or relied on their own strength. They were all competing and fighting. On the surface, the battle between the forces of the righteous path and the forces of the demonic path was the fiercest. Although the forces of the righteous path and the forces of the demonic path were fighting each other, there were also open and secret battles within the two camps. The northern reaches, which had always been a land of bitter cold, was now bustling with activity. Occasionally, battles would break out in the mountains. The older generation would fight each other, and the younger generation would compete with the younger generation. All of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He didn't want to care about the battle between the righteous path and the demonic path, and he didn't want to get involved in the endless open and secret battles. However, trouble always came to him. It could be said that Gu Fei's days in the past few years were probably the most unlucky days of his life. First, he was trapped in the virtual sky world. Then, after suffering untold hardships, he came out of the virtual sky world and found himself in the Devil's Nest on the Tunglong continent, the northernmost devil territory. After coming out of the northernmost devil territory, he was almost seriously injured by the older generation of the Beitang clan and the Dongfang clan in the northern region. And now, just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was targeted by an old woman, which put him in a desperate situation. However, Gu Fei's luck was not bad. When he was about to die, a strong cultivator of the demonic path suddenly appeared nearby and scared away the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul. Not only that, the strong cultivator of the demonic path was extremely powerful and had great devil power. He wanted to use the great demonic soul capturing technique to take back the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul. The pitch-black hand emitted an endless suction force. The demonic hand was as big as a small mountain. It was like a bottomless devil's cave. Even the clouds in the sky were being sucked toward the hand. The cyan divine light that was wrapped around the old woman's nascent soul immediately stopped in the void, as if it was being sucked in by the demonic hand. Roar! Amidst the flickering azure light, the old woman's nascent soul roared again and again. She wanted to break free from the great suction force behind her. Endless azure divine light illuminated the entire world. She was going all out. She had no choice but to go all out. This was because she knew that if she were to fall into the hands of a demonic path powerhouse, she would suffer a terrifying fate. If the physical body of the Dharmakaya was destroyed, the Tao Foundation would only be half destroyed. If he could find a good furnace and be reborn, there would still be a chance for him to start over. If they were devoured by a demonic cultivator, there would only be one outcome. Their soul would be destroyed and they would completely disappear from the world. A vast amount of magic power surged high up in the sky. The pitch-black hand covered the sky and the earth, grabbing towards the ball of dazzling green light that was like a green sun. The old woman, who was left with only her nascent soul, was unable to contend against the demonic cultivator in the demonic cloud. This also showed that the demonic cultivator who controlled the demonic cloud and intercepted the old woman's nascent soul was indeed very powerful. Such a great demon was definitely a terrifying devil path expert, second only to the half-devil. Chu Gu, don't kill me. Just as the pitch-black demonic hand was about to grab the green light, a loud shout came from the west. Then, with a hum sound, the sound of a sword soared up to the sky, and an unparalleled sword chi rushed from the west. Whoosh! A golden sword light soared thousands of feet into the sky. It was like a golden divine sword that was thousands of feet long. It slashed down from the sky. The unparalleled sword chi caused the world to lose its color. It was as if the sword was going to split the world in half. The pitch-black demonic hand that was about to grab the old woman's nascent soul was immediately cut in half by the golden sword light, dissipating in the void. Thank you for saving me, Elder Shenyuan. The old woman's nascent soul immediately broke free and turned into a green light without looking back. Like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring, it instantly flew far away. Her old but panicked voice came from afar. Guangxing's sword immortal? The tumbling demonic cloud was intercepted by the golden sword chi. A cry of surprise came from within the demonic cloud. It seemed that the demonic cultivator was very surprised. Is it Guangxing old monster Shenyuan? Another voice came from within the demonic cloud. Chu Gu. The same old voice came from the west. In the west, a figure stepped on a golden flying sword, flying through the sky. A strand of sword chi that was fierce and ghastly to the extreme fluctuated along with the arrival of that person, and it filled every inch of space in the heavens and the earth. It caused everyone to feel as if numerous sharp swords were pressed against every inch of their skin, causing their hairs to stand on end and their hearts to palpitate without end. This person stopped when he was less than 100 zhang away from the demonic cloud. This person was wearing a thin white robe. Although he had white hair, from his appearance, this person was a young man, and a very handsome one at that. His eyes were like cold stars, his eyebrows were like swords, and his white hair was casually draped over his shoulders and back. He stood on the sword, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving people a feeling of elegance. Before they even started fighting, the two people's auras began to compete with each other. Two powerful auras collided in the sky, and the power that spread out caused the world to tremble. Gu Fei, who had just crawled out of the human-shaped pit on the ground, had a dirty face and disheveled hair. His body was covered in dust. The two experts who were facing off in the sky were much more powerful than the old woman. In front of the two guys in the sky, the old woman was like an ignorant child facing an adult in the prime of his life. There was no comparison at all. This was also why the old woman's nascent soul were immediately scared away when they sensed the aura of the demonic cultivator in the demonic cloud. She didn't even kill Gu Fei, who destroyed her body cauldron. The two great pressures that descended from the sky were like two huge mountains that pressed down on Gu Fei's body, causing him to almost be unable to straighten his back. This kind of person was too terrifying. Chu Gu, you actually dared to destroy the body of a righteous cultivator and devour the nascent soul. Do you really think no one can stop you? The white-haired young man on the golden sword stared at the surging demonic cloud in front of him and said indifferently, Jin Jianbai, it really is you. Old monster Shenyuan, you're still alive. A cold voice came from the demonic cloud, its tone extremely cold. Chu Gu, Gu Fei, who had just climbed out of the human-shaped pit and was enduring the tremendous pressure from the sky, was shocked again. He groaned in his heart. Why did he encounter this demon again? How unlucky! He and Chu Gu had an unforgettable history. In the far north demon region, the forces of the Six Paths Demon Palace had chased him for thousands of miles under Chu Ji's orders. Chu Gu wanted to kill Gu Fei while he was still in the cradle. He knew very well that if Gu Fei was allowed to grow, he would be a great threat to the Six Paths Demon Palace. Since it was a threat, he had to nip it in the bud. However, although Chu Gu sensed Gu Fei's presence, he didn't recognize Gu Fei. This was because after Gu Fei opened his second source of power, his aura had changed greatly, and Chu Ji's attention was completely on old monster Shenyuan. At this moment, Chu Gu didn't have the time to pay attention to the little cultivator on the ground. In the eyes of Chu Gu and the white-haired young man, a cultivator at the sixth heaven of the ascended mortality realm was merely an ant. They could kill a large number of them with a wave of their hands. This wasn't an exaggeration. The difference between the ascended mortality realm and the ascended void realm was a huge leap. It was impossible to compare the two. The ascended void realm allowed one to comprehend the heavens and earth, condense the nascent soul, and create the nascent soul. They could produce great power and divine abilities. Such cultivators had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. They could be called peerless experts. If you don't die, how can I die? The white-haired young man standing on the golden sword was still calm and transcendent. It was as if he wasn't in the mortal world, but an immortal descending from the heavens. Haha, if you can't become an immortal, you'll become a demon. It's no secret that your lifespan is coming to an end. Why don't you join the Six Paths Demon Palace? It's better to cultivate the ghost Tao and become a wandering ghost. These words came from within the demonic clouds. I was already disheartened and thought that the immortal Tao was hopeless. However, a peerless figure appeared a few days ago and enlightened me greatly. The immortal Tao isn't ethereal, and becoming a god isn't a legend. I don't want to die. As for becoming a demon and cultivating the ghost Tao, I have no interest. The white-haired young man's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Could it be that you've already obtained the legendary longevity grass? The demonic cloud suddenly surged violently, and an endless amount of demonic energy surged out. Chu Ji's words reverberated in the sky and the mountains. How did you know? The white-haired young man could no longer maintain his composure. The reason why he had personally come to the northern lands was for the longevity grass. The white-haired young man's aura surged, and an endless amount of sword chi rushed out of his body. Ripples appeared in the void around him, and even the demonic cloud in front of him was forced back. Within the demonic clouds, an indistinct and tall demonic shadow appeared. Chu Gu was right. His lifespan was coming to an end, but his cultivation had been shackled at the peak of the 9th level of the void-controlling realm. For hundreds of years, he hadn't advanced an inch. To take that last step was very, very difficult. If he couldn't become a demigod, he wouldn't be able to completely break away from his mortal body. When the time came, he would return to dust, and his body would return to dust. No matter how amazing he was, it would all be for naught. The power of reincarnation in the world, how many people could truly jump out of it? There were countless cultivators in the world, and there was no lack of big figures in every era. But to become an immortal and become a god, it was like 10,000 people crossing a single log bridge. Although it couldn't be said that no one could reach the other side, it was very few. You are looking for a little guy named Gu Fei. In the demonic cloud, Chu Gu once again threw out words that moved the white-haired young man. Chapter 405. It's really you. A loud roar came from the demonic clouds. Then, demonic chi soared into the sky, and a terrifying evil aura spread out. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. Endless demonic chi condensed into a pitch-black demonic hand, like a demonic mountain, and grabbed down from the sky. Its target was Gu Fei, who was trying to sneak away. Boom! The heavens and the earth were shaken. The demonic chi covered the sky, as if the night had suddenly fallen. The heavens and the earth seemed to have turned into a terrifying demonic realm. "Chu Gu, you bastard!" Gu Fei roared. Bang! His body emitted a dazzling five-colored aura. Without thinking, he turned into a five-colored divine rainbow and rushed forward. Gu Fei knew that if he did not use the inner world energy, it would be difficult to avoid the detection of Chu Gu and Old Monster Shenyuan from the Guangxing Immortal sect. He's Gu Fei? A cry of surprise could be heard from the sky. Following that, a cold sword chi suddenly exploded. A golden light illuminated the dark heaven and earth, dispersing the boundless demonic chi. That was a terrifying golden sword chi. It was like a golden divine light, piercing through the void. Old Monster Shenyuan already knew that the person below was the person he was looking for. "Chu Gu, you're courting death." Along with the roar, the golden sword light soared thousands of zhang. It actually shattered the demonic hand that shrouded down from the sky. Old Monster Shenyuan would never let Gu Fei die in the hands of Chu Gu. The mountain-like demonic hand did not really strike down. Even so, the airwave that came down from the sky still sent Gu Fei flying. Preposterous! How did that guy become so powerful? Gu Fei was shocked. The strength that Chu Gu had displayed was too terrifying. He was definitely an expert in the Imperial Void Realm. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky. The terrifying power was like a destructive storm, vast and mighty in the sky, emitting a frightening fluctuation that caused even the heavens and earth to tremble. Needless to say, Chu Gu was engaged in a fierce battle with the white-haired youth. Endless demon chi enveloped the heavens and the earth, and the golden sword light crisscrossed the sky, constantly breaking through the layers of demon chi and attacking the demonic figure in the center of the demon chi. "Let's fight! Let's fight! It's best if that Shenyuan old monster kills Chu Gu." Stumbling forward, Gu Fei used his protective aura to block the dust and stones flying at him. In the battle with the old woman just now, he had almost died and his vitality was greatly damaged. He had no choice but to pluck a long life grass leaf, throw it into his mouth, chew it, and swallow it. The longevity grass could extend a person's lifespan by 200 years. It was easy to imagine how much life essence it contained. Although it was only a leaf, it had an unimaginable effect. As Gu Fei rushed forward, his body's vitality rapidly circulated, refining the life essence of the longevity grass in his abdomen. The moment that the leaf of the longevity grass was swallowed by Gu Fei, a huge amount of essence immediately rose from Gu Fei's abdomen. Like a ball of warm water, it spread from his abdomen and then spread throughout his body. It did not pass through his meridians or dantian, but directly spread through his muscles, bones, and flesh, and then integrated into his body's chi and blood. Gu Fei's body seemed to be infused with an unimaginable amount of life essence, and his vitality suddenly became incomparably exuberant. His muscles, bones, and flesh were all glowing. That's right, all his muscles, bones, and flesh were being nourished by the green life essence. At this moment, Gu Fei felt as though he had 9 lives, and his vitality was exuberant to an unimaginable level. Pang! As Gu Fei ran quickly through the mountains, the 5 elements essence chi that emanated from his body suddenly exploded. With the infusion of endless life essence, the 5-colored aura around his body was like a 5-colored flame, instantly enveloping his figure and rushing straight into the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not dare to stop. With one step, he traveled 100 meters. As though he was teleporting, he used the 8 desolation steps with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled 1,000 meters. Where are the people of Guangxing sect? In the sky, the voice of the white-haired youth, Old Monster Shenyuan, came from the sky. He was using the sound technique to transmit his voice. His voice spread far and wide, reverberating in the mountains within 100 miles. He is gathering the people of Guangxing Immortal sect. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he was instantly shocked. He quickly tried to restrain the surging aura on his body. The longevity grass on his body could not be taken by the people of Guangxing Immortal sect. Even if the people of Guangxing Immortal sect got it, there might be a few more demigods in Guangxing Immortal sect. However, he was shocked to find that he could not control the life essence qi that was surging in his body. The life essence qi was too huge. In a short period of time, he could not even suppress it, let alone refine it. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It was just a leaf, but it contained a huge amount of life essence qi. No wonder using the longevity grass to refine pills could go against the heavens and allow people who were at the end of their lifespan to live for another 200 years. It was like taking 200 years of lifespan from the hands of the heavens and earth. The longevity grass was a spiritual herb of the heavens and earth. Could be said that it broke the laws of the heavens and earth. It was a spiritual herb that defied the heavens and earth. At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was surging with life essence qi. His tendons, bones, blood, flesh, and organs were all bathed in the life essence qi. His body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was gradually devouring this huge amount of life essence qi and was undergoing a transformation. Gu Fei knew that he had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. However, at this time, where could he find a place to cultivate in seclusion and refine the life essence qi in his body without any distractions? Inside Gu Fei's body, his life essence was boiling. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels glowed with divine light. His bones were even more dazzling, and his skin was overflowing with colors. He could feel that his body was about to transform once more. Swish! 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 As old monster Xuanyuan's voice spread over 100 miles. There were immediately a few bright rays of light that rushed out from afar like divine rainbows and then flew over. The rays of light had not arrived yet, but a few powerful auras had already arrived. A vast wave of sword qi surged in the mountain. The rays of light were sword qi. Each ray of sword qi was hundreds of meters long and emitted an unparalleled sword qi. They were cultivators of the void-controlling realm. In the cultivation world, cultivators of the sword were recognized as terrifying cultivators with unparalleled battle strength. Among cultivators of the same level, the battle strength of sword cultivators was generally much stronger than that of other cultivators. When Gu Fei saw the rays of sword qi rushing over from afar, he couldn't help but secretly complain. He used the 8 desolate steps and came to a forest. Then he sat down cross-legged under a big tree. The longevity grass could not be handed over so easily. Gu Fei wanted to open his inner world and transplant the longevity grass into it. In this way, unless a cultivator like the mysterious figure that came out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram came, no one would be able to take anything from Gu Fei's inner world, not even a grain of sand. The life essence qi in his body surged. Gu Fei felt as if his body was burning. His skin was cracking, but no blood seeped out. He could feel that his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all showing signs of collapsing. Cracks began to appear on his jade-like bones, as if they were delicate porcelain that was about to explode. His flesh and bones were all showing signs of reassembling. This was a true metamorphosis. After destruction and reconstruction, the reborn body would be a precious body. Only when one's life essence qi reached an unimaginable level would one's physical body be able to break apart and reform at the same time without worrying about one's life. In this cycle of destruction and rebirth, one's physical body would become flawless and immaculate, ultimately becoming an indestructible body. Of all times, Gu Fei couldn't calm his mind. He tried to use his divine sense to guide the power of the heaven and earth to surge out from between his eyebrows. Swoosh! The void in front of Gu Fei suddenly shattered, revealing a passage that was only about a foot in diameter. He had successfully opened the passage to his inner world. It was difficult for his inner world to appear in the void, but it was still possible to open a temporary passage that connected his inner world to the outside world. However, with his current cultivation, this passage to the outside world would not last long. Nevertheless, it was enough for Gu Fei to put the thing that he wanted to put in his inner world into his inner world. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in the nearby sky. It was as if many meteors were flying across the sky. Gu Fei knew that the people from the Guangxing celestial sect had arrived. He hurriedly tore off the storage bag on his waist and threw it into his inner world. Then, the vertical purple mark between his eyebrows closed, and the passage to the outside world immediately disappeared in the void. It's that demon Chu Gu. He's fighting with Shenyuan martial ancestor. He really doesn't know what's good for him. These words came from the sky. The experts from the Guangxing celestial sect who were flying nearby on their swords couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the rolling demon Qi and the cold sword Qi in front of them. Old monster Shenyuan, are you trying to win by outnumbering me? The demon Qi surged, and 1,000 zhang tall demonic shadow appeared in the void. Then, like an ancient giant, 2 demonic fists the size of small mountains continuously bombarded the white-haired young man. Chu Gu condensed the heavenly demon form, displaying a great demonic power. Every punch shook the sky and the earth. It was like a huge mountain, smashing toward the 1,000 zhang tall golden sword light that old monster Shenyuan had transformed into. I alone am enough to kill you, old monster Shenyuan shouted angrily. The 1,000 zhang tall sword light condensed into a solid form, like a golden heavenly sword. The sword Qi rushed up, causing the sky and the earth to lose their color. It continuously shattered the demonic fists of the giant demonic shadow, and it even slashed toward Chu Ji's real body in the demonic shadow. Old monster Shenyuan was a famous figure of the Guangxing celestial sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the void-controlling realm. He combined his body with the sword, turning into a sword. The sword was him and he was the sword. The unparalleled sword light was terrifying, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. Chapter 406. Hearing old monster Xuanyuan's call, there were 4 experts from Guangxing celestial sect nearby. 2 of them were old men. One was short and fat with white eyebrows, and the other was tall and skinny with white hair. The other 2 were tall and black-faced middle-aged man, and the other was a young man like old monster Shenyuan. In the world of cultivation, the most untrustworthy thing was one's appearance. Some of the experts who were successful in cultivation were white-haired old men, but there were also those who could stay young forever, looking like young boys and girls. A young man might be an old monster. After hearing old monster Xuanyuan's order, the 4 people immediately obeyed and flew toward the forest where Gu Fei was hiding on their swords. At this time, Gu Fei's life essence was surging. He couldn't hide his breath even if he wanted to, so he couldn't avoid the senses of those peerless experts. The peerless experts of the emptiness realm had a strong spiritual sense. They could sense the movement within 100 miles with just a thought. Under their senses, the vigorous life essence on Gu Fei's body was as eye-catching as a lamp in the dark night. Swish! 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 For streaks of sword light instantly appeared above the tree where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei sat under the tree motionlessly. His body was trembling slightly, and a huge life essence was still surging out of his abdomen. The life essence contained in the leaf of the longevity grass was still not completely refined. I was too careless. Gu Fei was secretly anxious. He regretted eating the leaf of the longevity grass. The extremely huge life essence in his body almost made his body explode. If he wasn't a warrior whose body was comparable to a spiritual treasure, but an ordinary transcending mortality cultivator, he might really break his tendons and bones because of the surging life essence in his body. Even so, Gu Fei felt that his body was swelling like a ball. The life essence in his body couldn't leak out. The vast sword Qi spread down from the sky. Then, the sword lights flashed in the forest, and 4 brilliant sword lights broke through the sky. Then, the 4 sword lights disappeared, and 4 figures appeared in the sword lights. The short and fat old man with white eyebrows was shocked when he saw Gu Fei's appearance. The life essence in Gu Fei's body was too vigorous. Could he have eaten the longevity grass? Another tall and thin old man with white hair seemed to have thought of something and said with uncertainty. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. However, they did not know what the medicinal effect of the longevity grass was. Nevertheless, when they saw Gu Fei's tightly closed eyes, drenched in sweat, and a trace of pain on his face, they could vaguely guess that Gu Fei had consumed some kind of spiritual herb. Otherwise, the life aura on his body would not be so vigorous. Qing Yangzi, take him away, the short and fat old man with white eyebrows said to the dark-skinned young man. This wasn't a good place. It was full of uncertainties. Old Monster Shenyuan was still fighting with the great demon Chu Gu, and the others could find their way here. Yes, martial uncle. The dark-skinned young man, Qing Yangzi, immediately accepted the order and walked forward, reaching out to grab Gu Fei's shoulder. However, when Qing Yangzi's fair and slender palm, which seemed to be covered in a layer of white light, landed on Gu Fei's shoulder, Qing Yangzi's expression changed immediately. Bang! With a loud sound, Qing Yangzi's palm on Gu Fei's shoulder bounced off. Qing Yangzi felt a sudden burst of power from Gu Fei's shoulder. Not only did it knock his palm away, but it also went along his palm and hit his chest. If he was hit by that power, even if Qing Yangzi had the powerful cultivation of the void-controlling realm, his corporeal body would still suffer some injuries. A sword cultivator's entire life's energy and abilities were all focused on the sword in their hands. Their corporeal body couldn't even be compared to Gu Fei's. This was also the reason why cultivators and divine arts practitioners didn't dare to let real martial artists get close to them. Once a martial artist got close to them, it would be extremely dangerous. Qing Yangzi's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated, trying to neutralize the power that came crashing towards him. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qing Yangzi actually retreated more than 10 feet before he could neutralize the huge power that came crashing towards his chest. What's going on? The short and fat old man with white eyebrows frowned and asked. One must know that Qing Yangzi had the cultivation of the void-controlling realm, but he was actually repelled by a transcending mortality realm cultivator. This was simply something that no one would believe even if they were to say it out. Everyone was incomparably shocked. It was truly unbelievable that a transcending mortality realm cultivator could repel a peerless void-controlling realm expert. Humph, I'll do it. The old man patted his magical treasure pouch. A ray of light immediately rushed out from the magical treasure pouch. Within the ray of light, there was a white jade bottle. Withdraw. The old man pinched his spiritual art and pointed at the jade bottle. The jade bottle immediately enlarged, and at the same time, a huge suction force gushed out from the mouth of the bottle, sweeping towards Gu Fei. In the distance, there were waves of terrifying energy waves that were like the raging tides of the sea. Two powerful auras were vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Loud noises came continuously, shaking the mountains. Old Monster Shenyuan and the great demon Chu Gu were still fighting, and it seemed to have reached the climax. The short and fat old man didn't want to hesitate. He immediately took out his magical treasure, wanting to keep Gu Fei into the jade bottle. The jade bottle turned into the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the bottle was like a bottomless black hole. The huge suction force instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Returning bottle? The tall and thin old man and the other two were shocked. They were from the same sect as the short and fat old man, so they naturally knew about this magical treasure. Don't take his life, the tall and thin old man hurriedly said. However, he did not stop the short and fat old man, allowing him to do as he pleased. Got it, the short and fat old man replied. The jade bottle that was the size of a small mountain emitted rays of light, as if it was surrounded by strands of immortal qi. On the surface of the crystal-clear jade bottle, mysterious runes vaguely appeared. I didn't expect Martial Uncle to have refined this ancient artifact. The dark-skinned young man, Qing Yangzi, looked at the white jade bottle in the sky and said in surprise. An ancient aura was emitted from the talisman, which emitted a shocking energy ripple. The mouth of the bottle emitted a terrifying suction force, which formed a whirlwind that dragged Gu Fei's body. Although Gu Fei's eyes were tightly shut and he was circulating his mysterious art with all his might in an attempt to refine the boundless life essence in his body as soon as possible, he was still aware of everything that was happening in the outside world. Gu Fei could feel a strong force binding him tightly, trying to pull him up. At this moment, he could not move at all and was extremely anxious. However, just as Gu Fei was about to be pulled into the jade bottle, a crisp sword chime suddenly came from Gu Fei's body. The sword chime was like the cry of a crane. Although it was not loud, it echoed in the forest. Everyone in the forest could feel a vague fluctuation of sword chi. Gu Fei only felt that the life essence of the mystical weapon in his body was vibrating, as if his blood and chi were burning. His flesh and blood emitted waves of sword chi, which actually resisted the suction force of the jade bottle. The four peerless experts were all famous figures of the Guangxing celestial sect. Their sword Dao cultivation was unfathomable. When they felt the vague sword chi coming from Gu Fei's body, their expressions immediately changed. That sword chi actually caused the Dao nascent souls in their Zifu to tremble. The cultivation method of the Guangxing celestial sect was the Dao of sword immortals, and the Dao nascent souls formed were also different. That was the sword nascent soul, a sword nascent soul formed by endless sword essence. The dantian of the Zifu was filled with endless sword essence. That sword essence could be turned into a sword, and it could also be spread around the body. At this level, their body was the sword. The natal flying sword had already been completely melted into the body, becoming a part of the sword essence in the body. Feeling the sword chi on Gu Fei's body, the sword essence in the body of Qin Yangzi and the others were actually affected. The Zifu nascent souls seemed to be a little afraid of the aura on Gu Fei's body. How could this be? The short and fat old man with white eyebrows swayed. The sword essence in his body actually showed signs of losing control, and the circulation of his magic power suddenly stopped. The short and fat old man immediately lost control of the jade bottle in the sky, which had become the size of a small mountain. The jade bottle quickly shrank, turning into an ancient jade bottle that was half a foot long and had no luster. The old man seemed to be very nervous about the jade bottle. He hurriedly reached out to catch the jade bottle that fell from the sky, and then carefully put it into his magic treasure bag. At this time, the obscure sword chi on Gu Fei's body also gradually retreated, and then completely hid into his body. There was no longer a trace of sword chi coming out. The mysterious sword was a treasure-level divine weapon. There was no doubt about it. Even if it was a broken sword with only the hilt left, it still had unfathomable power. His body. Qin Yangzi's expression changed several times. The gaze that he looked at Gu Fei gradually became hot, as if he was looking at a treasure. You sensed it too? The black-faced man who had been silent all this time also spoke up. The extremely vigorous life essence energy surged within Gu Fei's body, tempering his body. He could even clearly feel that his body was collapsing, and he could feel that his flesh and blood were being reborn. His sparkling and translucent bones were covered in cracks. Endless pain, along with his sensitive nerves, was transmitted to his brain. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were cracking, but at the same time they were being reborn. Only after destruction could a treasure body reach grand completion. This was the true meaning of destruction and reconstruction. Cracks began to appear on Gu Fei's skin, as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. Within the cracks, one could see the bright red flesh and blood. One could even see the blood flowing. However, no blood essence seeped out from the cracks. This, Chapter 407. Gu Fei's situation seemed a little terrifying, a little creepy. His skin was cracking, but there was no blood flowing out. His essence blood seemed to be tightly bound within his flesh. His skin was as translucent as jade, flowing with a faint luster. Every inch of his skin, every inch of his flesh, was surging with life essence. After consuming the longevity grass leaf, Gu Fei began his first real physical transformation. This physical transformation could be said to be incomparably important, but it had come so suddenly that Gu Fei did not know what to do. He could only desperately refine the vast sea of life essence in his body, fusing it into his flesh, tendons, and bones. He could no longer care so much. Life essence surged, and his entire body's yuan qi was vast. The vast life essence contained in the longevity grass leaf seemed to ignite his flesh, tendons, and even his yuan qi. His entire body, inside and out, surged with life essence that was like a divine green flame. The yuan qi that Gu Fei had refined into his flesh, tendons, and bones had gradually reached a limit that he could bear. If his physical body did not undergo a transformation to become even stronger, Gu Fei would be in danger of his body exploding from the surging yuan qi. Even if his body did not explode, his tendons, and flesh would suffer unimaginable damage, and he would no longer be able to cultivate the great Tao. Kacha! 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 There was suddenly a chilling, bone-cracking sound coming from Gu Fei's body. It was as if there was an invisible hand inside his body that was breaking and crushing his bones one by one. What's going on? The white-browed, pudgy old man said in shock. What was happening to Gu Fei had already exceeded the scope of his imagination. No one would train themselves to death while cultivating. However, Gu Fei's physical body seemed to be collapsing. For martial cultivators, this was equivalent to destroying one's own Dao foundation. No one would do this unless they were crazy. However, the 4 peerless experts of the Guangxing Immortal sect had already noticed that Gu Fei was not a cultivator. Qin Yangzi and the others had never seen or heard of the martial art he was practicing. Is he going to die? The black-faced man's face turned even darker. If Gu Fei died, it would be a huge matter that would shake the 3 great Dao sects. Humph! This kid is very strange. His vitality is so vigorous that it's simply unimaginable. Even if he wants to die, I'm afraid he won't be able to. The tall and skinny old man said with a grave expression. The people of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the Green Spirit Peak are all freaks. They're all lunatics. The dark-skinned youth, Qin Yangzi, looked at Gu Fei, who was shrouded in a dark green aura. We'd better find a way to get him out of here. If the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the Shangqing Sect find out that he's here, we'll be in trouble. The white-browed, pudgy old man said in a low voice. In the distance, there was an earth-shaking roar. The demonic aura covered the sky, and the golden sword light was thousands of feet wide. The first son of the demon monarch, Chu Gu, was ferocious. He was fighting against the Guangxing Immortal sect's Shenyuan, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. It was hard to imagine that Chu Ji's cultivation had recovered so quickly. That day, Dan Chengzi, who had just broken through to the Yushu realm, was able to fight him for 300 rounds without being at a disadvantage. But now, this demon could actually fight someone at the peak of the 9th level of the Yushu realm. It was really shocking. It should be known that a peerless expert who had just broken through to the Yushu realm was not at the same level as those old monsters who were at the 9th level of the Yushu realm. Chu Gu, don't think that I won't dare to kill you. High up in the sky, the golden sword light, thousands of feet long, swept away the heavy demonic aura and went for the sky demon form. The void trembled under the sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. If the power of the golden light was to be a level higher, it might really be able to cut the void. Kill me if you can. Haha. The huge demon shadow laughed to the sky, but the voice came from the demon shadow's abdomen, where Chu Ji's real body was. The sky demon form was just a form, condensed by endless demonic aura. It was faint and illusory, without real flesh and blood. Could also be said that it was a clone formed by Chu Ji's primordial spirit. However, even if it was a shadow, it was related to Chu Ji's primordial spirit. It could also use some kind of magical power of the primordial spirit demon infant, and it had a lot of advantages when fighting against Shenyuan. Boom! The huge demon fist directly hit the opposite golden sword light. The demonic aura was turbulent, directly shaking the heaven and earth, and violently collided with the golden sword light. The sword light was blown away, and the huge demon shadow also flew back. Without the sky demon saber, Chu Gu could only use the secret skill of the primordial spirit to fight against the Guangxing celestial sword, which was said to be able to break all kinds of magical power and divine sense. Chu Gu, you can go to hell now, Shenyuan shouted. Then, endless golden sword light appeared between the heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth, and quickly flew in all directions. At this moment, the cold sword chi rushed up, and an unprecedentedly powerful wave of sword essence surged out from the body of the white-haired young man. Xuanyuan's whole body emitted brilliant golden light, as if he had turned into a heavenly sword, showing the momentum of an expert who looked down on the world. Sword formation? Chu Gu cried out in surprise. He found that the thousands of golden sword light, like golden divine swords, broke the endless demonic aura and surrounded his sky demon form. The thousands of golden sword light formed a mysterious sword formation. Xuanyuan stood in the middle of the formation, and the endless essence of heaven and earth gathered from all directions the moment the sword formation was formed. A terrible force was gathering, which was so powerful that even Chu Ji's face changed color. The Guangqing celestial sword is indeed extraordinary. Forgive me for not keeping you company. The huge demon shadow quickly shrank and disappeared into Chu Ji's body. He wanted to rush out of the sword formation, because Xuanyuan was very fierce. However, he was shocked to find that there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking him from all directions. The sword formation exuded an unfathomable force that trapped him in the eye of the sword formation. This time, Chu Gu was really a bit anxious. He was really too rash. Old monsters at the peak of the void-controlling realm were not easy to deal with, especially this Xuanyuan from the Guangqing celestial sect. With a sword in hand, even a demigod would be frightened, and he did not have the sky demon saber. Chu Gu, today will be the anniversary of your death next year. Xuanyuan old monster began to operate the sword formation, and thousands of golden sword light emitted endless sword aura, which obliterated the center of the formation. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions was constantly sucked in by the sword formation, and the power of the sword formation increased rapidly. The terrifying sword aura surged towards Chu Gu, who was in the center of the formation, like a terrible storm. The dense demonic aura around Chu Gu was immediately dispersed, and his figure appeared. At this time, there were a few powerful auras coming in this direction. Obviously, some experts were attracted by the fight here. Because of the appearance of the deity palace and the true demons, the northern region suddenly became the most eye-catching region on the soaring dragon continent. Countless experts had entered the northern region. Even the demons of the northern devil region appeared in the northern region. It was obvious that the northern region was an extremely complicated and chaotic region. Swoosh! 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 The escaping light streaked across the sky like a meteor, passing over the mountains, and soon came close. When they saw the sword formation that was formed by thousands of golden sword light, they were all shocked. The people who came retracted the escaping light and appeared in the void. They were three sage-like cultivators who were standing on magic tools. Sword formation? Is that the expert from the Guangqing celestial sect here? The demon trapped in the sword formation seems to be the first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu. The three cultivators were unwilling to go forward. The terrifying sword aura in front of them had already made them shiver, as if they were being pointed at by countless divine weapons, and all the pores on their bodies were open. Gu Fei is here. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sword formation and spread far and wide. That voice reverberated in the mountains for a long time. Gu Fei is here. Gu Fei is here. The mountains echoed, and the voice traveled hundreds of miles. Seeing that he could not break out of the sword formation, Chu Gu shouted with his sound technique and spread the news that Gu Fei was here. Chu Gu, you deserve to die. Seeing this, old monster Xuanyuan was furious and could no longer keep calm. He waved his hands again and again. Rumble! The speed of the sword formation suddenly sped up, as if thousands of mountains were moving at the same time. This part of the world was shaken by the power of the sword formation. In the eye of the formation, sword light shot out, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The power of the sword formation was so great that it could cut the void. Chu Gu was suddenly in danger. Xuanyuan wanted to use the power of the sword formation to kill Chu Gu as soon as possible, but for some reason, he sensed that his disciples and grand-disciples hadn't taken Chu Gu away from the distant forest. Getting Gu Fei was equivalent to getting 3 life-prolonging grass. However, Chu Ji's shout made old monster Xuanyuan's plan to take Gu Fei away secretly fail. This made old monster Xuanyuan mad. He repeatedly stimulated the sword spirit in his body and operated the sword formation. Thousands of golden sword light hovered and danced in the void. This part of the world seemed to be covered by a golden glow. Even the sun in the sky lost its brilliance at this moment. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? Where is Gu Fei? The three peerless experts who were watching the battle in the distant sky showed three different expressions when they heard Chu Ji's shout. Some were confused, some were shocked, and some were overjoyed. Chapter 408. Chu Gu seemed to know the secrets of the three great Taoist sects. He knew that the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects were looking for a disciple called Gu Fei, and this Gu Fei was the brat who had fought with him on the demon dragon ship in the Fallen God Sea. That day, Chu Gu had gone to the Divine Demon Island to steal the blood of the Divine Demon from the descendants of the Divine Demon. Although he had successfully infiltrated the Divine Demon Forbidden Land and stolen the blood, he had been discovered by the descendants of the Divine Demon clan and chased after him. The descendants of the Divine Demon clan on the Divine Demon Island were said to have an ancestor. They were neither gods nor demons, but they were both gods and demons at the same time. The Divine Demon clan possessed both divinity and demonic nature. They were existences that existed between gods and demons, possessing the power of both. However, they were not truly gods or demons. For millions of years, no demonic faction had dared to extend their hands to the Divine Demon Island in the Fallen God Sea. This was because there were many unknown secrets on the island. There was a powerful and unfathomable force guarding the island. Legend had it that the souls of the Divine Demon clan were sleeping on the island. One day, the ancient Divine Demon clan would return to the human world. Chu Gu had been bold enough to steal the divine blood of the descendants of the Divine Demon clan. He had poked a hornet's nest and was chased to the sea. In the end, the descendants of the Divine Demon clan summoned their ancestral souls. Not only did they take back the divine blood, but they also destroyed Chu Ji's Dantian and devoured his Yuan divinity demon infant. If he hadn't cultivated a second primordial spirit and escaped, his soul would have long been destroyed. Chu Gu had consumed the blood of the Divine Demon clan. Although the blood in his body had been extracted by the ancestral souls of the descendants of the Divine Demon clan, his flesh and bones were still stained with a trace of the blood. A trace of the Divine Demon blood had allowed Chu Gu to cultivate an incomparably powerful demonic body. Seeing that he could fight with the Guangxing Immortal sect's old monster Shen Yuan, it was very likely that he had already condensed a Yuan divinity demon infant. The Tao Foundation had been destroyed, but he could rebuild it. The secret technique of the Six Paths Demon Palace was truly unimaginable. But now, Chu Gu was trapped in the eye of the sword formation by old monster Shen Yuan, and was in great danger. Endless spiritual essence of heaven and earth gathered, and the power of the sword formation continued to increase. Rays of golden sword light, like divine swords, slashed at Chu Gu, who was in the eye of the array. Wherever the sword light passed, the void collapsed and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Tens of thousands of golden sword lights were densely packed together, enveloping the heaven and earth. Sword chi soared into the sky, causing the heaven and earth to lose their color. This was the terror of a sword cultivator at the 9th heavenly layer of the Imperial Void. The sword formation sealed off all directions, and endless sword chi surged toward the formation eye. It was a destructive storm formed by endless sword light, and it was so terrifying that even the void seemed to be shattered. Chu Gu felt the threat of death. Old monster Shen Yuan was more terrifying than he had imagined. He actually had the ability to kill him. However, Chu Gu knew it too late. In all directions, up, down, left, and right, all he could see was sword chi and sword light. He felt as if he was standing in an ocean of swords, and it seemed as if he would be completely crushed by the waves at any moment. Countless terrifying sword lights that pierced and slashed at him were all either dodged or blocked by him. However, Chu Gu knew very well that this situation could not last long. The power of the sword formation was getting stronger and stronger, and he was already feeling extremely strained. Roar! Gu Fei is here. Chu Gu could not care so much at this time. He used his sound technique and transmitted his voice far away. He wanted to distract old monster Shen Yuan, and then the sword formation would reveal a flaw so that he could escape from the sword formation. Chu Gu had captured a Taoist disciple in the northern lands, and from him, he learned that the reason why the three great Taoist sects had mobilized so many people to enter the northern lands was because of Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he had the immortal herb that even those old monsters coveted, the longevity grass. Others did not know what the longevity grass was, but it did not mean that Chu Gu did not know. According to the ancient records, the longevity grass was a kind of heaven and earth spirit that defied the natural order. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were predetermined by the heavens, but the longevity grass could increase the lifespan of a person who was at the end of his lifespan by another 200 years. It could be said that it defied the heavens and broke the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Gu, go to hell. Old monster Shen Yuan did not want others to know that he had found Gu Fei, so Chu Ji's shout made him mad. He repeatedly urged the sword energy in his body to control the sword formation and kill Chu Gu, who was trapped in the eye of the formation. Old monster Xuanyuan's lifespan was coming to an end, and the longevity grass was his only hope. However, Chu Ji's demonic arts had reached the peak of perfection, and his body had been tempered by the blood of fiend gods and demons, making him even more powerful. Shen Yuan couldn't kill Chu Gu in such a short time. Ha ha! Chu Gu laughed. He patted his magic treasure pouch, and a black light suddenly flew out. A powerful wave of demonic energy immediately spread out. Within the black light, there was a small black bell. As soon as the bell flew out of the magic treasure pouch, it quickly enlarged and enveloped Chu Gu. Swoosh! 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 Countless golden sword lights tore the void and slashed at Chu Gu. Clang! 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 The demonic bell blocked the golden sword lights that came from all directions. The terrifying sword chi that could split the void actually couldn't leave a mark on the demonic bell. It was obvious that the demonic bell was extraordinary. It was definitely a great treasure. Damn it! Old monster Shen Yuan stood in the middle of the sword formation on the golden sword lights. He couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He continuously exerted his power and used the power of the sword formation to attract the essence of heaven and earth. The essence of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and merged into the sword formation to increase its power. The huge sword formation covered the sky. Countless sword lights danced and circled in the sky, forming a mysterious formation that sealed off a part of the world. The center of the formation became a dangerous place, a land of death. Countless sword lights slashed at the eye of the formation, and the vast sound of the bell did not stop for a moment. However, even though the power of the sword formation was increasing, it was still difficult to break the demonic bell that enveloped Chu Gu in a short period of time. In the forest, the four peerless masters of the Guangxing celestial sect also encountered a problem. Even an ancient treasure like the returning bottle couldn't take Gu Fei away. How could they take Gu Fei away? Chu Ji's voice was so close to them that it was like a roar in their ears. They knew that people who heard the voice would definitely gather here immediately. If they didn't take Gu Fei away, it would be difficult to hide it from the masters of the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect. Swoosh! 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 Two streaks of light flew over from afar. The sound of the streaks of light breaking through the air could already be heard. The short, fat old man with white eyebrows was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. As for the dark-skinned young man, Qing Yangzi, he was rubbing his hands anxiously. The tall, skinny old man and the dark-skinned man were staring at Gu Fei, who was sitting under the tree with his body surging with vitality. Kacha! 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 Within Gu Fei's body, there was a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking. His head, face, limbs, and the skin that was exposed outside his clothes were constantly cracking and then healing. This situation seemed to be a never-ending cycle. Traces of yellow and black liquid with a faint smell of blood began to seep out of Gu Fei's pores. He was refining his body. His flesh and bones were breaking, but at the same time they were being reborn. During this process, the impurities in his body were being refined. Gu Fei's body was transforming in the direction of a flawless treasure body. This process brought endless pain. This kind of pain, even the pain of death by 1,000 cuts, was not even a fraction of it. His entire body was breaking apart, but under the effect of the vast vitality, it was being reborn and reformed. This kind of pain that could neither die nor be reborn was even more terrifying than falling into the 18th level of hell. Gu Fei could no longer think. Right now, he only felt one thing, and that was pain, the never-ending pain. Moreover, it wasn't just a certain part of his body that was hurting, but every inch of his skin and every bone in his body was hurting. The pain was so painful that he almost had a mental breakdown. It was so painful that he simply wanted to die. However, he still kept his eyes closed and his teeth tightly clenched. He didn't even know that his teeth had been clenched so tightly that a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The endless pain made his 5 senses useless. He didn't know what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he didn't want to know anything. He just wanted the transformation of his body to end as soon as possible. He wanted to cry out. He wanted to vent. He wanted to find someone to fight with his life. He even wanted to kill someone. He wanted to use all kinds of methods to reduce the pain in his body. However, he endured it all. Gu Fei knew that he was facing a huge opportunity. He faintly felt that as long as he could endure it, he would welcome a new life. However, the 4 experts of the Guangxing Immortal sect in the forest were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The situation was already very urgent. The 2 flowing lights in the distance were about to arrive in the blink of an eye. The short and fat old man with white eyebrows suddenly walked forward with a determined expression. Then, he waved his right sleeve and opened it wide. A strong suction force came from the sleeve and rolled towards Gu Fei, who was sitting under the big tree. A shocking scene appeared. Gu Fei's body, which was as steady as a rock, was actually pulled up by the suction force from the old man's sleeve. Then, he was sucked into the big sleeve of the old man. When the other 3 saw this, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How could it be so easy? They couldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, even the ancient treasure, the returning bottle, couldn't suck Gu Fei into the bottle. How could an ordinary heaven and earth sleeve technique suck Gu Fei into the sleeve? Qin Yangzi and the black-faced burly man were not the only ones who were confused. Even the short and fat old man who had kept Gu Fei in his sleeve was baffled. "Let's go," the short and fat old man lightly shouted. Then, his whole body emitted an extremely sharp sword light. He soared into the sky and flew towards the south. Chapter 409. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 streaks of light flew over from afar and arrived above the forest. 3 cultivators standing on magic tools were inside the streaks of light. "Where do you think you're going?" One of the cultivators took out a red gourd and slapped the bottom of the gourd. A nearly transparent flame immediately shot out from the gourd and flew toward Qin Yangzi and the others like a rocket. "It's the true fire of destruction. You guys go first." One of the streaks of light stopped, and a black-faced burly man appeared in the void. "Sword out!" the black-faced burly man yelled, and a gray sword ray immediately shot out from his body. "Sword shield!" The black-faced burly man formed a sword seal with his hand, and the gray sword ray immediately shone brightly, emitting an extremely sharp fluctuation of sword chi. Hum! The gray sword ray spun in front of the black-faced burly man, and the sword chi formed a light shield that completely sealed off the space in front of the black-faced burly man. The nearly transparent flame that shot out was immediately blocked by the vast and mighty sword chi. The sword chi was sharp, but it gave off a heavy feeling. The true fire of destruction collided with the gray sword shield and instantly exploded, covering a radius of 100 zhang. Wisps of nearly colorless flame pounced on the sword shield. Sizzle! The almost colorless flame seemed to be all-pervasive and possessed great power. Its temperature did not seem to be high, but in an instant, it managed to burn away most of the blurry sword chi. "Earth elemental sword chi?" The cultivator who took out the red gourd exclaimed. Then, the true fire of destruction quickly retreated and returned to the red gourd. "Dongfang Haoyin, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to provoke a conflict between our 2 clans?" The black-faced burly man retracted his sword ray and stood in the air as he spoke sternly. "Haha! Brother Li, you're being too serious. How could my Dongfang clan become enemies with your Guangxing celestial sect? Dongfang Haoyan was dressed in a light blue robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His 3-foot-long black beard hung down to his chest. He was a middle-aged cultivator with the demeanor of an immortal. Even though he was a cultivator, and his body was emanating powerful waves of magic power, he was not a Taoist priest. He was not wearing a Taoist robe, and he did not have a Taoist crown on his head. Dongfang Haoyan's long hair was tied behind his head with a light blue ribbon, giving him an elegant and concise look. Humph! Then why did you attack? Moreover, you used the Nirvana Truefire right from the start. The black-faced man said sternly. A pair of eyes that were as bright as stars shot out 2 rays of sword-like light as he stared at the other party's face. The other cultivator who chased after Dongfang Haoyan drove his magic tool, wanting to go around the black-faced man and chase after the 3 streaks of light. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Although the dark-faced man had intercepted Dongfang Haoyan, he didn't dare neglect the streak of light behind him. Pong! A vast amount of sword chi emanated from the dark-faced man's body, like thousands of gray divine swords. They spread out and sealed off this part of the world. Swoosh! The sword chi pierced through the air, creating countless whistling sounds. The dark-faced man cultivated earth sword chi, and he seemed to have attracted the power of the earth. The sword chi seemed to be everywhere, like a large net that intercepted the streak of light. Li Buwei, what is the meaning of this? The streak of light was forced back by the endless sword chi. When the light dissipated, an old woman wearing a light blue Taoist robe and a purple-gold Taoist crown appeared in the light. The dark-faced man, Li Buwei, was startled when he heard this, and then said with a serious expression, "Fellow Taoist Chi, I should be the one asking this. What is the meaning of you chasing us?" He, fellow Taoist Li, let us pass. You can't stop us by yourself. The middle-aged man, Dongfang Haoyan, said with a smile, I am looking for a disciple of the green spirit peak of the Taishan sect called Gu Fei. I suspect that you have taken him away. The old woman with white eyebrows and a wrinkled face said coldly, although she was very old, so old that she didn't even have a few teeth left. No one dared to underestimate her because she was an old monster of the same generation as Shenyuan Old Monster and the others. Taishan Taoist Qi was a famous figure of the Taishan sect who had been famous for nearly 1,000 years. She was one of the few great masters of the Yushu realm in the world. If it weren't for Gu Fei, she would not have left her place of cultivation and come to the north. For cultivators at the peak of the Yushu realm like Shenyuan Old Monster and Taoist Qi, the longevity grass was like a second life. It was the hope of becoming a demigod. As long as they took one more step, they would truly embark on the path of immortality. Their lifespan could be said to be endless. At this time, these old monsters who were near the end of their lifespans could no longer care so much. If a god stood in their way, they would slay a god. If a Buddha stood in their way, they would slay a Buddha. If a devil stood in their way, they would slay a devil. That old monster Shenyuan wanted the longevity grass for himself. Among the three great Taoist sects, there were many old monsters who had this idea. Everyone wanted to extend their lifespans and reach the demigod realm. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. The three great Taoist sects are like brothers. How could we take away a disciple of the Taishan sect? Moreover, everyone saw with their own eyes that the disciple named Gu Fei left with that powerful demonic cultivator. Even if we had the courage, we would not dare to provoke that powerful demonic cultivator. Li Buwei, the dark-faced man, said. Although the demonic cultivators and the Tao sects had formed an alliance and the two sects shared the virtual sky world, the demonic cultivators and the people of the Tao sects did not get along as harmoniously as they seemed on the surface. When Gu Fei and the old turtle were together, the people of the three great Taoist sects, even the people of the Taishan sect, had some scruples. They did not dare to go forward and could only watch as Gu Fei left with the old turtle. Humph! If you didn't have a guilty conscience, why did you leave in such a hurry? Qi Taoist said coldly. Her cloudy eyes fell on the dark-faced man's face. Qi Taoist's eyes seemed dim, but she looked at Li Buwei indifferently, causing a trace of fear to grow in Li Buwei's heart. Dongfang Haoyan suddenly smiled and said, Senior Qi, If you want to know whether Gu Fei is in their hands or not, it's actually very simple. We just need to chase after them and we will know everything. That's right. Get out of the way, or else don't blame me for being merciless. Qi Daoist nodded. Then her cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light like cold lightning. Although only a few words had passed, the 3 rays of light in front of them were already hundreds of miles away. As long as they delayed for a little longer, they would completely disappear into the southern horizon. Fellow Taoist Qi. You're courting death. Taoist Qi let out a stern shout and extended her right hand. The small golden fan in her hand immediately spun and rapidly grew larger. Specks of golden light shot out from the golden fan, and it was as if there was a strong golden wind swirling around the fan. Whoosh! Qi Daoist no longer hesitated. She directly swung the fan at Li Buwei. Instantly, a strong wind howled as a golden storm appeared out of nowhere. It swept forward like a golden tsunami. Roar! Li Buwei's expression changed greatly. He let out a furious roar as a gray sword glow immediately shot out from his body. He was trying to block the golden wind that was sweeping toward him. However, that golden wind contained an unbelievable amount of power. With a single wave of Granny Qi's fan, it was as if space itself had been shattered. Heaven and earth trembled, and even the clouds in the surroundings were scattered by the fan. The golden wind was like a blade, wreaking havoc in all directions. Li Buwei's earth elemental sword glow was immediately blown away. He was also sent tumbling backward like a kite with a broken string. Whoosh! Qi Daoist sent Li Buwei flying with her fan. The golden fan immediately shrunk and returned to her palm. She then turned into a ray of light and chased after Li Buwei. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Qi Daoist left these words before she soared into the sky and chased after Qin Yangzi and the others. He, Dongfang Haoyan let out 2 chuckles. His eyes flashed with an imperceptible sharpness as he also soared into the sky. The dark-faced man, Li Buwei, was sent flying thousands of feet away by Taoist Qi. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. With a thought, the earth-flying sword that was sent flying by the metal wind immediately flew back and entered his body. A peak 9th layer void imperial expert is indeed powerful. Li Buwei watched Qi Daoist disappear into the distance. He reached out his hand to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured. He knew that Qi Daoist didn't try to kill him. Boom! At this moment, a sudden earth-shattering sound came from the distance. Li Buwei was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. In the sky, countless golden sword Qi danced in the air, forming a giant golden sword formation. At the eye of the formation, there was a violent energy fluctuation. The entire golden sword formation trembled continuously, releasing a great sword Qi wave that caused one's heart to palpitate. The cold sword Qi caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. Thousands of golden sword Qi trembled at the same time. A vast power surged out from the eye of the formation, as if there was an ancient giant beast attacking the sword formation. Xianyuan ancestor. Li Buwei was secretly shocked. This sword formation was truly amazing. It could be said to be the creation of the heavens and earth. Using one's own sword Qi to turn thousands of sword Qi into a mysterious sword formation, then using the power of the sword formation to activate the power of the heavens and earth, one could infinitely increase their power. The Guangxing Immortal Sect's sword Immortal Dao was truly outstanding. It was not a coincidence that they could stand tall in the world of cultivation for so many years. They had the foundation and strength to do so. Ah! A shrill scream came from the sword formation. Li Buwei was shocked. Then, he saw a bloody shadow break through the layers of sword Qi and rushed out from the eye of the formation. The speed of the bloody light was very fast. After a few flashes, it disappeared in the northern sky. Old monster Shenyuan, I will repay you tenfold for losing my arm. A voice came from the north. The bloody light traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. It was truly shocking. Chapter 410. Swoosh! A ray of light streaked across the sky like a bright meteor, passing over the endless mountains and shooting towards the south. The sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. However, the cold that shrouded the northern lands could not be dispelled by the bright sunlight. Outside of the 100-mile radius of the abyss of immortals and demons, there was no ice and snow. Except for the lush vegetation, everywhere else was covered in ice and snow. In such a harsh environment, ordinary people absolutely could not survive in the wild. Within the ray of light, there was a short and fat figure. It was a short and fat old man with white eyebrows. At this time, the old man's face was full of panic, desperately flying in the air, as if there was something terrifying chasing after him. The ray of light swept past. The old man was a void-controlling realm cultivator. Even in the world of cultivation, it was rare to see him. A cultivator of this level, without the use of magic treasures, could soar into the sky and fly in the air just by manipulating the power of heaven and earth. He was a peerless expert. Just what had happened to make a peerless master so panicky? It was as if a mortal had suddenly seen a legendary ghost. Old man Dugu, leave that person. Suddenly, a voice rang out between the heavens and earth. This voice was erratic and eccentric, causing one's hair to stand on end when hearing it. The short and fat old man turned a deaf ear to it. He just kept urging his magic power to drive the ray of light, flying towards the south, not daring to respond. Old man Dugu. That voice, as if it came from the 18th level of hell, was eerie and horrifying. Moreover, no matter how fast the short and fat old man's ray of light was, the voice always reached his ears. The ray of light was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the old man rushed out of the endless snow mountains into the endless snow forest area. The northern lands was very big, but no one seemed to know how vast the northern lands was. The area of 10,000 miles was only the range of human activities, the vast majority of the uninhabited areas. No one knew where the end of the abyss of immortals and demons was. The abyss of immortals and demons, lying between the northern lands and the northern demon region, became a natural barrier between the demon region and the central plains. Some people say that the end of the abyss of immortals and demons is the end of the northern lands. Martial cultivators of the void-defending realm could carve runes and set up a temporary teleportation formation. However, the old man did not have the time to set up the teleportation formation. The person behind him would definitely not allow the old man to set up the teleportation formation and leave the northern lands. However, if it was just flying in the sky, it would be difficult to leave the northern lands without several days and nights of sleepless nights. Old man Dugu, leave that person, and I'll spare your life. The sinister voice kept ringing in the old man's ears. It was obvious that the person wanted to use his sound technique to disturb the old man's mind and slow him down. But cultivators that were able to cultivate to the void-controlling realm possessed minds that were incomparably firm, and it was difficult for ordinary demonic sounds and ghost howls to shake them or cause them to lose their minds. However, this sinister and strange voice seemed to possess a great magical power. Even though the short and fat man had sealed his hearing, the voice still rang out in his mind. This was an evil sound technique that could directly affect the opponent's mind. This was not an ordinary sound wave attack, but a mental attack. Old man Dugu. The soul-sucking ghost howls were endless. They were like sledgehammers filled with demonic nature that bombarded the old man's mind endlessly. The old man's mind was shaken, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He did his best to guard his mind. He knew that if he lost his mind, the teleportation formation would definitely slow down, and the other party would catch up. When the old man thought about the strength of the person behind him, he could not help but change his expression. That was a terrifying person, even more terrifying than the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects. If he was caught by that person, death would be the best release. But he was afraid that even in death, he would be tortured and never be able to live again. That was the most terrifying thing. Above the endless forest of snow, there was only a single teleportation formation fleeing. Behind the teleportation formation, there was nothing. There was no teleportation formation, no figure, and no energy fluctuations. There seemed to be not a single ghost behind the old man. However, that tempting, demonic, an eerie voice was still unceasingly transmitted into the old man's mind. The fat old man did not dare to stop at all. The teleportation formation of a peerless expert was incomparably fast. Very soon, the old man had already flown 500 kilometers. But the forest of snow below was still endless. The forest was covered in snow, and it extended all the way to the horizon. It was as if there was no end. From time to time, powerful vicious beasts and even demonic beasts would be startled by the teleportation formation. They would let out earth-shattering roars and charge out of the forest. Regardless of whether it was vicious beasts or demonic beasts, they had yet to awaken their intelligence. Their bestial nature was greater than their divine nature, and powerful vicious beasts and demonic beasts all had a very strong sense of territory. Although the old man was flying through the sky, the vicious beasts and demonic beasts in the forest of snow below saw him as invading their territory, and they roared incessantly. Just as the teleportation formation of the old man flew over a basin, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man and blocked his path. "Get out of the way!" The old man shouted loudly, and then he opened his mouth to spit out a sharp sword light that was dazzling with golden light, and it pierced through the person in front of him. The sword light was like lightning. After it rushed out of the old man's mouth, it immediately grew to 100 feet. It exuded a chilling sword chi and instantly rushed to the person in front of him. The old man did not have any intention of stopping. He continued to charge forward behind the golden sword light. He did not even get a clear look at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him before he had already attacked. "Du Gu Feng!" A cold shout came from the front. The voice was filled with a great majesty. The owner of the voice was definitely someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Then, the old man saw a large hand directly grabbing at his sword light. A shocking scene appeared in front of Du Gu Feng. His 30-meter-long sword light, which was emitting an extremely sharp golden sword chi, was actually caught by the huge hand in front of him. It twisted and struggled violently like a snake in the huge hand. Moreover, the hand that caught the sword light did not stop. Instead, it continued to move forward, wanting to grab Du Gu Feng as well. The short and fat Du Gu Feng was like a bird that had thrown itself into a trap. Even if the huge hand did not come to grab him, he would still rush into the other person's hand. Du Gu Feng's shock was no small matter. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him had a cultivation base that exceeded his imagination. This kind of person was not someone he could contend against. He hurriedly soared into the sky, wanting to avoid the giant hand. However, the giant hand emitted a terrifying energy wave, and with its supreme power, it sealed the space around it. Roar! Du Gu Feng could no longer maintain his calm. He let out an angry roar and desperately circulated the magic power in his body. Endless golden sword chi shot out from his body like a golden divine light. The short and fat Du Gu Feng seemed to have turned into a golden sun. The sword chi that exploded from his body was extremely powerful, causing the sun in the sky to lose its luster. Bam! Du Gu Feng was knocked out for hundreds of meters. The sword light that was emitting from his body also crumbled. Blood began to drip down from the corner of his mouth. One move was enough to determine who was stronger. Even Du Gu Feng's flying sword, which he had refined for hundreds of years and had long since fused with his body, had been taken away by his opponent, causing him to lose his greatest support. Remember that the cultivators of the Guangchang sect walk the path of the sword immortal. They spend their entire lives training only one sword. Most of their abilities are based on that flying sword. After losing their flying sword, they are like a beast that has lost its claws and teeth. No matter how powerful they are, they can no longer hurt others. Shin Hongshi, it's you? Only now did Du Gu Feng see who the person before him was. The person before him was standing in midair. He was wearing a Taoist robe, his temples were white, and his face was red. "My name is not something you can say. Leave that person behind and get the hell out of here." The person who came was an old monster of the Shangqing sect, Shin Hongshi. Shin Hongshi had once fought with another old monster of the Guangchang sect, Luo Xiao, for Gu Fei. Of course, he did not have any good feelings towards the people of the Guangchang sect. "Who are you?" I don't even know what you were talking about. Du Feng's body was filled with spiritual energy. He stared at the golden sword light in Shen Hongshi's hand and said nervously, "Flying sword." That was his flying sword. If Shen Hongshi hadn't used the giant hand to take away his flying sword, he would have turned and fled a long time ago. Humph. At this point, don't play tricks in front of me. Since you are not willing to hand over that person, then I can only do it myself, Shen Hongshi said as he pressed forward. He rubbed his fat palm a few times, causing Du Feng's life-bound flying sword to scatter and reveal its true form. It was a small golden sword that was half a foot long and extremely sharp. Who is so bold to interfere with my business? I have already reserved that person. Could it be that you, big fatty, dare to fight with me? Just at this moment, a sinister and erratic voice rang out in the void. No one knew where the source of this voice was, as though it had come from the void itself. Who's playing tricks? Shen Hongshi's face suddenly became angry. 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. He hated people calling him a big fatty the most because he was a big fatty. Du Feng's expression changed. He knew that the big fiend chasing him had arrived. Qing Yangzi and junior brother Gao would not be able to stop this fiend. Even Daopo Chi of the Supreme Mystery Sect had suffered at the hands of this fiend. He didn't know if this fiend could deal with the big fatty Shen Hongshi. Chapter 4:11. Gu Fei is here. After Du Feng released the heaven and earth sleeve technique to hide Gu Fei in his sleeve, he didn't forget to shout. He was afraid that others wouldn't know that the person who flew out from his sleeve was Gu Fei. He quickly retreated and hid far away. Fight! Fight! Humph! The short and fat old man Du Feng knew that he was no match for Shen Hongshi and the fiend that was chasing him, so he immediately decided to watch the fight from a distance. Void-controlling realm cultivators were all extremely shrewd and experienced. They knew that they couldn't win, so they gave up without any hesitation. Gu Fei? Shen Hongshi's eyes immediately widened. He extended his hand and was about to grab the descending figure. He's mine. Suddenly, a strong vibration came from the void nearby. Ripples spread out like transparent water waves. Then, a black figure directly walked out from the void. It was unknown what kind of secret technique that person had used to hide in the void. If he hadn't come out himself, no one would have known where he was. Even the fat old monster Shen Hongshi didn't know where he was. The moment that person appeared, he also extended his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. You're asking for death. Shen Hongshi was shocked. He then raised his hand and a golden light immediately shot out from his hand and pierced through the person in front of him. That golden light was Du Feng's natal flying sword that Shen Hongshi had collected. That flying sword had been refined by Du Feng day and night, nourished by his own sword energy day and night. It had long become a spiritual item. Once it left Shen Hongshi's hand, it immediately emitted a bright golden sword light. Like a golden lightning, it flew towards the person in front of him to kill. A powerful sword chi immediately spread high up in the sky. Du Feng, who had retreated to the side, was shocked when he saw Shen Hongshi throw out his flying sword. Then he was overjoyed. He immediately used the power of his mind to recall the flying sword. His mind communicated with the flying sword. As a result, the golden sword light suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. The sword chi was so strong that it lit up the sky and earth in a golden color. Broad accomplishment flying sword? The person who walked out of the void was obviously shocked, but he did not retract his hand because of this. Instead, he continued to grab forward. The moment the golden sword light with unparalleled sword chi twisted around his arm, his hand happened to grab Gu Fei's shoulder. Keep the sword. Just at this moment, Du Feng, who had retreated far away, let out a low roar. Swish! Then, like a golden snake, it flew back towards Du Feng. However, a scene that left Du Feng and Shen Hongshi in disbelief appeared in front of their eyes. That person's arm that had been struck by the flying sword did not fall off. Instead, a black aura surged out from the place where the sword had struck. Afterwards, that arm was actually completely undamaged, without a trace of injury. Profound ghost body? Are you from the plentiful city ghost palace? Shen Hongshi was startled, and his expression turned ugly. His mind was distracted, and the large hand that was reaching out actually stopped for a moment. In that moment of hesitation, Gu Fei was grabbed by the mysterious person. At this time, Gu Fei's entire body was surging with a tidal wave of energy. Endless life essence was causing his body to undergo a true transformation. His eyes were tightly closed, and he was still maintaining his cross-legged posture. Rays of light flickered on the mountain. The power of the 5 elements was resonating within his body, and the energy of life was surging within his flesh and bones. His face was contorted with pain, and his teeth were clenched tightly. His appearance was incomparably ferocious, and soybean-sized beads of sweat constantly seeped out from his forehead. The sweat brought along traces of impurities within his body. His body was undergoing a transformation, and his flesh and bones were being tempered. It was as if he was tempering a piece of divine metal. The more impurities were refined, the less impurities there were. Gu Fei's body was undergoing a transformation in the direction of being flawless. His flesh and bones were still constantly cracking, and then healing. It was as if there were 2 diametrically opposed powers using his body as a battlefield. One was the power of destruction, and the other was the power of regeneration. His flesh and bones were being reconstructed, and he was enduring endless pain. Everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him, and he couldn't care less about it. It wasn't that he didn't want to care, but his senses, his sense of touch, were now filled with the word pain. Other than this feeling of pain, he couldn't feel anything else. Haha, so pure, such a huge amount of life essence. The mysterious person who walked out of the void was a middle-aged man with a face as pale as paper and dressed in linen clothes. This middle-aged man was tall and thin, and he had a long, narrow, horse-like face. His face was pale, and his complexion was frighteningly pale. He was the legendary soul reaper of the underworld, the white impermanence of the black and white impermanence. The middle-aged man's right hand grabbed Gu Fei, and his left hand was really like the legendary white impermanence, holding a morning staff. This morning staff was made up of skulls the size of a child's fist, and the black eye sockets of the skulls faintly emitted a dark green light. This person, what's wrong with him? His body is very strange. The middle-aged man's face was full of surprise as he looked Gu Fei up and down. His pair of mung bean eyes flickered with an evil green light that was like a willow. The wisp. True cultivators had already disappeared for countless years. Perhaps only the people from the ancient times knew what was happening to Gu Fei's body. You are the Qi Shan old ghost? Shen Hongshi looked at the middle-aged man and suddenly exclaimed. He had already seen through this person's background. Ha! The middle-aged man seemed a little surprised. His gaze left Gu Fei and looked at Shen Hongshi. He said with a smile, I didn't expect someone in this world to recognize me. Let me see. 1,500 years? No, it should be 1,800 years. I haven't left Mount Qi for 1,800 years. The middle-aged man pondered and muttered to himself. Hiss! When Shen Hongshi and Du Gufeng heard this, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Shen Hongshi, the old monster of the Guangqing celestial sect, changed his expression. This guy with a ghostly aura was the real old monster. Compared to him, Shen Hongshi was like a child and an adult. At this moment, 3 energy waves suddenly came from the north. Then 3 rays of light, 1 in front and 2 behind, flew over quickly. It's Qing Yangzi and Junior Gao. Du Gufeng's white beard trembled and his face was full of joy. Qing Yangzi and Junior Gao stayed behind to block the middle-aged man and did not encounter any mishaps. Ha! Why is she here? Good timing. Shen Hongshi's eyes were like lightning. He immediately recognized the ray of light flying in front. That person was someone he knew. He was secretly happy. He was worried that he was not the opponent of the Qishan old ghost. Coincidentally, that familiar person came. If the 2 of them worked together, they might be able to fight the old ghost. Qishan old ghost, put that person down. The conveyance light was as fast as lightning, and a vast amount of transcendence energy rippled over. Before the person arrived, an old voice had already been heard. Humph! A group of flies that don't know life from death. So annoying. The Qi-shan old ghost said in disdain and annoyance. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pulled the storage pouch on Gu Fei's waist. Then he opened it to take a look. That horse-like white face was immediately startled and his expression became very ugly. Not in the storage pouch? The Qi-shan old ghost stuck the wailing skull stick on his waist. His right hand carried Gu Fei while his left hand searched Gu Fei's body. When Qing Yangzi's palm touched Gu Fei's shoulder, it was repelled by the vast and mighty power that came out from Gu Fei's body. However, the Qi-shan old ghost was as casual as grabbing a toy. The surging power in Gu Fei's body did not affect him at all. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and there was a mighty surge of mana. A dazzling ray of light, like a divine rainbow, wrapped around a figure and flew close in an instant. An old Taoist woman holding a golden palm leaf fan appeared from the ray of light. The old Taoist woman angrily pointed at the middle-aged man and shouted, "Qi-shan old ghost, do you want to become enemies with the three Tao sects?" At this time, the middle-aged man had already searched Gu Fei's body, not even his socks and shoes. However, the thing he wanted did not seem to be on Gu Fei's body. Impudent! The middle-aged man couldn't help being enraged. His pale face darkened, and his green beady eyes swept over Shenhongshu and Daopo Qi. He coldly said, "You juniors, when I made a name for myself, your master was still drinking milk. You dare to use your Taoist gate to suppress me? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Ghost Emperor Fengdu was fighting an ancient devil in his own land and was in the limelight. The ghost Tao cultivators all felt proud and puffed out their chests. Qi-shan old ghost naturally felt proud as well. Moreover, the Qi-shan old fart was right. In terms of seniority, the Qi-shan old fart was truly on par with Shenhongshu and Granny Qi's ancestors. He was already in a bad mood because he couldn't find that thing on Gu Fei's body. So how could he not be angry after being scolded by a junior? Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air echoed once more. The other two rays of light also flew close and disappeared. Two figures appeared in the sky. These two were the dark-skinned youth, Qing Yangzi, and the tall and thin old man surnamed Gao. The two of them were in a sorry state, as if they had fought with someone. The crown on Qing Yangzi's head had disappeared, and there were a few holes in his clothes. His hair was messy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The old man surnamed Gao was the same as Qing Yangzi. His hair was also messy, his clothes were torn, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. It was clear that they were injured during the battle. Shenhongshu took a step forward and solemnly said to Qi-shan old ghost, "Let's talk. First, let go of the person in your hand." "Humph, you want this person, but I won't give it to you." Old ghost Qi-shan seemed to be truly enraged. As he spoke, he suddenly opened his mouth. That mouth was like a bottomless black hole. Vast and mighty black gas surged out, instantly enveloping Gu Fei and then devouring him. Chapter 412. Old Ghost Qi-shan, you. Everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Old Ghost Qi-shan had actually swallowed Gu Fei. It should be known that the only hope of the three great Taoist sects to obtain the longevity grass was Gu Fei. Among the three great Taoist sects, there were many old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans. There were even some old monsters who used various secret techniques and did not hesitate to seal themselves in order to prolong their lifespans. To the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects, the longevity grass could be said to be a second life. 200 years of lifespan might be enough for them to break through the shackles of cultivation. If one did not become a demigod, one would not be able to live forever. No matter how powerful one's magic was or how invincible one's magical powers were, when the time came, no matter how reluctant one was, no matter how unwilling one had to say goodbye to this world. Only demigods had hope of living forever. However, on the Tung-Long continent, how many cultivators could truly see through life and death and become demigods? Old Ghost Qi-shan had swallowed Gu Fei. This had undoubtedly completely offended the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects. Roar! Old Ghost Qishan, you have gone too far. Shen Hongshi was extremely agitated. The fat on his face kept twitching and his eyes were red. It was as if he had an irreconcilable hatred with Old Ghost Qishan. Old Ghost Qishan had swallowed Gu Fei and cut off the path of immortality for Shen Hongshi and the other old monsters. However, this also meant that he was absolutely irreconcilable with the people of the three great Taoist sects. After Shen Hongshi woke up, he immediately fought with Old Ghost Qishan. For people like Shen Hongshi who were nearing the end of their lifespans, there was nothing in this world that they were afraid of. At most, they would just die. Talisman, come out. Shen Hongshi was furious. With a roar, a vast amount of magic power immediately surged out of his body. Countless talismans rushed out of his body and flickered with dazzling divine light. Like countless sharp blades, they spun and flew towards Old Ghost Qishan. Every single talisman was like a heavenly pattern, emitting a great amount of magical energy that drew in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, then fused with the talisman, causing the power of the talisman to increase greatly. I've roamed the world for 1,000 years and have never been afraid of anyone. That brat's life essence is so pure and vast. As long as I refine that brat, I might be able to reverse life and death and be reborn. Old Ghost Qishan said coldly. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. His dark green eyes stared emotionlessly at Shen Hongshi, who was charging over. Boundless runes covered the sky and covered the earth, shaking the heavens and earth, activating the energy of the heavens and earth, displaying a great power. Wherever the runes passed, ripples would appear in the void. Facing a strong move, Old Ghost Qishan was awe-inspiring and fearless. He stretched out his hand and took out the Wailing Skull Staff from his waist. Then he shook the Wailing Skull Staff. The 2918 skulls that were the size of a child's fist immediately flew up. Black gas surged and they spat out dark green ghost fire from their mouths. They became the size of a wheel and charged forward. The Wailing Skull Staff turned into 18 horrifying ghost heads. It was as if 18,000-year-old ghosts had suddenly awakened. They spat out endless ghost fire from their mouths and burned the flying runes. At this moment, Old Ghost Qi, Dugufeng, and the others, who were both shocked and furious, had already sent out 7 or 8 information transmission talismans to summon their fellow sect members nearby to help. Then, Dugufeng, Qin Yangzi, and the others spat out a flying sword and charged at Old Ghost Qishan. If they killed Old Ghost Qishan at this moment, they might be able to save Gu Fei. The 3 rays of sword light were like 3 divine rainbows. They pierced through the air and rushed towards Old Ghost Qishan. In the sky, sword qi instantly filled the sky. The resplendent sword light lit up the sky and even overshadowed the light of the sun. Whoosh! Old Ghost Qi waved the golden palm leaf fan in her hand and fiercely fanned it at Old Ghost Qishan. A golden gale immediately surged out. It was like countless golden blades that tore through the void and attacked Old Ghost Qishan. The golden palm leaf fan in Old Ghost Qishan's hand was a rare treasure. Could fan out a metal elemental wind. If an ordinary cultivator was fanned by it, their flesh, bones, and even their nascent soul would completely collapse and melt into the void. The golden gale could cut through bones and flesh. Possessed great power. What is there to be afraid of when all of you attack together? Old Ghost Qishan was incomparably arrogant. 18 ghost heads the size of wagon wheels surrounded him. Black gas lingered around them and vast ghost qi surged. The ghost heads spat out dark green ghost fire from their mouths. The evil ghost fire seemed to ignite the void. The ghost fire actually blocked the attack of thousands of runes. Even the metal wind from Old Ghost Qishan's fan could not blow away the dark green ghost fire. Dugu Feng's 3 sword lights broke through the layers of ghost qi and slashed at the ghost heads shrouded in black gas. There was a clanging sound as if the ghost heads were made of divine metal. 1,000 ghosts greeting the sect. Old Ghost Qishan let out a loud roar that shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying ghost qi surged out from his body and shrouded the heavens and earth. The ghost qi soared into the sky and actually turned the heavens and earth into a ghost realm. The heavens and earth darkened. Countless ghost shadows appeared in the pitch-black ghost qi. 18 ghost heads that spat out ghost fire were faintly discernible in the heavy black fog and blocked all the attacks. The heavens and earth were instantly filled with the sound of ghosts. In the ghost chi that shrouded the heavens and earth, there seemed to be thousands of ghosts howling. The eerie and terrifying aura filled the heavens and earth. Go! Kill them! Old Ghost Chi Shan's cold voice came from the black fog. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. Shen Hongshi, Old Ghost Chi Shan, and the others had already retreated. Old Ghost Chi Shan was a terrifying figure that had roamed the world for hundreds and thousands of years. Other than demigods who could pose a threat to him, perhaps even old monsters at the peak of the ninth heaven of the void-controlling realm would not be able to harm him. The ghost Tao was mysterious and unfathomable. Old Ghost Chi Shan had condensed the Xian Yin ghost body. Any magical treasures, other than a few rare treasures, would not be able to harm him at all. It could be said that he had an indestructible body. Only special methods could be used to completely destroy him. Ghost Chi surged and 18 huge black shadows walked out from the black fog. They were 18 giants that were 10 zhang tall and were covered in black. Shen Hongshi and the others were shocked. They felt a terrifying energy fluctuation from the 18 black giants. It was the eerie and terrifying power of the ghost Tao. What shocked everyone the most was that the 18 black giants did not have real bodies of flesh and blood. Their tall bodies seemed to be completely condensed from endless pitch-black ghost chi. The heads of the 18 black giants were impressively the 18 skulls that were the size of wheels that could spit ghost fire. The eye sockets of the skulls were emitting 2 faint green evil lights. And what made people's scalps tingle was that behind the 18 terrifying, malicious ghosts were densely packed faint black shadows. It was as if Old Ghost Chi Shan had opened the gates of hell and released countless ghosts and malicious ghosts from the underworld. 10,000 ghosts paying homage. It was the true 10,000 ghosts paying homage. After the 18 malicious ghosts walked out from the black fog of ghost chi, they charged towards the crowd. Behind the malicious ghosts, there were countless ghostly shadows that followed. The terrifying, malicious ghosts were like 18 generals that commanded thousands of troops and horses. They led countless ghostly soldiers and swept across the world. They silently charged towards Shen Hongshi, Old Ghost Chi, and the others. There were no shouts, no roars. Under the leadership of the generals, the countless ghostly soldiers silently charged forward. The murderous aura they emitted was vast and mighty in the world. The murderous aura shot into the sky. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the entire world was shaken by the 18 flood like ghostly soldiers. Ghostly chi soared into the sky, and the murderous aura was vast and mighty. It made people feel as if they were in the middle of a terrifying battlefield of slaughter. At this moment, the sound of breaking air came from the distance. Several streaks of light appeared in the sky and quickly flew towards the battlefield. The nearby experts of the Tao sect who had received the message from Dugufeng, Old Ghost Chi, and the others were rushing over. Old Ghost Chi Shan, you will regret your actions. Shen Hongshi shouted. Light runes surged out of his body. Each light rune was like a divine rune that emitted a vast and unfathomable power. He quickly retreated, dodging the charging ghost general that had a huge ghostly head. Thousands of light runes rained down on the ghost general at the same time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk when the countless light runes struck the ghost general and the incorporeal ghostly shadows behind it. They all exploded with a resplendent light and a terrifying destructive power. The power of the light runes' explosion blocked the ghost general that was charging over. The ghostly shadows behind the ghost general turned into black smoke and dissipated into the void along with the light runes. At this moment, endless ghostly chi gathered towards the ghost general. It condensed into a pitch-black saber that emitted a vast and eerie aura in the ghost general's hand. Asterisk swish. Asterisk the ghost general was incomparably ferocious. He directly swung his saber at the retreating Shen Hongshi. The pitch-black saber light on the saber soared hundreds of meters into the air, creating an ear-piercing sound as it chased after Shen Hongshi. The pitch-black saber chi seemed to slice through the void. A vast and mighty energy storm appeared in the void. The ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart sounded like the wails of thousands of ghosts. This saber could be said to be steady, evil, ferocious, ruthless, and terrifying at the same time. Even the old monster Shinhongsher, the big fatty, was shocked. The 18 ghost generals used endless ghostly chi to condense their ghostly bodies. They used the skulls as their heads. Only the skulls were tangible objects. Their bodies and even their weapons were all condensed from ghostly chi. However, even with the ghostly bodies and weapons condensed from endless ghostly chi, these 18 ghost generals were still incomparably terrifying and displayed a terrifying battle strength. Shinhongsher consecutively shot out 3 powerful runes before he shattered the 100-meter-long saber light that was chasing after him. The other ghost generals led the ghost soldiers and had already surrounded Dugufeng and the other experts of the Guangxing celestial sect. Only Daopo Chi continuously fanned the golden palm leaf fan in her hand, creating waves of golden wind that blew away the countless ghostly shadows. She rushed out of the encirclement of the 4 ghost generals. Asterisk swish. Asterisk asterisk swish. Asterisk asterisk swish. Asterisk the intense sound of the air being torn apart had already reached the vicinity. A few powerful auras surged over from afar. The experts of the 3 great Taoist sects had finally arrived. Chapter 413. 4-inch boom. A thunderclap shook the sky, and lightning and fire descended from the sky. Boundless ghost chi and countless ghost phantoms vanished into thin air. An important figure was unleashing lightning magic. The experts from the 3 great Taoist societies had arrived after receiving the message talismans. Heaven and earth trembled. Origin chi surged and thunder filled the sky. The person who made the move was definitely a terrifying cultivator at the level of an old monster. The powerful power of thunder dispersed most of the dark ghost chi that covered the sky. Roar. A furious roar was emitted from within the churning and surging ghost fog. A frightening energy ripple that was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean surged out from within the ghost aura. The pitch-black ghost fog seemed to possess intelligence as it pounced towards the lightning fire that had yet to dissipate and annihilated it within the ghost fog. Several powerful auras appeared nearby. The dark and gloomy ghost chi covered the sky again in an instant, turning the day into night. Old ghost Chi-shan was too powerful. Even the thunder and fire that filled the sky could not disperse the gloomy and terrifying ghost chi. The countless ghost shadows that had been dispersed once again appeared from the black ghost chi. Under the leadership of the 18 ghost generals, they charged at all the cultivators present. The tens of thousands of evil spirits seemed to be indestructible. Everyone present felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that if they did not kill old ghost Chi-shan, these evil spirits would not truly disappear. Boom! 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 Thunderous booms rang out one after another, as though an ancient god of thunder was performing a spell. Boundless lightning and fire exploded out, causing the 18 ghost generals to tumble back in retreat. The ghost bodies formed by the boundless ghost chi were constantly being torn apart, but it was difficult to break them apart. Eventually, they reformed again. The 18 ghost general skulls, which were as large as wheels, continued to spit out dark green ghost flames that burned toward Shinhongsher and the others. They looked extremely ferocious. The moment the thunder and green ghost flames came into contact, they canceled each other out and dissipated in the void. The power of thunder and fire was of extreme yang. It was the nemesis of the netherworld ghost flames that the 18 ghost generals spat out. The netherworld ghost flames were of extreme yin and cold, and the power of thunder and fire were polar opposites. Streaks of light constantly rushed over from all directions. After a while, no less than 10 powerful cultivators had arrived nearby on streaks of light. Some were watching and some were making a move. The people who were attacking were all elders from the 3 great Taoist societies. The experts from the other powers all had misgivings about what was happening. Not only did they not attack, but they were also unwilling to get too close to the battle. Instead, they hovered in midair and watched from afar. It was all because when the ancient devil came into being, Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed a terrifying strength that could rival the ancient devil. No one was willing to provoke Ghost Emperor Fengdu, or even other people of the Ghost Dao. However, the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects did not have any misgivings. After all, their lifespans were nearing their end. Swoosh! Suddenly, a 3,000-meter-long golden sword chi descended from the sky. The extremely powerful and chilling sword chi seemed to be able to split the world in half as it slashed towards the black mist that enveloped the area. The golden sword chi, like a heavenly sword, directly broke through the layers of black fog and ghostly aura. Under the sword light, the incomparably evil black fog and ghostly aura dissipated in the void like snow under the sun. One could vaguely see countless ghosts dissipating under the sword light. Within the black fog and ghostly aura, old ghost Qishan sensed the extremely powerful sword chi. He seemed a little surprised, and his expression finally changed. Under the golden sword light, the black fog and ghostly aura quickly dissipated. A figure sitting cross-legged in the void appeared. That person was a tall, thin, middle-aged man in linen clothes. When the golden sword chi suddenly appeared and slashed down, Shenhongsher, Daopo Chi, and the others had already retreated. They had already recognized the origin of the golden sword light. When the golden sword chi slashed down, old ghost Qishan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, grabbed the air with his right hand. Then, the 18 skulls of the ghost generals instantly flew back into his hand. The skulls that were the size of wheels quickly shrank. Then, they connected together and formed an evil morning staff made of 18 skulls the size of a baby's fist. Clang! There was an extremely ear-piercing sound of metal colliding and rubbing. The extremely sharp golden sword light was actually blocked by the morning staff in old ghost Qishan's hand. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread in all directions with old ghost Qishan as the center. It was a terrifying vibration of the void that could tear everything apart. Wherever the circle of ripples passed, the endless ghostly aura around old ghost Qishan, along with the countless ghost soldiers that appeared in the ghostly aura, instantly dissipated in the void. As the ghostly aura and black fog that shrouded the world dissipated, the surrounding sky became bright again. Rumble! The void shook violently. Old ghost Qishan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, was struck by the 1,000-foot-long sword light and sank 100 feet before he stopped sinking. Then, he shook the morning staff in his hand. Bang! With a bang, the 1,000-foot-long golden sword light that emitted endless sword aura was shattered by the Xian-Yin ghost power that came out of the morning staff. It turned into countless golden spiritual lights that shot in all directions. Shenhongsher, Daopo Chi, and the others immediately cried out in alarm as they retreated. These golden rays of light that exploded out still possessed a powerful killing power. They were like rays of destructive divine light that pierced through the void. Old ghost Qishan! A loud shout came from the distant sky. Then, everyone saw a white-haired young man flying over from afar on a golden sword light. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. It's old monster Shen Yuan from the Guangxing celestial sect. I didn't expect him to come to the north. Among the peerless experts who were watching from afar, someone recognized the white-haired young man. The white-haired young man came very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near them on the sword light. When Du Gufeng and the others from the Guangxing celestial sect saw the young man, they immediately revealed a look of joy. Sigh! It's impossible to refine that brat now. Old ghost Qishan stood up from the void and looked at the white-haired young man with interest. He wanted to refine Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his body. However, there were already several powerful experts from the three great Taoist sects, so he had no choice but to take this seriously. Ancestor Shen Yuan, Gu Fei. Gu Fei has been swallowed by old ghost Qishan. Du Gufeng, Qing Yangzi, and the others immediately went to meet the white-haired young man. Du Gufeng said excitedly. What? Old monster Xuanyuan's eyes immediately widened and his expression changed. Swallowed the longevity grass. Thinking of this, even someone like old monster Shen Yuan felt his hands and feet go cold. Du Gufeng's words also caused the other 7 or 8 elders of the three great Taoist sects to be dumbfounded. They were extremely shocked. This time, the elders of the three great Taoist sects who had entered the northern lands were all old monsters who did not care about worldly affairs. They only focused on cultivation, hoping to break through to the demigod realm before their lifespans came to an end. These old monsters had pinned their hopes of prolonging their lifespans on the longevity grass on Gu Fei's body. Now, they suddenly heard that Gu Fei had been swallowed by old ghost Qishan. How could they not be shocked, angry, and excited? After learning that Gu Fei had been swallowed by old ghost Qishan, the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects were immediately enraged. Their eyes turned red. Kill him. Refine his soul so that he can't even be a ghost. What's the point of saying so much? Do it. The old monsters of the three great Taoist sects all took out their magic treasures and rushed toward old ghost Qishan with murderous intent. They wanted to tear old ghost Qishan to pieces and then kill him. Seeing this situation, even old ghost Qishan, who had dominated the world for thousands of years, could not help but be moved. When more than 10 old monsters at the peak of the ninth heaven of the void-controlling realm joined forces, even a demigod would be shocked. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Even someone as strong as old ghost Qishan was a little timid at this moment. His body instantly became blurry and faint. Oh no, he wants to escape. Old monster Xuanyuan's expression changed. He immediately shouted and pointed his right hand forward. A dazzling sword light suddenly shot out from his finger and pierced toward old ghost Qishan. However, at this moment old ghost Qishan had already used a secret technique. He turned into a faint black shadow and rushed out of the crowd's encirclement. The ghost Dao's escape technique was extremely fast. It could be said that he could travel thousands of miles in an instant. The golden sword Qi that old monster Shenyuan shot out only destroyed an afterimage. Damn it! Don't let him escape. If I don't kill him, I will not be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. The old monsters of the three major Tao sects all controlled their escape lights and chased after the black shadow. Old ghost Qishan had destroyed their last hope. Old monster Shenyuan and the others simply wanted to skin him alive. Swoosh! 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 A vast amount of magic power surged in the sky. Powerful auras burst out without the slightest bit of concealment. For these old monsters who were at the end of their lifespans, there was no longer anything to worry about at this moment. Even if Ghost Emperor Fengdu came personally, they would still dare to attack him. Among the dozen old monsters of the three major Tao sects, there were a few people with extremely terrifying cultivation. They were only a step away from the demigod realm. 3 or 4 dazzling escape lights flew in the front. One of the escape lights wrapped around a white-haired young man. Old monster Shenyuan hated old ghost Qishan to the core. He used all his strength to control the sword light and chased after old ghost Qishan. The Guangqing Celestial Sect's flying sword technique was unparalleled in the cultivation world. Out of all the flying techniques, it was the fastest. At this moment, the speed of the escape lights was revealed. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect were in the front while the people of the Shangqing Sect and the Taishan Sect were lagging behind. However, even though the Guangqing Celestial Sect's flying sword technique was incomparably fast, they were still gradually left behind by old ghost Qishan. The Ghost Dao's escape technique seemed to be even better than the Guangqing Celestial Sect's flying sword technique. However, just as everyone thought that they would not be able to catch up to the hateful old ghost Qishan, an exclamation suddenly sounded in front of them. After that, the fleeing light that old ghost Qishan had turned into fell from the sky like a black meteor. This book. Chapter 414. Boom! Old ghost Qishan's black escape light fell from the sky like a black meteor, directly smashing a snowy peak. Countless mountain rocks and soil exploded, and the mountains shook. What's going on? Old monster Xuanyuan's sword light was like lightning, rushing forward in an instant. The scattered rocks and soil were all blocked by the sword light outside his body. The rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms and tens of thousands of kilograms flew in all directions like meteorites. The old monsters that were chasing behind immediately rushed forward. However, even if it was a real meteorite falling from the sky, it would not be able to hurt these experts at the peak of the ninth heaven of the void-controlling realm who had cultivated for thousands of years. In front of them, there were a few especially bright escape lights that emitted especially strong waves of supernatural power. They directly broke through the flying rocks and soil and rushed over. They had already locked on to old Ghost Qi-shan's aura. Even if the exploded rocks and soil blocked their vision, they still knew where old Ghost Qi-shan was. After old Ghost Qi-shan directly smashed a snowy peak, he flew for a few miles before falling into a snowy hill. The earth trembled, and dust soared into the sky. The hill was directly smashed into pieces, and the ground within a radius of several li was hit by the mighty energy fluctuations, causing it to undulate like waves. Swoosh! 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 3 escape lights that were like divine rainbows rushed out from the exploded rocks and dust. In an instant, they arrived at the place where old Ghost Qi-shan fell. Old Monster Shenyuan and the other 2 old men with wrinkled skin, teeth, and heads that had almost all fallen off stood in the void, pressing forward from 3 directions. Wah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the ground. The ground within a few hundred feet was completely shattered, and a huge pit appeared in the middle of the hill. Roar! Under the ground, old Ghost Qi-shan continuously let out blood-curdling screams. Endless ghost qi and black fog rushed out from the big pit on the ground, instantly enveloping a radius of 12 miles. Old Monster Shenyuan and the 2 old men looked at each other and stopped at the same time. Something seemed to be wrong, and they decided to wait and see first. Roar! How could this be? Old Ghost Qi-shan's terrified voice came from the endless black fog of Ghost Qi. He seemed to be in trouble. Old Freak Shenyuan and the 2 old men retreated. At that moment, Taoist Qi, with her golden palm leaf fan in hand, arrived in the vicinity, followed by the other old freaks from the 3 great Taoist societies. When the light dissipated, more than 12 figures exuded powerful fluctuations like mountains stood in the void. Everyone stared in shock at the churning black fog of Ghost Qi below. The ghostly black fog emitted an incomparably powerful and eerie aura. This aura caused one to feel very uncomfortable, and it made one feel a chill down one's spine. No one knew what had happened to old Ghost Qi-shan. The experts of the 3 great Taoist sects were all watching. However, they had sealed off an area to prevent old Ghost Qi-shan from escaping. Old Ghost Qi-shan's terrified roar reverberated through the world. Something terrifying seemed to have happened to him, causing him to be terrified to the extreme. In the distant sky, there were flashes of light. The experts of the other forces had also caught up, but they did not approach. For the peerless experts of the other forces, whether it was the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City or the 3 great Taoist societies, they were not willing to provoke them. They had some misgivings, so they did not want to get too close. Roar! Stinking brat, there is no need to struggle. Just let me refine you. Old Ghost Qi-shan's panicked and furious voice came from the eerie black fog of Ghost Qi-shan. Damned old ghost. We still don't know who will be refining who. Another voice came from the churning black fog of Ghost Qi-shan. When the old freaks outside heard this voice, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed by old Ghost Qi-shan, was still alive. This group of old freaks was truly overjoyed. They all thought that Gu Fei had been killed by old Ghost Qi-shan and had been swallowed and refined. Who would have thought that things would take a turn for the better? The hope of immortality had not been completely cut off. Ah! You little brat! I am so angry! Old Ghost Qi-shan roared again and again. The vast and boundless power of the Ghost Tao surged out from the black fog of Ghost Qi-shan. Rumble! The entire ground shook and cracks appeared on the ground. Heaven and earth were shaking and swaying. Old Ghost Qi-shan wanted to use force to refine Gu Fei. Not good. Old Ghost Shenyuan and the others were shocked. For the longevity grass, for the slim chance of survival, they would definitely not let old Ghost Qi-shan refine Gu Fei. Several of the most powerful cultivators immediately took action. Buzz! The sound of a sword resounded through heaven and earth. Then, Qi! There was a sharp whistling sound. It was like fine silk being cut by sharp scissors. A golden sword light soared for thousands of feet and slashed at the surging black fog of Ghost Qi-shan below. Wherever the sword light went, it seemed to cut through the void. There was nothing it could not break. Where the sword light pointed, The black fog of ghost Qishan that covered a radius of a few miles was actually cut in half by the golden sword light. When old ghost Xian Yuan slashed out thousands of feet of sword light, the other two old men also took out their own magic treasures. One of the old men held an ancient bronze mirror. The mirror emitted a dazzling seven-colored divine light and shone down. The endless black fog of ghost Qishan dissipated under the illumination of the seven-colored divine light. 9 balls of aqua blue light rushed out of the other old man's body. Within the light, there were 9 fist-sized blue pearls that emitted a terrifying fluctuation. They were like 9 small blue suns that rotated around the old man's body. "Go!" the old man lightly shouted. His skinny finger pointed downwards. The 9 blue pearls immediately emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation and bombarded downwards. It was as if 9 blue suns were falling from the sky at the same time, shaking the entire world. The 3 powerful cultivators attacked together. The endless black fog of ghost Qishan immediately dissipated like snow. A figure with disheveled hair appeared in the huge pit. "Roar, you bunch of juniors. Deserve to die." Old ghost Qishan's expression was extremely ferocious. He roared at the sky and waved the white bone morning staff that was refined from 18 ghost heads in his hand. It shattered the thousands of feet of sword light, dispersed the 7-colored divine light, and blasted away the 9 blue pearls that emitted endless mana fluctuations like the blue suns. He displayed an unparalleled combat power that made people's hearts palpitate. Wah! After resolving the attacks of the 3 powerful cultivators, old ghost Qishan suddenly hugged his stomach and rolled on the ground. He let out a shrill scream of pain. The black fog of ghost Qishan was dispersed by the 3 powerful cultivators. Everyone was shocked by old ghost Qishan's appearance. Old ghost Qishan, who was rolling and roaring in the huge pit, had a bulging stomach. That stomach was 3 times bigger than a pregnant woman. A powerful fluctuation of power came from his stomach. That power was righteous but not evil. It was not the eerie and terrifying power of the ghost Tao. "You want to refine me? I'll make you explode." A muffled sound came from old ghost Qishan's abdomen. Then old ghost Qishan's abdomen began to swell. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into old ghost Qishan's stomach, did not seem to die. From his voice, he did not seem to be injured at all. Old monster Shenyuan and the others wanted to attack again, but when they heard Gu Fei's voice, they stopped and stood in the void. After Gu Fei was swallowed by old ghost Qishan, he quickly woke up because he sensed danger. Even though he was enduring the great pain from the transformation of his flesh and bones, he had no choice but to wake up. Martial artists used their Yuan Qi to refine their bodies day and night. Their bodies were usually more sensitive to danger than their divine sense. Gu Fei's body immediately reacted when he sensed danger. When Gu Fei learned that he had been swallowed into old ghost Qishan's stomach, he did not feel fear. Instead, he used the divine weapon's essence to protect his body and guided the power of the inner heaven and earth out. Therefore, the power of the inner heaven and earth that flowed out from Gu Fei's glabella quickly swelled in old ghost Qishan's stomach. Finally, old ghost Qishan's stomach expanded into a ball. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the endless darkness and muttered to himself, "I don't believe that you can even refine my power of the inner heaven and earth. I'll make you explode." There was no need to doubt old ghost Qishan's strength. He was probably the most powerful figure in the ghost Tao other than Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At this moment, he was hugging his stomach and rolling in the huge pit as though he was in extreme pain. "Roar!" Old ghost Qishan suddenly roared. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain coming from his stomach. He sat cross-legged and his body quickly grew larger. Soon, his body became thousands of feet tall. Then, he spat out a black fog of ghost Qi. He wanted to spit out Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei's body transformation did not stop. Endless life essence was still surging in his body. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had already been successfully reconstructed 6 times. The strength of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had already transformed to an unbelievable level. However, Gu Fei knew that the reconstruction of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had to go through 9 times before it was complete. There were still 3 more times. The last 3 reconstructions would be harder and longer than the last. As he circulated the power of the heaven and earth with all his might, the image of an ancient cauldron began to appear around Gu Fei and enveloped him in the cauldron. I don't believe that you can refine this mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was secretly determined. He began to circulate his Shen Qi and guided the power of the inner heaven and earth to the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei's idea was very simple. He wanted to pour a large amount of power into the mountain and river cauldron to stimulate its power. Old Ghost Qishan did not know anything. He only wanted to spit out Gu Fei. At this time, he could no longer care so much. He had already felt a great threat. He regretted it a little. Not everything could be swallowed so casually. Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth shook. Endless power of the heaven and earth poured into the mountain and river cauldron. When the inner heaven and earth was about to collapse because of the power of the heaven and earth that maintained the balance of the heaven and earth, the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the inner heaven and earth suddenly shook slightly. It was at this moment that the faint and illusory image of the ancient cauldron outside Gu Fei's body emitted a pressure that made people tremble. It was as if a terrifying beast that could destroy the entire world had been awakened from its slumber. Chapter 4:15. Old Ghost Qishan immediately felt that something was wrong. His 1,000-zhang tall ghost body emitted boundless energy ripples. The terrifying Shen Yin ghost power condensed into rays of black light. Like black lightning, they circled around his body. He frantically condensed the source power of the ghost Dao and spat out a black fog of ghost Qi. A large amount of Shen Yin ghost power rushed out of his body, wanting to bring Gu Fei out with him. However, although the mountain and river cauldron did not truly appear from Gu Fei's inner world, even though it was an illusory shadow that enveloped Gu Fei's body, it was as heavy as a mountain. It was a world of its own. Even though old Ghost Qishan's stomach was surging with boundless ghost power, he still could not move the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! Old Ghost Qishan roared at the sky. He did not even care about the old monsters of the 3 great Dao sects. He naturally had extraordinary strength. He started to activate the Shen Yin ghost power without caring about anything, wanting to refine Gu Fei. However, the cauldron of mountain and river emitted an unfathomable power. This power was simply unstoppable. As it seeped out of his body, terrifying cracks began to appear on old Ghost Qishan's body. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. There was no blood seeping out of the cracks. Instead, there were traces of ghost power that were as black as ink. Old Ghost Qishan's appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. Impossible! How could this be? Old Ghost Qishan was completely shocked. He had the urge to curse and shouted, "The mountain and river cauldron! It's the real mountain and river cauldron! How could it be in my stomach?" Old Ghost Qishan could be said to be one of the few true old monsters in the Tenglong continent. He started his cultivation early, much earlier than Old Monster Shenyuan and the others. Moreover, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Old Ghost Qishan were inextricably linked. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was an almighty from the ancient era and knew many ancient secrets. In the Fengdu Ghost City, there was a replica of the mountain and river cauldron. The Qishan Old Ghost naturally knew the origin of the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron was only a legendary treasure. It had disappeared since ancient times. The Qishan Old Ghost could not believe that the mountain and river cauldron was in the hands of a little cultivator. With the protection of the divine weapon and the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei could be said to be absolutely safe. Unless a peerless demigod made a move and used a great technique to break the cauldron of mountain and river on Gu Fei's body, no one would be able to harm him. It was obvious that Old Ghost Qishan's cultivation was still a little bit away from the half-god realm. It was this little bit of difference that caused him to be in danger. At this moment, more and more cracks appeared on Old Ghost Qishan's ghost body that stood in the giant pit. His already pale face became even paler. His body trembled and he panted like a bull. He was going crazy. This is not real. Roar! The Qishan Old Ghost roared in anger. The faint and illusory ancient cauldron in his stomach gently vibrated. It had already expanded to the limit that Gu Fei could control. His ghost body expanded. The Qishan Old Ghost went crazy. His head that was like black mist started to dance wildly. His white dead face turned from white to green, then from green to blue and finally black. His eyes revealed a murderous glint as he shouted. His huge body suddenly soared into the sky and rushed towards the dozen old monsters in the sky. The Qishan old ghost threw caution to the wind. If he was unlucky, then everyone would be unlucky. If he was going to die, then everyone would die together. His huge body was already on the verge of collapse. His entire body was about to crack. Black mist surged out from the cracks on his ghost body. He was like a deflated balloon. This guy. Everyone, dodge. Old monster Shenyuan and the other two old men saw this scene and their expressions changed. They then shouted to the crowd. Swoosh! 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 The dozen figures in the sky instantly scattered in all directions. No one dared to let the Qishan old ghost get close to them. Everyone could see that the Qishan old ghost wanted to drag them to the grave with him. At this moment, Gu Fei was also going all out. In his inner world, the endless power of the heavens and the earth continued to pour into the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble! The inner world was shaking and shaking. The heaven and earth within a radius of a few hundred feet was completely boiling. The chaotic zone at the edge was collapsing. The void became chaotic again. The mountain and river cauldron that was at the center of the inner world still did not emit any spiritual energy. However, it suddenly shook slightly. Bang! The Qishan old ghost, who had soared into the sky, suddenly exploded. This was the self-destruction of a terrifying cultivator that was infinitely close to the demigod realm. The extremely powerful and ferocious energy exploded outwards, causing the entire world to shake violently. After that, an endless amount of black fog and ghostly aura instantly enveloped the world. There were a few rays of light that couldn't escape in time and were instantly engulfed by the ghostly black mist that exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura. Within the ghostly black mist, there were a few extremely horrified roars, and then there was no more sound. The Qishan old ghost exploded the Qishan old ghost Shen Yin ghost body that he had condensed for thousands of years. The power that was released was extremely terrifying. The mighty power also caused the snow-capped mountains within a radius of 10 miles to collapse. The earth shook violently like waves. In the center of the explosion, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emitted an ancient aura. It floated in the sky. The destructive power that seemed to be able to destroy everything could not shake the shadow of the ancient cauldron. Within the shadow of the ancient cauldron sat a dark-skinned youth. That person was Gu Fei. His entire body emitted rays of 5-colored divine light. The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron slowly rotated around him, dispelling the endless destructive power that was surging towards Gu Fei. Moreover, the power of the Qishan old ghost's self-destruction was not so easily dispelled. The terrifying power that was surging towards Gu Fei was completely devoured by the shadow of the ancient cauldron outside his body. At this moment, Gu Fei had already stopped pouring the power of the inner world into the mountain and river cauldron in his inner world. However, the shadow of the ancient cauldron outside his body did not dissipate because of this. The vertical purple mark between his eyebrows was still flickering. It did not close. The inner world formed a mysterious connection with the outside world. The shadow of the inner world kept appearing around Gu Fei's body. Rumble. Gu Fei's inner world was shaking. The collapse of the periphery had stopped. Gu Fei's mind was one with the inner world. He could feel the pulse of a small world. He had a feeling that his inner world would soon be able to directly connect with the outside world and directly appear in the outside world. However, it was still a little short, just a little short. He had a feeling that his strength was not up to par with his will. As long as his cultivation was a little stronger, he would be able to open his inner world. The 7th time his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were reconstructed slowly. On Gu Fei's body, the 5 elemental Yuan Qi was vast and mighty. The power of the inner world resonated with him. He was undergoing a transformation that he had yet to complete. 9 by 9 returning to 1 was the extreme. The physical body had 9 revolutions. Blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and even internal organs had to be reconstructed 9 times. Only then could he truly transform into the great perfection realm of the five elements martial body. At this time, even the inner world, the second source of power, was completely mobilized. The shadow of the inner world appeared around Gu Fei's body. Then, with Gu Fei as the center, a great suction force was generated. The essence of the heaven and earth around him, and even the power of the ghost Tao that had exploded, was sucked in. It entered Gu Fei's inner world and the shadow of the ancient cauldron. The huge life essence of the longevity grass, his own five elemental yuan qi, the power of the inner world, and the power of the heaven and earth from the outside world were all used by Gu Fei at this moment. Old ghost Qi Shan self-destructed his Xian Yin ghost body. Black fog of ghost Qi covered the world, turning the area into a dark and terrifying ghost domain. However, this terrifying scene did not last for long. The Xian Yin ghost Qi that covered the world surged violently and gave off a terrifying and eerie aura, retreated like the tide. More than a dozen rays of light stopped in the distance, emitting powerful ripples. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock and anger. Everyone felt their hearts pounding. If they had hesitated just now, they might have really been dragged to the grave by old ghost Qi Shan. Even so, the elders of the three great Taoist sects who could not escape in time were affected by the terrifying power of old ghost Qi Shan's self-destruction and completely died. After the Xian Yin ghost Qi retreated, a few scattered white bones and fragments of magic treasures could be faintly seen on the ground. Those fragments were still emitting a cold light. A few extremely powerful cultivators at the ninth heaven of the void-controlling realm had died just like that. Even their nascent souls could not escape. This made people feel how fragile life was. If one did not become an immortal, they were still ants. An endless amount of worldly essence gathered from all directions. Very soon, the terrifying abstruse Yin ghost Qi that enveloped the world was completely devoured by the illusory world around Gu Fei and the ancient cauldron. Roar! Little bastard! I will remember this. Suddenly, a fleeting and gloomy voice resounded in the sky. After that, an extremely faint figure that seemed like a wisp of smoke and mist appeared 50 kilometers away. Old ghost Qi Shan? He still didn't die? When old monster Shen Yuan and the others heard the voice and saw the figure, they could not help but be shocked. However, they immediately felt that old ghost Qi Shan's aura was very weak. His body also seemed to be very unstable. He could only barely form a body that was like a black mist. The old monsters of the three great Taoist sects immediately understood. Old ghost Qi Shan was clearly seriously injured. Even if his soul did not dissipate on the spot, he was half dead. Kill him while he's weak. Destroy his spirit so that he can't even become a ghost. The elders of the three great Taoist sects immediately leaped into the air and flew toward old ghost Qi Shan with murderous intent. Looking at their momentum, it seemed that they would not rest until they killed old ghost Qi Shan. Humph! Wanna kill me? You juniors don't have the qualifications. Old ghost Qi Shan sneered. The next moment, his illusory figure that seemed like it could dissipate at any time disappeared into the void and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 416. No one could clearly see how he had escaped. He had clearly used some sort of secret technique to escape. However, everyone knew very well that this old ghost Qi Shan would most likely not dare to step out of Mount Qi for the next few hundred years. The few elders who had rushed towards old ghost Qi Shan were immediately startled when they saw this. They stopped in their tracks and stopped in the void. They used their divine senses to sweep in all directions. In the end, they found nothing. Old ghost Qi Shan seemed to have really disappeared into thin air. Damn it! This is preposterous. The few elders were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. The few experts who had just died in the Xian Yin ghost Qi were their fellow disciples or good friends. Boom! At this moment, a violent tremor could be heard. An ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primordial world spread out and spread across the heavens and earth. All the cultivators who sensed this aura were shocked beyond belief, especially the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects. They were all dumbfounded. Everyone's gaze was attracted to an ancient cauldron. To be more accurate, it was not a real ancient cauldron, but an illusion of an ancient cauldron. Within the illusion of the ancient cauldron sat a dark-skinned youth. Vaguely, a hazy void appeared around the body of the youth in the cauldron. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the illusion of the ancient cauldron. The power of the inner world, the essence of the heaven and earth that had gathered from all directions, and his own martial artist Yuan Qi, these three powers interacted and merged in his body. In addition to the large amount of life essence that had been refined from the leaf of the longevity grass, the current Gu Fei was like a pill that was constantly being refined by the four powers in the cauldron. Using the mountain and river cauldron as a cauldron and using his own body as medicine to refine his treasured body, it could be said that no one had ever done such a crazy thing before. Before Gu Fei, no one had ever done such a thing. The illusion of the ancient cauldron stabilized the void. The life essence, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, and the power of the inner world. These three vast powers were gradually refined into Gu Fei's martial artist Yuan Qi, which flowed through his limbs and bones. His body instantly glowed as if it was cast from five-colored divine iron. The increasingly vigorous and powerful quintessence of a five-element martial artist washed Gu Fei's body over and over again, causing his flesh, internal organs, tendons, and bones to become inconceivably tough. The seventh reconstitution of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was progressing slowly. It was a long process. Outside of the ancient cauldron's shadow, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gradually formed a vortex of spiritual qi, visible to the naked eye. Spiritual qi gathered from all directions, causing the surrounding spiritual qi to become thicker. Although Old Monster Shenyuan and the others wanted the longevity grass very much, at this moment no one was willing to go forward. This was because they could already see that the ancient cauldron outside of Gu Fei's body was extraordinary. From the words of Old Monster Qishan, they knew that the ancient cauldron shadow that enveloped Gu Fei should be the mountain and river cauldron. It was the magic treasure that had destroyed Old Monster Qishan's Xian Yin ghost body. Even these old monsters knew very little about the mountain and river cauldron. They had only seen a few words about it in the ancient books. Perhaps only the powerful people of the ancient times knew the origin of the mountain and river cauldron. Endless spiritual energy gathered, and the void in the ancient cauldron became clearer, as if it could really appear at any time. Time passed slowly. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient cauldron shadow, was already numb. However, he could still feel a strange power surging through his body. It slowly flowed through his body, cleansing every inch of his flesh and blood. It gradually nourished his body, causing his constitution to continuously improve and his body to become stronger. This time, the five elements' true essence still cleansed his body, nourishing every inch of his body and improving his constitution. In addition, there was another change that Gu Fei did not expect. At the same time that his constitution improved, the terrifying pain of the reorganization of his flesh and blood also tempered his mind. From the looks of it, Gu Fei would not be able to stop in a short period of time. When Old Monster Shenyuan and the other elders of the three great Taoist sects saw this situation, they had a simple discussion. Then, they worked together to carve runes in all directions and set up aura-shielding formations to seal off the surrounding area. They did not want too many people to know that Gu Fei was here. They did not want to cause trouble because this was the northern lands. Even powerful ancient beings had appeared in the northern lands, so they had to be careful. Whether they could obtain the longevity grass or not, Gu Fei was the key. Old Monster Shenyuan and the others did not mind waiting a little longer, but they had to ensure that nothing happened to Gu Fei. However, during the battle with Old Monster Qishan, Old Monster Shenyuan and the others had inevitably alarmed the peerless experts of other forces. They had come to watch. The news could no longer be completely sealed off. It was only a matter of time before others found this place. Old Monster Shenyuan and the others were not worried, because as long as it was not a peerless demigod expert, no one could do anything to Gu Fei in the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was basically in seclusion, but he was under the protection of a group of peerless experts at the 9th layer of the void-controlling realm. With so many peerless experts protecting him, it was a very spectacular and proud sight. Time passed. Although Old Monster Shenyuan and the others had carved runes in the nearby area to isolate the aura of the area, There were still more and more peerless experts appearing in the vicinity. However, whether it was the experts of other forces or the rogue cultivators without a sect, none of them were willing to provoke the three great Dao sects. Especially when they saw the figures of old monster Shenyuan and the others in the three great Dao sects, these people became even more cautious and did not want to get close. 2 days, 3 days, 10 days had passed. Gu Fei had actually been continuously gathering the spiritual energy of the world for 10 consecutive days. The spiritual energy of the world that he had gathered had caused the spiritual energy of the surrounding area to be vast and mighty. The density of the spiritual energy was already comparable to a spiritual land. However, Gu Fei did not seem to have any intention of stopping. After absorbing the endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron that enveloped Gu Fei became more and more clear. During this period of time, one of the three elders with the highest cultivation levels of the three great Dao sects seemed to have become impatient and wanted to make a move to stop Gu Fei. However, when the old man took out 9 blue pearls and threw them at the shadow of the ancient cauldron around Gu Fei, the powerful blue pearls that shook the void didn't even touch the ancient cauldron shadow before they were blown away. The old man suffered a great impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks actually appeared on the 9 aqua blue pearls. After the old man tried to test the waters, no one else made a move. Everyone knew that the old man was the same as old monster Shenyuan. He was only a step away from breaking through to the demigod realm and becoming a terrifying cultivator of eternal life. Such a cultivator was very powerful. He could be said to be an invincible expert below the demigod realm. Among those present, no one's cultivation level could beat the old man. Since even the old man was affected by the impact, his body was injured, and his magic treasure was almost destroyed, how could anyone else dare to make a move? Another 5 days passed. At noon on the 6th day, the void near Gu Fei suddenly collapsed. Then, a tall figure walked out of the shattered void. "I can feel the aura of the mountain and river cauldron," the person said after walking out of the void. When old monster Shenyuan and the others saw the void shatter and a person walk out of it, they were shocked. A person who could shatter the void was more terrifying than a demigod or even a real immortal god. When old monster Shenyuan and the others saw this person, they were shocked to the extreme. This person was no stranger to them. He was the terrifying extreme-grade warrior who had shattered the void when the ancient devil was born. Fresh blood seemed to be seeping out of the bloody hole in his chest. He was still full of domineering aura. As soon as he appeared, his domineering aura caused everyone to feel suffocated. No one dared to step forward or make a sound. They all looked at the middle-aged man from afar. The middle-aged man did not deliberately reveal any aura, but everyone felt a great pressure. What? The middle-aged man was surprised when he saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged in the void with an ancient cauldron rotating slowly around him. Warrior. There are actually real warriors in this world. It's really surprising. I'm not alone. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. After saying that, the middle-aged man actually sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. He seemed to be talking to Gu Fei. Originally, the experts of the other forces were thinking about how to disturb Gu Fei's cultivation, so that Gu Fei could not continue cultivating. But now they had no choice but to give up on this idea. This mysterious middle-aged man had the terrifying strength to fight against the ancient devil. Even a demigod might not be able to withstand a single blow from him. No one would go forward to die when they clearly knew that they were no match for him. Such a person was not brave but stupid and extremely stupid. Another 10 days passed. Gu Fei's flesh, blood, tendons, and bones surged with bursts of 5-colored divine light. His entire body's bones had been branded with 5 colors, sparkling and translucent like 5-colored divine jade. His physical body had undergone a complete transformation, and his soul consciousness had become even more condensed, almost able to materialize. Warriors were different from other cultivators. They did not refine their primordial spirit or nascent soul. Instead, they directly refined their divine soul, pointing directly to the origin of life. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the divine soul. Cultivators had primordial spirits, but warriors also had divine souls. The manifestation of spirit was a kind of external manifestation of the divine soul. In addition, Gu Fei's body, under the endless heaven and earth essence and the vast power of life, was transforming. His physique was improving, and his skin was glowing. The purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows gradually turned into a purple flame mark, imprinting itself on the skull beneath his skin. This purple flame mark, the size of a fingernail, emitted a powerful spiritual force. This was the divine soul mark, the flame of the soul. As long as the martial artist's divine soul was not extinguished, they would not truly die. After the mysterious middle-aged man arrived, no one dared to make the slightest movement, and no one dared to approach Gu Fei. The ancient cauldron revolved, and endless heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered. The last 3 reconstructions of his flesh and blood took a great deal of time. Another half a month passed. One evening, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the faint ancient cauldron phantom, suddenly trembled. His bones crackled, and his flesh, tendons, and bones constantly trembled. His internal organs were shaken, and his entire body was in excruciating pain. He clenched his teeth, enduring this purgatory-like torment. However, in a flash, he understood that this was the transformation of being reborn. The previous reconstructions of his flesh and blood were not essentially a new life. Only now, his flesh, internal organs, and bones were undergoing the final transformation. Gu Fei was about to completely shed his mortal body. This was a different kind of rebirth, a true rebirth. Chapter 417. The illusion of the mountain and river cauldron enveloped Gu Fei's body, gathering endless heaven and earth spiritual energy. The power of the heavens and the earth, the origin energy of his flesh and blood, and the vast essence energy of his life. All of these energies converged on Gu Fei's body, causing Gu Fei's body to enter the final stage of transformation. After his bones were washed by the endless energy, they became like 5-colored divine jade. His bones were hard to an unimaginable degree, comparable to a spirit treasure or divine weapon. His internal organs were also tempered until they were flawless, without a single trace of impurities. His skin and flesh were sparkling and full of luster, almost transparent, sparkling with a brilliant light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Beams of spiritual light that could be seen with the naked eye gathered from all directions, causing the sky to seem as if it was filled with celestial energy. Gu Fei's body shined brilliantly. Strange psychic energy turned into a stream that entered the purple flame mark between his eyebrows, causing a purple divine light to shine. As his body transformed, Gu Fei's psychic energy also increased. It formed a soul flame that was branded into the skull between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Martial artists did not cultivate the nascent soul or nascent soul. They walked a different path. Essence energy tempered the soul, which was the source of life. What martial artists cultivated was the soul. Martial artists who cultivated successfully not only had extremely powerful bodies, comparable to a spirit treasure or divine weapon, but their souls were also incomparably powerful. As long as their souls were not destroyed, even if their bodies were smashed into millions of pieces, they could still be reborn. Only by using a special method to obliterate the soul could a martial artist be killed. Even if the soul was obliterated, the martial artist's body would not decay, and the martial body would not be destroyed. The mysterious man sitting in the void nearby had already opened his eyes when the void began to tremble. He stared at Gu Fei without any expression on his face. Even further away, the old monsters of the 3 great Taoist sects were watching. No one dared to approach. This mysterious middle-aged man was powerful to an unimaginable degree. He was a terrifying character that could compete with the ancient demon kings. No one was willing to provoke such a monstrous character. More and more cultivators were rushing over after receiving the news. Among them, the figures of the demon clan and demonic Tao cultivators began to appear in the distance. Everyone was watching. They did not know why the mysterious middle-aged man would pay attention to Gu Fei, a small cultivator who had not yet broken through to the realm of a peerless expert. However, regardless of whether it was the people from the 3 great Taoist sects or the other powers, regardless of what sort of feelings they had, they all had one thing in common. They all had their own misgivings. After another 7 days, a rare phenomenon began to appear around Gu Fei. The illusionary figure of the mountain and river cauldron covering his body began to vibrate. Within the illusory figure, thunder rumbled, and at the same time, a 5-colored divine rainbow shot out. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was about to complete the final transformation. His flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs were all glowing. Every part of his body was surging with vast 5-elemental yuan qi. Within his flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs, beams of 5-colored light flashed like 5-colored divine lightning. Rumble, a sound like that of a tsunami, like that of thunder, rang out from within his body. The purple flame brand between his eyebrows emitted a brilliant divine light that connected to the outside world. Within the illusionary figure of the ancient cauldron, a hazy shadow in the void began to become clear. Gu Fei's inner world was actually showing signs of appearing in the outside world. Vast energy fluctuations caused the entire world to tremble. Finally, an endless 5-colored divine light shone from Gu Fei's body, illuminating the world. It was as if some kind of shackle within Gu Fei's body had been broken. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and let out a long roar. The endless 5-colored divine light was dazzling, as if a 5-colored sun had appeared between the heavens and the earth. At this time, it was nighttime, and the surrounding area was bathed in the 5-colored divine light. Energy fluctuations as vast as the sea spread out in all directions. The runes that the old eccentrics of the 3 great Taoist sects had carved in the surrounding area were also affected. The mysterious runes that had been hidden under the ground suddenly emerged from the ground, shining with bright spiritual light. The runes formed a spell formation, and it blocked the powerful aura and yuan qi fluctuations that emanated from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's roar echoed throughout the world. Then, Gu Fei's body was like a bottomless black hole. The speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased by at least 10 times. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles was completely devoured by Gu Fei's body. Countless cries of surprise could be heard nearby, and figures fell from the sky. Those who fell from the sky were the peerless experts who had been watching nearby. Even old monster Shenyuan and the other cultivators at the peak of the 9th heaven of the void-controlling realm felt that they could not borrow any strength and fell from the sky. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles was devoured by Gu Fei. It was as if the surrounding dozens of miles had suddenly become a spiritual energy vacuum. The peerless experts who were watching nearby could not feel the existence of the energy drifting in the air, causing them to lose the ability to fly, and one by one they fell from the sky. Only the mysterious middle-aged man was still able to sit cross-legged near Gu Fei, watching Gu Fei's every move. He was the closest to Gu Fei, but he did not seem to be affected in the slightest. The reason why the cultivators of the void-controlling realm could fly in the air was because of their perception of the heaven and earth, and their ability to merge with the spiritual energy drifting in the air. The relationship between the cultivators of the void-controlling realm and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like the relationship between fish and water. If they lost the water, could the fish still swim? The answer was simple: they could not. If they lost the spiritual energy drifting in the air, could the cultivators still fly in the air? The answer was they could not. Only when their perception of the heaven and earth rose to the half-god realm could they completely rely on their own strength to move unhindered in the world, flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. After absorbing the extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles, the life essence surged, and the blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs in Gu Fei's body were completely reborn. His inner breath surged like a long river, like the roar of thunder, and like the surging of a stormy sea. The sound coming from Gu Fei's body was so loud that it could be heard from far away. His internal organs were like thunder from the 9th heaven, and his bones were exploding. The snow-white jade-like color completely faded away, and the bones turned into a colorful color. Each of them was crystal clear, and at the same time they were constantly vibrating. Although the internal injuries that he had suffered in the past had long been healed, but this time, his body was reborn, and he had gone through a round of tempering. There were no more hidden dangers in his body. His entire body was free of dust and dirt, completely reborn. This time, the transformation lasted for almost 2 months, and only then did Gu Fei completely wake up. The Yuan Qi in his body was surging, and his inner breath was endless. This time, it could be said that Gu Fei had truly experienced a rebirth. His physique had a qualitative improvement, and his body was many times stronger than before. Good. I'll lend you a hand. The mysterious middle-aged man stood up in the void, and then disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside Gu Fei. Although the shadow of the cauldron of mountains and rivers possessed unfathomable power, it seemed to have no effect on the mysterious middle-aged man. Could not stop the middle-aged man at all. The sudden approach of the middle-aged man surprised Gu Fei. Then, he saw the middle-aged man stretch out his right hand, and his index finger pointed directly at Gu Fei's brow. The tip of his finger faintly emitted a faint purple light. What is he trying to do? Gu Fei's face changed drastically. He had just undergone a true metamorphosis, and his physique had undergone a sublimation. However, this middle-aged man's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. In front of this middle-aged man, Gu Fei did not even have the slightest ability to fight back. He had already recognized this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the indestructible body that he had seen in the cave under the icy azure pool at Taishan Mountain. He did not know why this middle-aged man suddenly attacked him, so he wanted to avoid the middle-aged man's index finger that was pointing at his brow. However, he was surprised to find that he had a feeling that he could not avoid it. It seemed like an ordinary finger, but he could not avoid it. The middle-aged man's right hand directly broke through the colorful light around Gu Fei's body, and his finger pointed at the purple flame mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Gu Fei suddenly felt dizzy. It was as if in an instant, the world had been turned upside down. His vision went black, and he almost fainted. He vaguely felt as if something had melted into his divine consciousness, and was imprinted in his heart. Then, his head hurt, and countless information exploded in his mind. It almost made his head explode, and it made Gu Fei feel a sense of expansion. Countless information seemed to have melted into his memory, filling in the blanks in his memory, and becoming a part of him that he could not forget. I will pass you the mark of the Great Way. Comprehend it well. The mysterious middle-aged man's voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. He did not know how much time had passed. It seemed like a moment, but it also seemed like countless years. The inheritance of the Great Way made Gu Fei's thoughts a little chaotic. Except for Gu Fei, no one heard the words of the mysterious middle-aged man, and no one knew what had happened. Everyone only saw that the colorful light that was emitted from Gu Fei's body began to gradually weaken, and finally, it was completely absorbed into his body. His body, no longer absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The group of embarrassed peerless masters, once again controlled the escape light, flew from the ground to the sky. They were shocked to see that the mysterious middle-aged man was pointing at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. There was a strange fluctuation where the finger came into contact with Gu Fei's eyebrows, and there was a purple light lingering around it. The surging power on Gu Fei's body was calming down. Everyone felt that the aura on Gu Fei's body had changed, and his body naturally emitted a powerful aura. A peerless master he actually broke through? Unbelievable, he was just a small cultivator at the sixth heaven of the ascended realm before. Unbelievable. How is this possible? How did he do it? At this time, whether it was the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects or the peerless masters of the other forces, they all felt something strange about Gu Fei. They were extremely shocked because Gu Fei's cultivation had actually broken through to the void-controlling realm. Chapter 418. Gu Fei's cultivation naturally broke through to the void-controlling realm after his physical body completed a true transformation. The cultivation of a martial artist was different from others. Endless spiritual energy tempered his physical body, allowing Gu Fei to usher in a new life. At this time, the mysterious middle-aged man transmitted a supreme great Tao imprint into his heart. The mysterious middle-aged man's body emitted an indescribable aura. Those who felt this aura all changed their expressions. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed the great Tao in the dark. The mysterious middle-aged man seemed to have become the incarnation of the great Tao. The middle-aged man's index finger on the soul fire imprint on Gu Fei's eyebrows emitted a dazzling purple divine light. Gu Fei's expression seemed to be in pain and happiness at the same time. No one knew what he was going through at this moment. A strange power was transmitted from the mysterious middle-aged man's right index finger into Gu Fei's sea of consciousness and imprinted in his heart. It was as if he suddenly understood many things, but when he wanted to figure out what it was as if he didn't understand anything at all. The great Tao imprint was extremely mysterious. It was condensed from the supreme martial Tao. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult to comprehend it. He could only slowly comprehend and digest it. Tao, what was the Tao? The immortal Tao was also a Tao, the devil Tao was also a Tao, the demon Tao was also a Tao, the ghost Tao was also a Tao. There were countless grand Taos, but cultivators that had truly condensed a brand of the grand Tao were existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns even during the great era that was filled with experts during the ancient times. Such people were all extreme experts, the most powerful people in the world. The mysterious middle-aged man was inheriting the martial Tao. He directly imprinted the great Tao imprint on Gu Fei's heart. After an hour, the middle-aged man's index finger that was on Gu Fei's forehead gradually faded. At this time, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the moment the middle-aged man's index finger left Gu Fei's forehead, a boom sound was heard. The void above his head suddenly collapsed, and endless demonic qi surged out. A devil well appeared within the devil qi, exuding boundless devil might that shook the heavens and earth as it descended toward the middle-aged man and Gu Fei. That devil well was the evil devil well in Primitive Fire Demon's inner world. Primitive Fire Demon's inner world was destroyed by the peerless expert who walked out of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. But that devil well rushed out and flew away. Die! Haha! The primordial fire demon's voice came from the well and reverberated between heaven and earth. The evil well exuded an unparalleled ferocious aura. Like 100,000 mountains crashing down, it instantly sealed a part of the world. Endless evil power spread out, and cracks in space spread out like a spider web. It was as if the void had been broken like a mirror. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The ancient devil that had escaped from the earth fire vein was still alive. Roar! The mysterious middle-aged man was shocked and angry at the same time. He raised his head and roared. Then he punched upwards with both fists. Rumble! The powerful force directly shattered the cracked void and turned into a mass of chaos, surging towards Mo Jing Shi who was descending from the sky. Bang! The devil well directly shattered the chaos in the void, as if it was not blocked at all. It continued to descend toward the middle-aged man and Gu Fei. Gu Fei sensed great danger. He was suddenly awakened from his mysterious state of mind. Then, he saw the devil well descending like 100,000 ancient demonic mountains, and his expression changed dramatically. Even though he had broken through to the void-controlling realm, Gu Fei still felt as fragile as an ant under the devil well. If the devil well really descended, he would be smashed to pieces. Your body is not bad. I want it. Endless demonic qi surged out of the devil well. The voice of the primordial fire demon was heard from the devil well. Humph! The middle-aged man did not speak. He only sneered. He had survived through hundreds of trials and was only left with a strand of his soul to control his body. Even so, he did not panic in the face of danger and his expression did not change. He grabbed Gu Fei with one hand, then punched open the void that was sealed by the devil well and threw Gu Fei out. By the time he threw Gu Fei out, the demonic well had already arrived above his head. You want my body? The middle-aged man looked up at the evil devil well. Fine, then I'll give it to you. Two beams of divine light shot out of his eyes, as if they could pierce through the void and look into the depths of the devil well. Then, his entire body began to shine with heavenly light. As if he was on fire, Every inch of his skin and every piece of his bones began to shine with heavenly light. Terrifying energy began to pour out of his body. Boom! With a loud quake, the void around the middle-aged man was instantly shattered by the terrifying power and turned into a chaotic mess. He used all the power contained in his body without holding anything back. He shot up into the sky. Everywhere he went, the void shattered. He rushed directly into the devil well. The evil devil well shook violently. Arg! You! An angry roar came from the devil well. Rumble! Terrifying power waves came from the devil well. The devil well shook again and again, as if there was a terrifying heavenly beast trying to break out of the devil well. When the crowd saw this shocking scene, they were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that the evil well would suddenly appear here. Gu Fei, who had been thrown by the middle-aged man, felt as if he was riding on a cloud. His body flew several miles away before he could stabilize himself. Boom! Another loud sound came from the devil well. Endless divine light penetrated the walls of the devil well, pierced through the void, and shot in all directions. Swoosh! In the distance, a snow-capped mountain that stood tall on the ground was swept by the divine light. Immediately, like snow under the sun, it silently disappeared from the world. A few unlucky fellows who were watching from afar were swept by the divine light. They didn't even have the chance to scream before their souls dissipated in an instant. Everyone turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly controlled their streaks of light to retreat into the distance. Arg! You want to perish together with me? Dream on! The devil well shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. Terrifying turbulence of energy spewed out from the well. Specks of divine light twinkled like billions of stars. The primordial fire demon's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. He seemed to be in great danger. Endless devil chi seeped out from the devil well and enveloped the world. The evil and terrifying aura made all the cultivators tremble with fear. The devil well was too mysterious and terrifying. No one knew where the pitch-black mouth led to. Waves of vast demonic essence erupted from the demonic well, gradually suppressing the power that erupted from the middle-aged man who rushed into the demonic well. The middle-aged man's aura was domineering. However, he was not at his peak. His body and divine soul had suffered unimaginable damage. He should have died back then. He was only summoned by the sound of the heaven-shaking war drum. A wisp of his soul that had yet to dissipate awakened and temporarily took control of his body to fight against the ancient demon. Even with the immortal flame body and the last burst of power from his body, it couldn't destroy the devil well. However, just as the primordial fire demon was about to completely destroy the middle-aged man's power with the devil's well, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. A few terrifying figures that resembled gods and demons walked out of the shattered space. Die, demon! Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice resounded. Then, a pitch-black ghostly hand the size of a mountain condensed in the void and directly grabbed at the devil well in the sky. Then, a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram flew over from the north. A terrifying aura surged and shook the world. Damn it! Using numbers to win. Despicable! The primordial fire demon's angry and unwilling words came from the devil well. Then, he controlled the devil well and directly shattered the void, escaping into the void. Endless devil chi retreated like a tide. The terrifying evil aura was quickly fading. The ancient demon saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. The pitch-black ghostly hand, which was as large as a mountain, directly tore apart the void. However, it was no longer able to stop the demonic well. Chase! The terrifying figures that walked out from the void immediately shattered the void and chased after the ancient demon. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram also disappeared into the void. An ancient demon like the primordial fire demon was difficult to kill. Although the peerless expert that walked out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram destroyed the primordial fire demon's inner world and destroyed his body, the primordial fire demon's primordial spirit merged with the devil well and escaped. The terrifying experts all left, but the cultivators nearby could not recover from the shock for a long time. No one had thought that such a thing would happen. No one knew why the devil's well had suddenly appeared. That mysterious middle-aged man had rushed into the Devil's Well and was most likely already dead. That Devil's Well was simply too strange and evil. "Gu Fei!" someone suddenly shouted. Then, the people of the three great Taoist sects immediately recovered and looked at Gu Fei, who was standing in the void. Swoosh! A sword light filled the sky. Old monster Shenyuan was the first to use the sword light and rushed towards Gu Fei. He was extremely excited. He had to get the longevity grass from Gu Fei. All the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects looked at Gu Fei with excitement and fanaticism, as if they had seen the most precious treasure in the world. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen figures with powerful fluctuations rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had just woken up, was shocked. Before he could react, he was surrounded by those old monsters. "Gu Fei, I am Taoist Qi of the Taishan sect. I am of the same generation as your grandmaster's grandmaster. Come back to the Taishan sect with me." Taoist Qi smiled happily. The wrinkles on her face were like ravines. She approached Gu Fei with a bright smile and reached out to grab Gu Fei's shoulder. "Taoist Qi, what do you mean by this?" Old monster Shenyuan and the old monsters of the Shangqing sect were not willing. The Taishan sect wanted to take the longevity grass for themselves? No way. The old monsters of the Guangqing celestial sect and the Shangqing sect all moved forward. They would not let Gu Fei leave so easily. Chapter 419. More than a dozen old monsters blocked Gu Fei and the elders of the Taishan sect in the sky. It seemed impossible for Gu Fei to easily leave. Even Qi Daopeo's expression changed at this time. It should be known that these old guys wanted to live forever and break through to the demigod realm. They were crazy about it. No one wanted to die when their lifespan was exhausted. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, these old monsters would do anything to extend their lifespan. The longer people lived, the more they were afraid of death. No one wanted to die. "Shenyuan fellow, Gu Fei is a disciple of the Taishan sect. If we want to take him back to the sect, do we need your approval?" Qi Daopeo's expression was a little ugly. At this time, 3 old Taoist priests had already protected Gu Fei. These 3 old men were elders of the Taishan sect who had not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. Even Gu Fei had never seen these 3 elders of the sect before. Including Qi Daopao, there were only 4 peerless masters of the Taishan sect present. But there were more than a dozen elders of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect. "Qi Daopao, you and I both know that there is no need to be so clear. It is impossible for the Taishan sect to monopolize that thing." Old monster Shenyuan stood on a golden sword light, his white hair fluttering in the wind. He looked coldly at Qi Daopao with a faint smile on his face. "The 3 great sects are of the same breath. The Taishan sect should not go too far," said another old man. He was one of the 3 masters who had dared to directly attack old monster Qishan. Seeing old monster Shenyuan and the old man approaching her, even Qi Daopeo's expression changed. Old monster Shenyuan and the old man's cultivation was above hers. Qi Daopao knew that she had no chance of winning against any one of them. Old monster Shenyuan and the old man were already half a step into the demigod realm. However, they were also facing the predicament of their lifespan coming to an end. The longevity grass was the only hope they could grasp. It was a matter of life and death. If they wanted to take away Gu Fei in front of them, it would definitely not be an easy task. Moreover, there were over a dozen old monsters eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Daopo Qi cursed inwardly. She didn't think that the 4 of them could contend against over a dozen old monsters. Under the protection of the 3 elders, Gu Fei's expression remained calm as he watched everything coldly. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to contend against these elders. However, if he were to escape, perhaps no one here would be able to stop him. He was wondering if he should test his strength after his transformation. These people wanted the longevity grass. Therefore, even if he broke out of the encirclement, they would not dare to kill him. After all, only he knew where the longevity grass was. Ha ha ha! Thinking of this, Gu Fei suddenly laughed out loud 3 times, and then swoosh! His figure blurred, and at a speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye, He left behind an afterimage as he soared into the sky. No one thought that Gu Fei would suddenly rush out. Everyone was stunned for a moment. However, it was this hesitation that allowed Gu Fei to rush out of the encirclement. In an instant, Gu Fei soared more than 100 feet and then took large strides in the void. Swoosh! His figure blurred again. In the next moment, before the afterimage dissipated, he had already appeared several hundred feet away. Cultivators in the Imperial Void Realm could soar into the sky and travel between heaven and earth. However, warriors in the Imperial Void Realm were even more terrifying. Gu Fei used the Desolate Steps. It was as if he was teleporting. He ran in the void at an extremely fast speed. Chase! Don't let him escape. Be careful, don't hurt him. Just stop him. When everyone came back to their senses, they shouted as they rode on their escape lights and chased after Gu Fei. Some of them did not forget to remind everyone that if Gu Fei was hurt, it would not be good. Ha! Gu Fei laughed out loud, and a 5-colored aura came out of his body. A majestic power that was as heavy as a mountain surged out from his body. He seemed to have turned into a 5-colored rainbow, quickly crossing the sky. The powerful aura frightened the beasts along the way, and they roared continuously. The birds and beasts in the mountains, after sensing the aura on Gu Fei's body, felt very uneasy. The feeling of flying in the sky was so refreshing. Gu Fei only felt that his body seemed to have merged with the void. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth passed through his body. He was like a fish in the water, flying wherever he wanted to go, and flying however he wanted to fly. The world allowed him to roam freely. At this moment, Gu Fei felt that his future was no longer dark. The path of martial arts was not a path of no return. In particular, he had obtained the martial arts imprint, which allowed him to refer to the path that the predecessors had taken and continue to move forward. He would not stop here. The supreme martial way was not a dream. Swoosh! 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 Gu Fei moved a few hundred feet with a single step. Although it seemed like he was taking a stroll in the air, every single step he took covered a few hundred feet. It was as if he was teleporting at an extremely fast speed. This speed was faster than the escape light of martial cultivators. Although he had just broken through to the void-controlling realm in terms of speed, there were already few people who could match him. It had to be said that the Desolate Steps, this set of ancient mysterious skills, was really mysterious and unpredictable. With the improvement of his cultivation at this time, Gu Fei could be considered to have just started. He was very expectant. This mysterious skill might really have the power to travel across the untainted land in 8 steps. If the rumors were true, then who in the world could catch up with Gu Fei? Buzz! The sword light vibrated, and a golden sword light, like a dazzling golden meteor, chased from behind Gu Fei. The incomparably sharp sword chi surged in the high sky. Gu Fei, stop! Old Monster Shen Yuan said directly. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He paid no attention to Shen Yuan Eccentric's words, and he continued to fly towards the south. Stop? Only an idiot would stop. Gu Fei was not an idiot. Of course, he would not stop. Behind Old Monster Shen Yuan, there were 2 escape lights that were not weaker than Old Monster Xuanyuan's. They chased closely. In the void further away, there were more than 10 escape lights flashing. From the speed of the escape lights, it could be seen that the cultivation of the old monsters of the 3 great Taoist sects was uneven. Old Monster Shen Yuan of the Guangqing Immortal sect was undoubtedly the one with the highest cultivation among them. The other 2 old men's cultivation was also on par with Old Monster Xuanyuan's. However, the speed of the sword light of the flying sword was much faster than that of ordinary flying methods. Even so, Old Monster Shen Yuan could not get rid of the 2 escape lights behind him, and Gu Fei could not get rid of Old Monster Shen Yuan either. As a result, a spectacular scene appeared in the sky. More than 10 escape lights, as dazzling as divine rainbows, with powerful Dharma power fluctuations, flashed across the void. Without any disguise, the escape lights illuminated the world. Behind the escape lights, some peerless experts of other sects also followed. Among them, some were just there to watch the show while some had ulterior motives. Soon, Gu Fei, Old Monster Shen Yuan, and the others disappeared under the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. On the mountainside of a snowy mountain in the north, there was a pitch-black cave, from which a faint light could be seen. From time to time, the cold wind whistled past, sweeping up snowflakes. Deep inside the cave, there was a weak fluctuation of Dharma power, indicating that there were cultivators cultivating inside. The cave was very bright, because there was a pearl embedded in the stone wall at the top of the cave that emitted a soft light. The cave was not big, with a radius of only a few dozen feet. On a stone platform in the middle of the cave, a white-robed young man sat cross-legged. The young man was unusually handsome, with eyes like cold stars and sword-like eyebrows. It could be said that he was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. In the hand of the white-robed young man, there was a transparent crystal ball the size of a fist. Inside the crystal ball, there was a figure the size of a thumb. The crystal ball was engraved with mysterious talismans, and each talisman lit up. The small figure inside the crystal ball was struggling violently, as if it wanted to break out. "Dongfang Chun, what do you want? Hurry up and let me out." An old voice came out of the crystal ball like a mosquito. "Heh, old hag, save your strength. This god-devouring pearl is used to capture nascent soul. Unless I let you out, otherwise, no matter how strong your nascent soul is, it will be difficult to break out of the seal." The white-robed young man said with a gloomy smile, "God-devouring pearl? This is a magic treasure of the Devil Tao. How did you get it? Did you actually risk the world's condemnation and fall into the Devil Tao?" In the crystal ball held by the young man, the small figure had stopped and said in surprise, "Humph, it doesn't matter if I'm a god or a devil. As long as I can become stronger, even if I fall into the Devil Tao, it's not impossible." The white-robed young man's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce look, and he said viciously, "Dongfang Chen, you trapped me, are you going to?" The figure trapped in the crystal ball said in a frightened voice, "That's right, after refining you, my cultivation should be able to break through to the void-controlling realm." The white-robed young man said coldly, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You're crazy, as a descendant of the Dongfang family. How can you do such a thing that angers people and gods? Aren't you afraid that if others find out, your reputation will be ruined?" The words of shock and anger came out of the crystal ball. The white-robed young man stared at the figure in the crystal ball, and suddenly laughed evilly, and then said somewhat nervously, "As long as I can defeat Gu Fei, so what if my reputation is ruined? Haha. Dongfang Chun, you can't do this. The Dongfang family and the Beitang family are allies. You can't do this to me." The figure in the crystal ball suddenly panicked. Chapter 420. Dongfang Chen's hands began to emit bursts of black light, and a strange power was emitted from the crystal ball. The runes engraved on the crystal ball were completely stimulated, and began to emit a gloomy and terrifying aura. An evil power instantly enveloped the entire crystal ball. Obviously, Dongfang Chan was using a secret method of the Devil Tao to refine the primordial spirit and nascent soul that was sealed by the god-devouring pearl. Roar! Dongfang Chun, I curse you to die a horrible death. Inside the crystal ball, there was a horrified and inconsolable voice. Waves of vast energy began to flow out like a stream of water into Dongfang Chen's hands. Soon, his whole body was enveloped by the devastating light that surged out from the crystal ball, and the vast energy fluctuations were mighty in the depths of the cave. The crystal ball continuously emitted pure yuan qi, and bursts of powerful aura filled the air. The surrounding walls of the cave flashed with spiritual light. Those were the runes that Dongfang Chun had engraved in advance. He used the power of the runes to guide the qi of heaven and earth to seal the void, not allowing the aura in the cave to leak out. However, the movement of the primordial spirit and nascent soul that he had refined could not be completely isolated even with the runes he had engraved. In the end, there was still a trace of strange fluctuation coming out of the cave. However, the nearby area was sparsely populated, and it was late at night, so no one discovered that Dongfang Chun was refining the primordial spirit and nascent soul in the cave. In order to improve his cultivation, Dongfang Chun did not hesitate to fall into the Devil Tao. Gu Fei flew in the air for several hours, and he still felt that the yuan qi in his body was endless, and he did not feel tired at all. After his body had transformed, it was as if a treasure house had been opened, releasing a powerful force. For a martial artist, the body was like a treasure house. As the cultivation level increased, the treasures that had been sealed in the body would gradually be opened. For Gu Fei, the transformation of his body allowed him to come into contact with a deeper level of the power of the body. All the bones in his body had become colorful, like a five-colored divine bone. In his flesh and blood, there was a five-colored divine light surging, as if every inch of his muscles was flashing with multicolored light. After the transformation, Gu Fei's body was comparable to a divine weapon, and it was strong to an unimaginable level. The most important thing was that the improvement of his divine sense allowed him to come into contact with the origin of life, the soul. A purple flame brand was imprinted on his skull, hidden under his skin. The soul imprint was directly connected to the inner world. It was the bridge between the physical body and the inner world. As the inner world grew, Gu Fei's divine sense would merge with the inner world. At that time, the inner world would be him and he would be the inner world. However, Gu Fei knew that the void-controlling realm was not the limit of the transformation of the fleshly body. His fleshly body had merely experienced a transformation. He was looking forward to the next metamorphosis. However, the cultivation of a martial artist was extremely difficult. Wanting to metamorphose again was not an easy task. He still had a long way to go. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps to temporarily shake off the group of troublesome old monsters behind him and appeared in a forest. There was no ice or cold here, and the surrounding area was the border between the northern lands and the central plains. After flying for a few hours, Gu Fei had no idea how far he had traveled to the south. However, he was sure that he was far away from the north. The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the primeval forest. Gu Fei concealed his aura and silently traversed through the forest. With his current cultivation, the snakes, insects, and rats in the forest were no longer a threat to him. With the strength of his body, there were no snakes, insects, rats, or rats that could bite through his skin. However, he was still very careful as he traversed through the forest. He did not want to make any noise, nor did he want to alarm the animals in the forest. This was because there were many powerful old monsters following behind him. However, when Gu Fei passed through a dense forest and walked out of it, he was intercepted by someone. It was a woman dressed in an emerald green dress. She seemed to have blended in with the scenery around her. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, giving her an elegant and otherworldly appearance. She was like a fairy who was above the common populace and could fly away with the wind at any time. She stood on a patch of grass. Her fine black hair danced in the wind and her eyes were as clear as water. She looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile on her almost perfect face. It must be said that this woman was extremely beautiful. At the very least, Gu Fei could not find a single flaw on her body. She seemed to be slightly better than all the women he knew. "Little brother, I'm very curious as to why that group of old farts are chasing after you. Can you tell me?" The woman's red lips parted, and her clear, bell-like voice rang out in the open space outside the dense forest. "It's you." Gu Fei was shocked. He had already recognized the fairy-like woman who had intercepted him. This woman was the master of the three-eyed purple marten, a powerhouse of the demon clan. To be more precise, this woman was not a human, but a demon. Moreover, she was a terrifying demon who had cultivated to the point of being able to transform into a human. "Little brother, you seem to be very familiar with the powerhouse of my clan. Can you introduce me to that powerhouse?" The woman looked to be in her 20s and did not seem much older than Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Although this beautiful woman looked very young, who knew if she was even older than the old monsters who were chasing after him? In the world of cultivation, a cultivator's appearance did not mean anything. Gu Fei looked at the woman and said calmly, "The people who were chasing after me were the seniors of my sect. I didn't want to go back with them, so I ran away." Gu Fei said casually, he would not reveal the reason why the old monsters were chasing after him. Who knew if this woman was also after the longevity grass? As for my brother, he went after that little monk. If you want to get to know him, I can certainly introduce him to you. Gu Fei thought for a moment before replying. His words could be said to be watertight. The woman from the demon race couldn't help but frown when she heard his answer. Then, she suddenly smiled and said, "Little brother, do you want to completely get rid of those old farts behind you?" Gu Fei was not bewitched by this woman's peerless appearance. He maintained his vigilance against this woman. Before he knew what she wanted to do, he would not say anything. Of course I want to get rid of those seniors behind me. Do you have any ideas?" Gu Fei looked at the woman in front of him with interest and asked with a smile. "This is simple. As long as you temporarily go to my demon race as a guest, no one will be able to find you." The woman said, "Yes. After saying so much, I still haven't asked for your name. Can you tell me?" Gu Fei said. In his heart, he wondered what kind of background this fairy-like woman from the demon race had. Gu Fei did not immediately agree to the woman's invitation. Go to the demon race as a guest? Wouldn't that be like entering a demon nest? Just the thought of it made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. He was very clear that if he really went to the demon race as a guest, it would not be easy for him to come out. "My name is Yen Wu Shuang. You must remember that." The woman from the demon race covered her cherry lips with her hand and said with a smile. She had an otherworldly aura, but her words were filled with charm. Gu Fei felt his heart palpitating as he had the urge to pull this girl named Yen Wushuang into his embrace and take good care of her. "I am Gu Fei." Gu Fei directly said his name. In fact, he knew that this woman definitely knew his background. Otherwise, she would not have intercepted him here. This Yen Wushuang would not have the time to come to this barren mountain to enjoy the scenery in the middle of the night. "So your name is Gu Fei. Come with me, little brother Gu," Yen Wushuang said as she walked towards Gu Fei. Suddenly, a purple shadow flickered. A small purple marten the size of a fist scuttled out from the bushes and jumped onto Yen Wushuang's shoulder. "Where to?" Gu Fei pretended to be confused. He did not want to go to the demon race as a guest with Yen Wushuang. Her motive was definitely not simple. One had to know that Yen Wushuang was a greater demon that could transform. This kind of greater demon was comparable to a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm. It was extremely terrifying. A greater demon that could transform would most likely be a demon king in the demon race. "What? Are you not willing?" Yen Wushuang continued to walk towards Gu Fei step by step. Although her words were gentle, a gust of air appeared out of nowhere and swept across the dense forest. Gu Fei's expression gradually turned solemn. His eyes lit up like cold stars. He could sense a dangerous aura from the other party's body. At this moment, a sharp air-piercing sound came from the distance. Then, a golden sword light, like a golden bolt of lightning, illuminated the night sky and rapidly approached Gu Fei and Yen Wushuang. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop rapidly as the cold sword qi arrived. "Old monster Shenyuan?" Gu Fei could not help but reveal a strange expression when he felt the familiar fluctuation of sword qi. This old monster of the Guangqing Immortal sect was too difficult to deal with. Yen Wushuang had already stopped when the sword light appeared. She raised her head and looked at the sword light in the sky. She did not expect old monster Shenyuan to arrive so quickly. Swoosh! The dazzling golden sword light fell from the sky like a meteor. The extremely sharp sword qi immediately spread out in all directions. Swoosh! As the sword qi shot out, the flowers and grass within a 6-meter radius were instantly sliced into countless pieces by the sword qi, scattering on the ground. The dazzling sword light disappeared in an instant, and a young man in white appeared from within it. This young man was the old monster of the Guangqing Immortal sect, old monster Shenyuan. Although his lifespan was coming to an end, his appearance had not changed. He looked like a young man in his 20s. However, his hair was completely white, tied behind his head with a simple ribbon. Chapter 421. Yen Wushuang of the Demon Clan. Just like her name suggested, her beauty was absolutely unparalleled. However, She was not just a pretty vase, but a powerful great demon clan. Only a grand demon could transform into a human. This kind of grand demon was strong enough to fight against a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm. For such an expert of the demon race to suddenly appear in a desolate mountain at night and intercept Gu Fei, it was obvious that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. However, Gu Fei did not know why the demon clan was interested in him. Could it be that the demon clan was also interested in the longevity grass? However, just as Yan Wushuang was about to invite Gu Fei away, old monster Shenyuan of the Guangqing celestial sect rushed down from the sky on a sword light. The chilly sword qi immediately spread out in the open space outside the forest. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly due to the impact of the sword qi. Gu Fei only felt a chilly qi attacking his body, as if a divine weapon was pressed against his neck. The pure and powerful sword qi from old monster Shenyuan caused Yan Wushuang's expression to change. She thought to herself, the Guangqing celestial sword cultivator is indeed worthy of his reputation. Old monster Shenyuan did not conceal his aura at all. There seemed to be golden threads circling his body. This was a sign that he had cultivated his sword principle to an extremely high level, and his sword qi had turned into threads. Although the Dao sect has formed an alliance with the demon clan, I hope you will not interfere in the Dao sect's internal affairs. Old monster Shenyuan naturally knew that this demon clan woman's cultivation was not weak, and he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Demons who could cultivate to become grand demons and transform into human were not simple. In fact, what really worried old monster Shenyuan was that this woman seemed to have a special relationship with the demon lord Huanglong. When the ancient devil broke out of the seal, this woman appeared on the five-colored divine bird. Please don't misunderstand. I just saw that Brother Gu Fei seems to be familiar with the almighty of my clan, so I want to invite him to the demon clan as a guest. Yan Wushuang said with a smile. Oh! Old freak Shenyuan naturally didn't believe Yan Wushuang's words, so he said, then you can leave. Gu Fei definitely won't go to the demon race as a guest now. After finally catching up with Gu Fei, how could old monster Shenyuan let the cooked duck fly away? Gu Fei could not leave. He had to get the longevity grass. The elders of the three great Taoist societies who were nearing the end of their lifespans wanted to extend their lifespans. Even eccentric Shenyuan was no exception. How do you know that he's not willing to be a guest of the demon clan? If he is willing to go and you try to stop him, then you won't be giving our demon race any face. Yan Wushuang said. Although she still had a smile on her face, her tone was cold. Humph! The hands of the demon race have stretched too far. It's better not to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in, old monster Shenyuan said with a serious expression. Although the Dao sects and the demon race had formed an alliance due to various reasons, the relationship between them was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. The experts of the two great sects still clashed with each other from time to time. After saying that, old monster Shenyuan took a step forward. The sword qi exuding from his body became even stronger. His white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His entire body seemed to have turned into an unsheathed heavenly sword. After old monster Shenyuan arrived, Gu Fei did not say anything. He looked at Yan Wushuang and then at old monster Shenyuan, watching the scene with interest. In order to find out the situation of the expert of my clan, I have no choice but to ask Brother Gu Fei to go. As far as I know, Brother Gu Fei is not a disciple of the Guangqing celestial sect, so you don't have the right to stop Brother Gu Fei from leaving, Yan Wushuang said without backing down. Humph! If that's the case, let's see who's the real deal. Old monster Xuanyuan's eyes suddenly emitted two brilliant rays of divine light. He glanced at Yan Wushuang and spoke with his actions. Qi! Qi! The two rays of divine light shot out from old monster Xuanyuan's body pierced through the void, making a slight air-piercing sound. They were like two divine swords, shooting toward Yan Wushuang. When he had cultivated the way of the sword celestial to such a level, his entire body had become a sword. Every part of his body could emit an unparalleled sword qi. The cultivation world was a place where strength spoke louder. Yan Wushuang and old monster Shenyuan both knew that their opponents would not let them take Gu Fei away easily. so they had no choice but to fight. The one with the higher cultivation and stronger strength would be able to take Gu Fei away. Let's fight. I'll go with whoever wins. Maybe I'll give the longevity grass to the winner if I'm in a good mood. Gu Fei retreated calmly and then leaped onto the top of the tree. Old Monster Shenyuan and Yen Wushuang were startled when they heard about the longevity grass, and their eyes lit up. Yen Wushuang gently waved her jade-like hands, shattering the two fierce rays of divine light. Then, she grabbed at Old Monster Shenyuan with her right hand. Chi! 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 5 brilliant rays of light shot out from her fingertips, piercing through the void like 5 divine spears, and piercing toward Old Monster Xuanyuan's abdomen. The abdomen was a cultivator's weak point. It was where the dantian of the Purple Mansion was located, so it was extremely important. If the dantian was pierced, the cultivator would be severely injured. Humph! Old Monster Shenyuan sneered. An extremely powerful wave of sword chi was suddenly emitted from the dantian of the Purple Mansion. Then, a golden sword ray shot out from his abdomen, instantly shattering the 5 rays of finger radiance that had pierced through his abdomen. Then, the golden sword ray shot toward Yen Wushuang. The sword ray was like a dragon, illuminating the heaven and earth and splitting the void. Wherever the sword ray passed, transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out. The power of the sword shook the heaven and earth, causing the void to vibrate. Yen Wushuang shouted and leaped into the air like a fairy. Then, she flicked her fingers as if she was playing a lute. Rays of finger radiance shot out and bombarded the golden sword ray that was chasing after her. Ding! 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 The sound of metal striking rang out. The golden sword ray was continuously shaken by the finger radiance, but it was still flying toward Yen Wushuang in the sky. At this moment, the 3-eyed purple marten, who had been lying on Yen Wushuang's shoulder, was so shocked that it had burrowed into the spirit beast pouch on Yen Wushuang's waist. Heavenly monster slaughters gods. Reverse the universe. Yen Wushuang shouted in a low voice. She waved her hands, and a vast amount of medicinal power surged out from her hands. It formed a vortex in front of her, and it flew toward the sword ray that was coming at her. One sword to destroy all techniques. Old Monster Shenyuan did not dare to be careless. He shouted and pointed at the flying sword in his hand. The golden sword ray suddenly shone brightly, and it suddenly grew to 10 feet long, emitting an even more powerful and fierce sword chi fluctuation. Swoosh! The 10 feet long sword ray fiercely slashed into the vortex in front of Yen Wushuang, and the sound of cloth being cut open was heard in the void. One sword to destroy all techniques? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Yen Wushuang said disdainfully. Then, the vortex in front of her, which was formed from endless medicinal power, emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. The space within the vortex seemed to have been reversed, and it became turbulent. Even the void was distorted. Yen Wushuang wanted to use force to take away Old Monster Xuanyuan's flying sword. The 10 feet long sword ray was unable to break through the turbulent vortex, but it was not an easy task for Yen Wushuang to take away Old Monster Xuanyuan's flying sword. The two forces fiercely collided in the air and canceled each other out. The sword ray, which emitted an unparalleled sword chi, tried to break through the vortex of demonic power, but the vortex of demonic power tried to devour the flying sword. For a moment, Yen Wushuang and Old Monster Shenyuan were in a stalemate, and no one was able to gain the upper hand. Just then, a few more powerful auras came from the north. Needless to say, the people from the 3 great Dao sects had finally caught up. Gu Fei's expression changed when he sensed those auras. Then, without thinking, he shot up into the sky and used the 8 desolation steps to fly toward the south. You guys take your time. I'm not going to keep you company. Gu Fei's voice came from afar. Old Monster Shenyuan and Yen Wushuang were in a stalemate, and they didn't dare to be careless or distracted. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured. They couldn't divert their attention to stop Gu Fei. They could only watch helplessly as Gu Fei disappeared in front of them. Old Monster Shenyuan and Yen Wushuang couldn't help but be angry. If it weren't for the other party's interference, they would have already taken away Gu Fei. At this time, the two of them were really angry. Boom! With a loud explosion, the demonic power vortex in front of Yan Wu Shuang shattered, and the powerful force directly sent her flying hundreds of feet away. Old monster Xuanyuan's flying sword was also sent flying, and its light dimmed. A vast and terrifying force swept out in all directions. The flowers and trees within a radius of dozens of feet were instantly torn to pieces by the destructive force, and the mighty aftershock shook the earth. Whoosh! Yan Wu Shuang shot up into the sky, no longer paying attention to old monster Shenyuan, and directly turned into a dark green light, chasing in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. Preposterous! Old monster Shenyuan cursed inwardly, and then he called back his flying sword. Then he merged with his sword, turned into a sword light, and shot up into the sky, chasing after Yan Wu Shuang. Gu Fei must not fall into the hands of the demon clan. After Gu Fei, old monster Shenyuan, and the others left, several rays of light cut through the void like meteors, flying above the place where old monster Shenyuan and Yan Wu Shuang had just fought. Chapter 422. The first rays of the morning sun shone in the boundless ancient forest. The roars of beasts and the chirps of birds echoed throughout the forest. It was a lively morning. The fog in the ancient primitive forest had not completely dissipated. As far as the eye could see, it extended to the dark green sky. Clouds and smoke floated in the air. A large river, like a white ribbon, separated this piece of dark green. It was a large river. The river was more than a dozen miles wide. The sound of the surging river could be heard from far away. There was a white figure sitting cross-legged on a large rock by the river. The water splashed against the rock, but the splashes were only half a foot away from the figure. However, the splashes didn't reach the figure's body. His black hair casually draped over his shoulders and back. His eyes were closed as if he was listening to the sounds of nature and feeling the pulse of the world. He sat on the large rock by the river motionlessly like a stone statue. A stone statue without any aura. There was not even a trace of life from his body. It was as if he had merged with nature and become a part of the world. If a successful cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely be moved. This was because the young man sitting on the large rock by the river had clearly entered the state of being one with the world. This state of cultivation couldn't be entered at any time. It could be said that the state of being one with the world would only appear when one had an epiphany. There were many cultivators in the world, but every cultivator only had one goal, and that was to pursue immortality. However, there were very few cultivators who could have an epiphany. Epiphany was a type of opportunity. Couldn't be forced, and it couldn't be forced. After a cultivator had an epiphany, their strength wouldn't increase by much. Only their mental state would increase. However, after a cultivator had an epiphany, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in the future. The young man in white sat on the large rock by the river for a few hours. The sun rose from the east, illuminating the world and dispelling the last trace of darkness. From time to time, colorful butterflies or birds would fly by the young man in white. From time to time, small animals would come out of the grass by the river to drink water. These small animals did not seem to sense the existence of the white-clothed youth as they leisurely walked past the boulder that the white-clothed youth was sitting on. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. An emerald-green bird flew out from the forest beside the boulder and landed on the white-clothed youth's head. The white-clothed young man remained motionless. Not even his eyelashes moved. As for the bird that landed on his head, it did not seem to feel that there was something wrong with its landing. It fluttered a few times on the white-clothed young man's head before flying back into the forest. All of this was so harmonious. When the sun was high up in the sky, sunlight shone on the white-robed young man's body, making it seem as if his body was enveloped in a layer of hazy light. It was unknown when an old man wearing a Taoist robe appeared outside the forest by the river. The old man was only 4 to 5 feet away from the white-robed youth. He was an old Taoist with a very peculiar appearance. The right side of his face was full of flesh and was as rosy as a baby's, but the left side of his face was wrinkled and stuck to his cheekbones. At first glance, he simply looked like half of a skull covered in human skin. The right side of the old Taoist's body was full of qi and blood and was full of vitality. On the other hand, the left side of his body was lifeless without a trace of vitality. Life and death, these two polar opposite forces actually appeared on the same person at the same time. Furthermore, the fact that the person was not dead seemed to have maintained the two forces in a delicate state of balance. The old Taoist was Taoist priest Ku Rong, a peerless demigod in the Tao sect. Taoist priest Ku Rong cultivated the path of life and death. Half of his body was alive while the other half was dead, so he had broken the shackles of the world and became an undead body. Needless to say, even a demigod who had broken the shackles of life and death did not have a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Immortality was not absolute. In this world, there were still a few people who could kill demigods. For example, the old tortoise and the young monk who walked out of Lord Buddha's tomb had the ability to kill demigods, let alone Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the other ancient almighty beings. Even if those ancient almighty beings could survive hundreds of battles, some of them only had a remnant of their soul left and were not completely dead yet. They still possessed great divinity and power that could easily kill a peerless demigod. Taoist priest Ku Rong stood quietly by the river. He did not go forward to disturb the young man in white who was sitting cross-legged on the big rock. His murky eyes sparkled from time to time. I didn't expect a genius to appear on Green Spirit Peak. After taking a deep look at the young man in white, Taoist priest Ku Rong turned around and walked into the forest. Following that, a dense forest about half a mile away from the river collapsed in an instant. The flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of several thousand meters turned into dust and disappeared from the world. It was very sudden, but everything happened in an instant. An empty space was opened up in the dense forest, and Taoist priest Ku Rong was standing at the center of it. Following that, Taoist Ku Rong began to draw runes on the ground as if he was going to set up a formation. The mysterious runes were extraordinary. Each of the runes was flickering with spiritual lights and emitted waves of energy fluctuations. About an hour later, the ground within a radius of several thousand meters was covered with countless runes of various sizes. The runes seemed messy, but they seemed to have formed a force, which could also be considered an unpredictable force field. Whoosh! When Taoist priest Ku Rong drew the last stroke, countless runes on the ground within a radius of several thousand meters lit up at once. Following that, the heaven and earth's spiritual qi gathered from all directions and merged into the runes. The formation formed by countless runes was activated. The void at the center of the formation was like a transparent water wave, ripples visible to the naked eye, and the void was distorting. Taoist priest Ku Rong seemed to be satisfied. He nodded and turned to walk toward the river. At noon, Gu Fei finally awoke from the mysterious martial realm. He had finally shaken off old monster Shen Yuan, Yen Wushuang, and the others, and entered the boundless forest. Following that, he sat with his legs crossed on a huge boulder beside a river. He initially wanted to comprehend the great Tao brand that the mysterious middle-aged man had branded in his heart, but to his surprise, he managed to comprehend it at that moment. The great Tao brand was a martial Tao rune that was produced when one reached the peak of the martial path. The person who was able to leave the great Tao rune behind had most likely reached the supreme martial progenitor realm. Currently, Gu Fei was still unable to comprehend it because he was not qualified to do so. He was too weak. However, even if he could not comprehend the great Tao rune, just sensing the martial Tao rune was enough for Gu Fei to enter a state of enlightenment where he was one with the heaven and man. Gu Fei felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like he had only closed his eyes to rest for a while. He seemed to have understood a lot of things, and he felt like he was enlightened. The problems that he had encountered in his cultivation seemed to have been easily solved. It was a magical feeling that made Gu Fei feel like it was unreal. He opened his eyes and rose from the boulder. At that moment, he felt that his realm had completely stabilized. After the enlightenment, he was truly a void-defending realm martial artist. The Green Spirit Peak's lineage might be able to shine in your hands. Suddenly, a voice was heard coming from the side. Gu Fei was taken aback, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a Taoist standing at the edge of the forest less than 15 feet away from him, smiling at him. "You're—" When Gu Fei saw the Taoist, he was stunned. He had seen this person before. When the ancient fire god's divine palace appeared, this Taoist controlled the altar and fought endlessly with the other demigods and demigods. Once someone saw Taoist Kurong's signature look, they would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives because his appearance was too peculiar. This Taoist was able to control the sect's altar, so he seemed to be a member of the sect. In just an instant, Gu Fei had thought of many things. He had vaguely guessed that this strange Taoist might have a deep relationship with the Taishan sect. "I'm Taoist Kurong from the Taishan sect," Taoist Kurong said with a smile. His smile made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. He saw that the right side of his face was smiling brightly, but the left side of his face looked like a half-skull. "Taoist Kurong? I've never heard of him," Gu Fei thought to himself, but he still bowed to Taoist Kurong and said, "I'm Green Spirit Peak's disciple, Gu Fei." "Greetings, Patriarch." Taoist Kurong was a peerless demigod who had broken through the hidden latch of life and death. It was not difficult to imagine that his seniority was probably much higher than that of the sect leader, Taoist Shintian, so Gu Fei dared not slight him. Taoist Kurong laughed and said to Gu Fei, "Why don't you follow me back to the Taishan sect now?